welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. The hush of that autumn night was heavy with secrets. Making my way along the gravel driveway to the ancestral home, my footfalls echoed loudly in the shroud of darkness. Crisp leaves twirled lazily around my feet, guided by a tender breeze whispering through the ancient tree limbs. The house had stood empty since Aunt Mary's departure months ago, and it was my duty to ensure all was as it should be. With a metallic click, the aged key turned in the lock, its sound reverberating across the deserted porch. A distinct fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence that evoked memories of childhood days spent within those walls. Stepping inside, I observed the dim light filtering through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate designs on the wooden floor. The silence within was profound, broken only by the steady rhythm of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, there was an eerie quality to that silence, as if it harbored an unseen presence. Progressing down the main corridor, my steps familiarly creaked on the hardwood surface. The walls still bore the family portraits of my youth, but now their eyes seemed to follow me with a new intent. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a peculiar detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly altered, more enigmatic than in my recollections. It was then that I heard it, a faint sound, initially dismissed as a figment of my imagination, a distant murmur, akin to a lullaby sung in a far-off chamber. The tune was recognizable, yet elusive to my grasp. Slowly, I traced the sound to its origin, seeming to emanate from the upper level. Ascending the stairs, each creaking step unfurled a tale of its own. The melody grew more distinct, yet remained just beyond reach, like a vanishing dream upon waking. Upon reaching the landing, I pinpointed the source in the old playroom, where my cousins and I had whiled away rainy afternoons in our youth. The door stood slightly ajar, permitting a sliver of moonlight to filter through. Pushing it open gently, I found the room unchanged from memory. The rocking horse nestled in the corner, the bookshelf lined with children's tales, the ancient toy chest. However, a new addition awaited me. Perched on the windowsill, a music box unknown to me. Drawing nearer cautiously, I beheld the brass music box, adorned with intricate floral engravings. Strangely, it sat silent, yet the melody I had heard lingered in the air, as if the very walls hummed its tune. Observing the music box, I noticed its reflection in the window portrayed movement, a dancer atop twirling, though the object remained still before me. A blink dispelled the illusion. Recollection dawned on me. The melody was my grandmother's lullaby, a tune she had sung long before this room transformed into a play space. How could her voice resonate so vividly in this place? Taking hold of the music box, I felt an unusual warmth seep into my palms. Nearly erased by time, an engraving on the base revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth. The melody began to fade, melding with the house's silence until it vanished entirely. Seated atop the aged toy chest, the music box in hand, I watched as moonlight painted shifting shadows on the floor. Since that night, I carry the music box with me on each visit to the house. Though it remains silent, on tranquil evenings, a distant echo of the lullaby seems to whisper through the quiet, as if the house itself cradles the memories of all the songs once sung within its walls. And perhaps, as I close the door behind me, some places retain the echoes of the affection and tenderness they have harbored, resonating softly through time, a perpetual reminder that nothing truly fades into oblivion. Story 2. The grandfather clock in my study whispered the hour of midnight, its deep resonance enveloping the room in a comforting embrace. I lifted my gaze from the worn pages of my leather-bound journal, expecting the familiar single chime to signal the time. yet the echoes lingered on. Each note cascaded into the next, weaving a seamless melody that seemed to elongate time itself. The soft glow of the lamp bathed my antique desk in a gentle light, casting shadows that danced with the rising steam from my cup of chamomile tea. There was a subtle shift in the air on this particular night, not ominous, but a delicate alteration, like a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside the window appeared denser than usual, almost tangible, as if it could seep through the glass at any moment. Compelled by an unseen force, I rose from my chair and treaded softly towards the window, the wooden floorboards sighing beneath my wool-socked feet. As I neared the glass, my reflection stared back at me, but something was amiss. The mirrored image of myself lagged behind my movements ever so slightly, as if time itself hesitated to keep up. The fragrance of night-blooming jasmine hung heavy in the air, a scent both sweet and intoxicating, though no such flowers bloomed in my domain. It beckoned memories of summer nights from a distant past, fleeting recollections that danced just beyond my grasp. Meanwhile, the grandfather clock persisted in its mystical serenade, each toll now stretched apart like honey dripping languidly from a spoon. Turning away from the window, I intended to document these peculiar occurrences in my journal, only to find the ink swirling across the pages, forming intricate designs and narratives I did not pen. Among the inked revelations, I discovered detailed accounts of this very night, penned in my own hand but belonging to a future I had yet to traverse. A subtle shift in temperature enveloped the room, gentle undulations that mirrored the rhythm of my breath. The shadows in the corners pulsated in synchrony with my exhales and inhales, a hypnotic ballet of darkness. When I reached for my tea, its porcelain warmth coexisted with a coolness that sent a shiver down my spine. Each sip seemed to replenish itself, the liquid shimmering under the lamplight like a constellation of stars suspended in a boundless sky. The rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch melded with the grandfather clock's timeless melody, harmonizing into a soothing lullaby of existence. I noticed with a calm acceptance that the hands of my watch moved in opposing directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand traced a backward path. This anomaly felt harmonious, as if unveiling the essence of time beyond its linear facade. Words materialized on the pages of my journal, unbidden. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In that moment, I grasped the profound verity of those words. This night extended beyond mere hours because it transcended the confines of time. A continuum that embraced past, present, and future in a single symphony. The darkness outside shifted into a gentle void, not foreboding but welcoming, like a velvety cocoon ready to enfold the world. Through its depths, glimpses of alternate realities flickered, showing different versions of my study, different fragments of this eternal night existing in parallel. My reflection in the window moved independently, exploring divergent paths with a serene grace. We acknowledged each other with tranquil nods, acknowledging the infinite possibilities encapsulated within this night of endless horizons. Settling back into my chair, a profound tranquility settled over me. The grandfather clock's chimes reverberated at intervals that spanned lifetimes, each echo containing worlds of experience within its cadence. The night cocooned me in a tapestry of infinite moments, each one exquisite and whole. I came to realize that this night would never truly conclude, not because time had halted, but because it had expanded to reveal its true essence. In this timeless realm I remain, penning words that have forever existed, savoring tea that retains its warmth, witnessing time unfurl as a boundless waltz of now. The darkness outside pulses with promise, the clock's chimes a melody of eternity, and I exist in this eternal moment, serenely attuned to the infinite night. Story 3. The night was draped in a velvety hush until a distant, ethereal melody tiptoed into the silence. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned in a woolen blanket, and with a forgotten cup of chamomile tea by my side, I lifted my gaze from the book cradled in my hands. The music, delicate and elusive like snowflakes on a breeze, wafted through the air, painting the darkness with unseen hues. It was the piano, its keys whispering a tune that tugged at the fringes of my memory, like a dream half remembered. The room basked in a soft glow from a lone lamp, casting a circle of warmth around me, where shadows pirouetted to the rhythm of the mysterious melody. I rose from my seat, the blanket slipping to the floor with a whispering caress. Each step on the wooden floor hummed a quiet melody of its own as I gravitated towards the window in the living room. Beyond the glass, the night lay still and serene, bathed in the silver luminescence of the full moon. Trees swayed in a silent dance, their silhouettes etched against the night sky. Not a stir in the neighboring houses, all veiled in the cloak of night. Yet, the music persisted, a spectral symphony that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere all at once. I meandered through the house, the melody a spectral guide leading me in a wordless waltz from room to room. In the kitchen, it whispered from the living room. In the living room, it beckoned from the stairs. Ascending the staircase, the music descended from the upper floor, a phantom companion in this nocturnal odyssey. A hypnotic game of echoes and whispers, drawing me through the familiar spaces of my abode. Upon reaching my bedroom, I spied the slightly ajar door, a sliver of moonlight seeping through the gossamer curtains to paint intricate patterns on the floor. The melody, now crystalline and distinct, pulsed with a newfound clarity, hinting at the proximity of its origin. Pausing at the threshold, I surveyed the room with a keen eye. There, on the bedside table, my ancient music box lay aglow in the dim light, its delicate ballerina pirouetting in a silent ballet. For years, I had believed the music box to be broken, its secrets locked away. Yet on this somber night, its song intertwined with the air, weaving a tapestry of memories long forgotten. The tiny dancer's movements mirrored the melody that had lured me here, now amplified to fill the room with a haunting resonance. With measured steps, I approached, my heart echoing the rhythm of the music. The music box seemed to emanate an inner light, casting a warm glow upon my outstretched hand. As my fingers brushed its surface, I felt a gentle warmth, a connection beyond the tangible. The ballerina, once a faceless figure of porcelain, now bore features familiar and dear. My grandmother's visage, etched in miniature, gazed back at me with a tender smile that echoed through the corridors of time. Her eyes, pools of memory and love, met mine in a fleeting moment, and the melody shifted, morphing into a lullaby from my childhood. Enveloped in the embrace of the music, I stood transfixed, bathed in a tranquility that transcended the confines of the room. As the notes swirled and eddied, like whispers carried on a zephyr, they gradually ebbed, receding like the tide's retreat. With a soft click, the music box closed, sealing the serenade within its wooden heart. Silence descended once more, but it was a silence pregnant with significance, a silence that spoke volumes in its quietude. Returning to my armchair downstairs, I retrieved the fallen blanket, enfolding myself in its familiar warmth. The open book lay untouched, its pages a testament to my wandering thoughts. My mind lingered on the enigma of the music box and the spectral presence it harbored. How many melodies lay dormant within its silent chamber, waiting for the veil of time to part. Since that mystical night, when the house slumbers beneath the watchful eye of the full moon, a sweet melody occasionally graces the stillness. No longer do I seek its source, for some mysteries are meant to be felt, not unraveled. I close my eyes, surrendering to the cadence of the unseen pianist, knowing that in the realm of dreams and memories, answers are but fleeting whispers in the night. Story 4. The gentle symphony of raindrops against my window had become a familiar companion in the late hours of the night, a soothing backdrop to my solitary writing endeavors. Each droplet painted shimmering trails down the glass, weaving an ever-changing tapestry of liquid light. The soft, warm glow of my desk lamp enveloped me in a serene amber aura, casting the rest of the room into a tranquil embrace of shadows. I found myself captivated by the dance of raindrops, tracing intricate patterns in their meandering paths as they navigated the glass canvas. In those quiet moments when my mind wandered from the words on the page, I would lose myself in the imagined tales hidden within the crystal-clear trails left by the rain. But on this particular night, there was a subtle shift in the rhythm of the rain. The droplets seemed to move in mysterious ways, as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I attributed it to my weary eyes playing tricks on me, lulled by the hypnotic cadence of the downpour that teetered on the edge of dream and reality. Yet, as I continued to observe, the anomalies grew more pronounced. The raindrops avoided certain areas on the glass, carving out dry spaces that gradually formed the outline of a figure. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, my breath fogging the window ever so slightly. Through the reflection, I could see not only the rain-soaked exterior, but also the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. In that dual world of glass and water, I noticed a peculiar discrepancy in my own reflection. It seemed to move out of sync with my actions, a ghostly echo lagging behind my every gesture. The sound of rain intensified, a delicate melody that filled the room with its ethereal music. Mesmerized, I watched as my mirrored self reached out to touch the window, a gesture I did not mirror. The movement was fluid, almost choreographed, as if following steps to a dance I had yet to learn. A gentle warmth enveloped me, a stark contrast to the cool air by the window. The features of my reflection began to transform, subtly shifting into a visage both familiar and foreign. The eyes that met mine held a wisdom that transcended time, a depth of knowledge that whispered of ages past. Motionless, I observed as my reflection underwent a gentle metamorphosis, blurring the lines between gender and age into something timeless. The rain wove intricate patterns around this enigmatic figure, forming a delicate frame of liquid silver. The droplets moved in circular orbits, defying the natural pull of gravity. A flicker of light from my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, casting a fleeting shadow of doubt. In that fleeting darkness, I sensed a presence beside me, as gentle as a mother's caress. When the light steadied, my reflection had reverted to its mirrored mimicry of my movements. Yet the rain continued its mesmerizing dance in those impossible circles, a silent testament to the extraordinary visitation I had experienced. For hours, I remained by the window, lost in contemplation of the ethereal encounter, the lingering presence like a cherished melody echoing in the chambers of my mind, neither alarming nor intrusive. With the approaching dawn, the rain gradually waned, leaving behind only faint traces of its passage on the window pane. Now, on nights when the rain falls softly, I find myself drawn to that window, abandoning pen and paper on my deserted desk. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions, when the rainfall creates a mirror of liquid silver, I catch glimpses of that other self peering back at me through the glass. There exists between us a silent understanding, my reflection and I, acknowledging that certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but simply embraced. The rain continues its gentle descent, each drop carrying the promise of another encounter. And in those moments of silent communion, where watcher becomes the watched, I ponder if, in some distant realm beyond our own, another version of myself sits by their window, yearning to glimpse my world through the silver threads of rain. Story 5. In the soft, warm glow of the setting sun that filtered through the sheer curtains, my study walls bathed in a serene ambience. This room was my sanctuary, a haven of old books and cherished memories. But on this evening, a subtle shift in the air whispered of something different. The autumn light lingered, painting everything in hues of amber and gold, casting a spell of tranquility over the space. My gaze settled on a new portrait above my antique writing desk, a Victorian-era painting of a mysterious woman clad in a deep burgundy dress. Her expression was a riddle, one that eluded my understanding. The elderly dealer who sold me the painting had spun tales of its intriguing past, yet my mind was preoccupied with its hefty price tag to grasp his words fully. Nestled in my leather armchair, cradling a cup of Earl Grey tea, wisps of steam curling upwards, I noticed a peculiar detail about the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the side, now seemed to pierce directly into mine. I dismissed it as a trick of light and my weary mind from a day of relentless writing. The grandfather clock in the corner marked time with its gentle ticking, typically a source of solace. However, that evening, each tick drew my attention back to the enigmatic eyes in the portrait. I found myself stealing glances amidst my writing, convinced that subtle changes were afoot. The tilt of her head, the hint of a smile, the shift of her gaze. As night draped the room and the old brass lamp cast flickering shadows, the portrait transformed. Shadows danced across the canvas, imbuing depth to the painted folds of her dress. The room behind her, once a simple drawing room, now seemed to stretch infinitely into darkness. The lamplight played on the gilded frame, conjuring reflections that almost seemed to move within the painting itself. Subtle alterations began to weave through my study. Books I swore were closed lay open to pages of lost artwork and vanishing mysteries. My pen would roll inexplicably, and the room's temperature fluctuated, chilling near the portrait and warming as I distanced myself. One quiet evening, as I prepared to depart my study, a hidden detail drew my eye. In the background of the portrait, obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned another canvas on an easel. Stepping closer, squinting in the dimness, I beheld a painting within the painting, a study mirroring my own. Heart racing, I leaned in, noting a tiny desk, a leather armchair, and a figure that bore a striking resemblance to me, scrutinizing a painting. As I stared, the familiarity of the scene dawned on me until I realized the figure was me, captured in intricate detail. I recoiled, breath hitching, as the woman's expression shifted, her eyes now knowing, almost playful. Her gaze tracked me across the room, abandoning all pretense of being a mere painting. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a ghostly laughter, like the rustle of aged pages, fluttered in the air. That night, I shut the study door firmly, yet her gaze seemed to trail me through the house. In bed, thoughts drifted to the past owners of the portrait, pondering their encounters. Did they too witness these subtle shifts? Feel the weight of those penetrating eyes? Come morning, my study appeared unchanged, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script not of my hand. The words read, "Art is never static, dear observer. The line between viewer and viewed blurs, wouldn't you agree?" The portrait remained on my wall, a silent enigma. Curiosity, my eternal weakness, held me bound. While composing this narrative in my study, I often catch her gaze upon me, that enigmatic smile lingering. In moments of perfect quiet and light, I notice the painting within the painting altering subtly, new details emerging, the scene evolving. The portrait's mystery envelops me, a dance of observer and observed. In the hushed embrace of my study, as the grandfather clock intones its steady rhythm and shadows waltz on the walls, I've come to realize we are intertwined, watcher and watched, in an eternal tango of perception and reflection. Story 6, I awaken to the familiar weight that clings to me, a heaviness like a leaden shroud. The room envelops me in a gentle, pearlescent glow that emanates from nowhere in particular. The walls shift in color, playing tricks on my eyes whenever I glance away. Above, the ceiling stretches impossibly high, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. The bed beneath me cradles me in its softness, the silk sheets whispering against my skin with a soothing rustle as I stir. A sweet, elusive scent lingers in the air, teasing my senses with its tantalizing familiarity. Perhaps it's lavender, or maybe vanilla, but each time I reach for its essence, it morphs into something new, something ungraspable. Time here is a fluid thing, a dance of shadows that waltz across the walls in a hypnotic rhythm of their own making. The stillness is never absolute. There's always a soft murmur in the background, like the deep breaths of a slumbering soul or the echo of my own heartbeat in the vast emptiness. I rise from the bed, my bare feet sinking into a plush carpet that feels like walking on clouds. The room is sparsely furnished, housing only an ancient dark wood desk, a plush burgundy armchair, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror remains misted over as if a recent shower had fogged its surface, yet no bathroom lies within sight. Intrigued, I approach the desk, where a peculiar assortment of items awaits me. A time-worn leather-bound diary, a midnight blue fountain pen, and a cup of tea releasing a gentle wisp of steam. The tea is still warm, though I have no memory of preparing it, and the diary's pages lay bare, whispering secrets that evade my conscious understanding. The armchair beckons, and I sink into its warmth as if the seat had just been vacated moments before. From this vantage point, I notice a peculiar phenomenon in the wall opposite me. It pulsates subtly, as if a dormant heart beats beneath its surface. Intrigued, I rise to investigate further, only to find the wall solid and unmoving upon closer inspection. My quest for an exit leads me to trace the walls, seeking a doorway that eludes my touch. Faint outlines of handles tease my fingertips, dissolving like morning mist as I grasp for escape. My gaze returns to the mirror, where a distorted reflection of myself beckons, movements lagging behind as if hesitant to mimic my every gesture. And in fleeting moments, when the mist clears, another figure seems to watch me from behind the glass, a silent observer of this enigmatic realm. Time ebbs and flows erratically, the light shifting in a rhythm divorced from the cycles of day and night. Moments stretch into eternity as I lose myself in the diary's empty pages, only to realize that hours have slipped away unnoticed. Returning to the bed, I gaze up at the endless expanse of the ceiling above me. The sheets envelop me in a tender embrace, seeming to possess a life force of their own, cradling me in their comforting cocoon. The scent in the air intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, the aroma of freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of rain on a summer meadow. With a sigh, I close my eyes, knowing that once they reopen, the cycle will begin anew. This room, this liminal space between waking and dreaming, holds me in its thrall, where time twists upon itself like a Mobius strip. Am I dreaming the room, or is the room dreaming me? As sleep beckons once more, a fragment of my consciousness ponders the existence of an escape route, questioning if perhaps I never truly desired to find it. The room has woven itself into the fabric of my being, blurring the boundaries between reality and fantasy in a seamless tapestry of hues, where I drift in an eternal loop of awakening and reverie. Story 7. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple as a gentle rain tapped against the windows in a mesmerizing cadence. The flickering candlelight on my old vanity mirror, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, cast dancing shadows that swirled with the growing darkness. The fragrance of burning firewood wafted from downstairs, blending with the sweet scent of wax to create a snug and reassuring ambiance. Amid this tranquil moment of reflection, a peculiar sight caught my attention. While arranging my hair before the mirror, I caught a glimpse of a tall, slender figure moving behind me, a spectral presence gliding through the air. Instinctively, I turned around, only to find the room empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I rationalized it as a mere trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I became increasingly attuned to the reflections surrounding me. Whether it was the gleaming surface of a freshly polished wooden table, the evening glow captured in the window pane, or even the tiny rear-view mirror in my car, they all seemed to capture fleeting images of that enigmatic presence. It was as though a parallel world of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with a patient curiosity. Featureless, yet exuding a gentle luminosity, as if woven from silvery mist, the figure evoked a sense of familiarity rather than fear. At times, I discerned a faint smile or a subtle gesture, as if attempting to convey a message. There was a peculiar comfort in its presence, as if it had always been a part of my life, waiting to be acknowledged. One serene evening, engrossed in a book in my favorite armchair, I noticed that the figure in the window's reflection appeared more distinct than usual. Instead of dissipating upon direct scrutiny, it lingered, almost tangible. In the hush of the room, a soft rustle, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, teased my senses despite the stillness. Rising slowly, I approached the window, and to my astonishment, the figure mirrored my movements from the other side of the glass. Details emerged. Its attire flowed ethereally, and its movements possessed an ethereal grace, akin to a dance on air. Extending a hand towards me, I found myself reciprocating almost involuntarily. In that moment, a profound realization dawned upon me. Each appearance of the figure suffused the room with a profound tranquility. Sounds dulled, colors softened, and time itself seemed to elongate. It was as though this presence carried a fragment of a serene realm, where the line between reality and reverie blurred. Deliberately seeking out reflections, not out of fear or curiosity, but to rekindle that inner peace, became a daily ritual. I noticed it materialized most frequently during tranquil interludes, when my mind was unburdened by worries and distractions. It seemed to intuit precisely when its comforting presence was needed. As days turned into weeks, the figure in the reflections evolved into a silent companion in my daily routines. I refrained from probing its true essence or the purpose behind its visits, understanding that some enigmas are better left unsolved. Sometimes the enigma itself holds a greater allure than any elucidation. Even now, when the amber glow of sunset bathes the room and shadows stretch across the walls, I pause to observe the reflections that surround me. And in those moments of profound stillness, when the world seems to hold its breath, I catch a glimpse, a radiant figure dancing amidst the reflections, carrying with it a profound tranquility and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are best left to the imagination, undisturbed by the quest for answers. Story 8. In the soft glow of the flickering candlelight, I made my way down the worn stone steps of the ancient cellar. Each step I took echoed with a familiar creak, a comforting presence that had always accompanied me on my daily visits to retrieve Grandma's preserves. The air down below was cool and musty, carrying with it the earthy scent of aged wood that whisked me back to the days of my youth. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. It could have been the way the candle flame danced without a hint of a draft, or perhaps it was the thin layer of dust that seemed to cloak every surface, despite my visit just the day before. The shadows playing on the walls appeared longer than usual, reaching out into the darkness that beckoned from the depths of the cellar. Halfway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation gripped me, halting my descent. The familiar wooden shelves, which typically ended within a few paces, now seemed to stretch endlessly before me, disappearing into the unknown. The feeble candlelight failed to illuminate their far ends, giving the illusion of an elongated corridor unfurling right before my eyes. The silence in the cellar was palpable, broken only by the rhythmic beating of my own heart and the distant drip of water seeping through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that overpowered my apprehension, I pressed on. The jars of preserves lined the shelves, their labels catching the dim light. Yet, instead of the usual contemporary dates, I noticed some bore markings from bygone eras as I ventured deeper. 1980, 1960, 1940, and some labels so faded they were indecipherable. As I delved further, the air grew chillier, carrying not only the scent of damp earth but also a faint aroma of antiquity, akin to aged manuscripts. The shelves continued their unfathomable extension, and the rough stone walls gave way to intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Symbols unknown to me adorned certain sections, intricately carved into the stone with a precision that defied the era of the cellar's construction. Pausing before a peculiar shelf, my gaze fixated on a jar unlike the rest. Crafted from dark glass that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, this jar bore a label that stood out amidst the others, 1820. Trembling slightly, I lifted the jar, and in the cellar's hush, a subtle sound reached my ears. Not a whisper of words, but a whisper of time itself, flowing like a gentle current, akin to the rustle of ancient pages turned by a phantom breeze. Slowly turning, a fleeting glimpse of blurred figures moving in the shadows flickered at the corner of my vision, like memories struggling to materialize. Sensing it was time to retreat, I pivoted towards the stairs, only to find that the distance I had traversed appeared to have multiplied. The light at the top of the stairs now seemed a distant beacon, akin to a lone star in a lightless sky. Striving to maintain composure, I ascended, counting each step as if I were a child again. With each upward stride, the shelves transformed once more, reverting to the customary appearance of the cellar I knew so well. The dates on the jars shifted to more recent times, and the walls regained their familiar rough texture. The jar from 1820 remained in my grip, a grounding weight assuring me that what I had experienced was no mere figment of imagination. Reaching the top of the stairs, the warm kitchen light embraced me like a gentle caress. Placing the jar on the first step, I cast a final glance into the darkness below. For a fleeting moment, a movement in the depths hinted at a distortion of time itself, a bending and warping unseen to the naked eye. That night, seated in the kitchen with a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I pondered the events of the cellar. The jar now bore a simple label reading Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet, upon opening it, a fragrance unlike any other wafted forth, a scent redolent of time itself, sweet and ancient, akin to a cherished childhood memory. Since that evening, each descent into the cellar stirs a sense of anticipation within me. The stairs remain unaltered, the shelves stocked with familiar preserves. Yet on occasion, when the light dims and the silence deepens, I sense the cellar's latent secrets waiting to be unveiled. Perhaps one day, I shall summon the courage to explore that seemingly endless corridor to its culmination, to uncover the enigma that lies where time loses its grasp on reality. Story 9. The rain cascaded down without end, its rhythmic patter lulling me as I drove homeward. Each droplet pirouetted on surfaces, mirroring the warm amber glow of streetlights painting the slick road like intricate strokes on a dark canvas. The air held a cool, damp embrace, wafting the earthy perfume of rain-kissed soil through the cracked window beside me. As I traversed the deserted parking lot, a normally unremarkable place crackled with an enigmatic aura that evening. Wisps of mist spiraled from the ground, enveloping the parked cars in a gentle, wordless hug. Pausing before my car, I beheld the shimmering reflections of streetlights on puddles, a mesmerizing dance of light and water. In that fleeting moment, a presence brushed against me, not menacing, yet undeniably peculiar. A shadowy figure loomed a few yards away, barely visible through the veil of mist. Though its features remained obscured, the figure's stillness captivated me. I stood transfixed, my breath hitching, as the apparition slowly dissipated, melding into the humid night until it melded seamlessly with the darkness. No fear gripped me, only an ethereal tranquility, as if I bore witness to an ineffable spectacle. Resuming my journey homeward, I ignited the engine and meandered through the rain-soaked streets. The sensation of encountering something extraordinary lingered, an enigmatic presence beyond comprehension yet oddly familiar. The rain persisted in its melodic descent, cocooning me in a timeless serenade. In the ensuing days, whenever rain graced the night, I found myself scanning the shadows for elusive figures. Not from dread, but in pursuit of rekindling that sense of awe, that peace that seemed to transcend time and place. Even within my abode, a sanctuary of normalcy, an air of enigma now cloaked the familiar surroundings. Each creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind teasing the curtains, hinted at an untold tale. One twilight, as rain tap danced on the windows, I chose to leave a lamp aglow in the living room. The flickering light waltzed, casting playful shadows that cavorted along the walls in harmony with the breeze. Nestled in my armchair, a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I observed the spectral ballet with tranquil curiosity. A sense of expectancy pervaded me, though its origin eluded my grasp. And then, a revelation unfurled. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an eerie luminescence, seemingly emanating from an invisible source. Intrigued, I drew nearer and gazed at my reflection. Yet it was not solely my visage that met my gaze. Lurking behind me, barely discernible, a phantom-like figure materialized from the shadows, much like the one encountered in the parking lot. No fear gripped me, only a serene acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting my notice. I pivoted slowly, but found nothing amiss, only the rain's patter and the faint groan of the timbers. Returning to my seat, I endeavored to rationalize the inexplicable occurrence. Perhaps a mere trick of light, a reflection conjured by rain and dancing shadows. Yet deep down, a knowing stirred. Not menacing, but profound and elusive. Even now, when rain cascades and the hush of night blankets all, I find myself seeking traces of that enigmatic presence. I decelerate near vacant parking lots, peering into the voids between lampposts where shadows seem to inhale and exhale. While that figure has not reappeared definitively, on occasion, under ideal conditions and profound silence, a whisper of its essence brushes against me. It evokes not fear, but a peculiar solace, as though that presence were a forgotten fragment of myself or a memory unwilling to release its grip. And thus, as the rain persists in its descent and the world dissolves into a symphony of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, understanding that certain mysteries require no unraveling, only surrendering to their embrace. Story 10. The night unfolded with a gentle hush, as the snow descended from the sky in a silent dance, draping the world in a cloak of shimmering white. In the quiet embrace of the old museum, I, the night watchman, wandered through its corridors, a solitary witness to the beauty outside. The aged wooden floors whispered beneath my feet, harmonizing with the soft hum of the heating system. Pausing by a second-floor window, I watched the snowflakes pirouette in the air before alighting on the ground below. Amid this tranquil scene, a peculiar sight captured my attention in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure moved among the skeletal trees, but what struck me was not its presence, but the absence of any trace in the fresh snow it traversed. Instinctively, I turned to the security cameras. In the control room, the bluish glow of monitors painted the walls as I scanned each screen, seeking the mysterious figure once more. There it was, on a display showing the courtyard, its image distorted as if veiled by some unseen force. Determined to unravel the mystery, I set out to investigate in person. Descending to the ground floor, the museum seemed to hold its breath, the silence pregnant with anticipation. My footsteps reverberated through the empty halls, a haunting melody blending with the artifacts behind glass. As I reached the glass doors leading to the courtyard, the snow continued its descent, oblivious to the enigma unfolding within. There, amidst the falling flakes, the figure reappeared, a dark silhouette moving with an ethereal grace, soundless and seamless in its passage. With a trembling hand, I grasped my flashlight, its beam passing through the figure as if it were but a ghostly apparition. The man turned towards me, his form indistinct, his face a shifting mirage. As I hesitated by the door, torn between duty and fear, The chill of the glass beneath my fingers grounded me in reality. Approaching me without a sound, the figure exuded a frosty aura, freezing the air around us. Objects behind him seemed to waver, their solidity called into question by his very presence. Halting a few steps away, the figure's gaze bore into me, a sense of ancient familiarity enveloping my senses. Though a stranger in form, his essence felt known, as if we shared a timeless connection. Slowly, he raised a hand towards the glass, not in menace, but in greeting. Intricate frost patterns bloomed on the surface, etching a cryptic message in the icy veil. Straining to decipher the symbols, a distant chiming of bells momentarily broke my focus. When I turned back, the figure had vanished, leaving behind no trace but a courtyard blanketed in undisturbed snow. In the days that followed, I pored over the security footage, finding no evidence of the mysterious man, only the serene fall of snow in the empty courtyard. Yet on nights when snowflakes whisper against the museum's windows, I find myself drawn to that same spot, a silent vigil for the enigmatic figure who defies explanation. In fleeting moments of perfect light and falling snow, I glimpse a formless presence among the flakes, stirring a curiosity that transcends the mundane. Could that encounter have been a messenger from realms beyond our grasp, a whisper of truths that evade our understanding? The man on the pristine snow, leaving no trace behind, serves as a reminder of the mysteries that linger just beyond our reach, veiled in the beauty of the unknown. Story 11. The autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate mist that morning as I gathered the fallen leaves from the night before. The crisp air brushed against my skin, carrying the fragrance of moist earth and chrysanthemums I had carefully planted weeks earlier. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the soft crunch of dried leaves underfoot and the occasional serenade of an early bird. It was as I worked near the weathered stone bench that a glimmer amidst the fallen leaves caught my eye. A faint, silvery sparkle beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Kneeling down slowly, I brushed aside the damp foliage to reveal an ancient necklace. The piece was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, featuring an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral designs and a small azure gem at its center, captivating light in a mesmerizing dance. Taking the necklace in my hands, I felt its ethereal weight and cool touch against my skin. It belonged to no one I knew, of that I was certain. Having lived in solitude in that house for over 2 decades, I had never seen any neighbor adorned with such exquisite jewelry. The blue gem continued to radiate with a peculiar luminosity, almost as if possessing a light of its own. That evening, after tenderly polishing the necklace, I placed it on the nightstand next to my bed. Falling asleep, I watched as moonbeams filtered through the window, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Throughout the night, I awoke intermittently, sensing a distant melody lingering in the air akin to a music box playing somewhere within the confines of the house. A sweet, melancholic tune, fleeting and elusive upon focus. With dawn's light, I noticed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if moved during the night. In daylight, the azure gem appeared more opaque, yet upon touching it, a gentle warmth emanated from the metal, contrasting the previous day's chill. Intrigued, I resolved to delve into its origins. In the ensuing days, subtle changes began to manifest within the house. Objects on the kitchen table seemed rearranged each morning, as if scrutinized in the night. Family photographs lining the hallway appeared slightly askew daily. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more recognizable, yet impossible to pinpoint. One evening, nestled in my armchair engrossed in reading, the necklace beside me on the table, I distinctly heard light footsteps ascending from upstairs, delicate footfalls akin to a child treading softly. Rising cautiously, I ascended the stairs, endeavoring to minimize noise, only to find solitude. Yet, within the guest room repurposed as storage, a peculiar sight met my gaze. an unfamiliar wooden box adorned with matching floral patterns as the necklace. Within the box, nestled upon a cushion of faded velvet, lay a photograph aged by time. It depicted a young woman adorned with an identical necklace. Inscribed on the photograph's back in faded ink was a date and a poignant message: to remember the happy days in the garden. From that night forth, the music box melody echoed more frequently, no longer unsettling but rather comforting. It felt as though the house itself hummed a lullaby, a gentle tune that caressed the quiet hours of night. Occasionally, on autumn evenings in the garden, a vague figure flitted among the trees, a specter of memories seeking manifestation. The woman in the photograph remained a mystery, as did the necklace's enigmatic appearance in my garden. I embraced the presence of this enigma in my life, akin to the acceptance of seasons' transition and the passage of time. The necklace still graces my nightstand, and on the stillest nights, beneath the full moon's glow and the whisper of the wind through the leaves, distant laughter mingles with the music box melody, a reverberation of joyous days forgotten by time. Story 12. The hotel corridor glowed in a soft amber light, filtering through glass lampshades like liquid honey. It was late, and the only sound was the gentle hum of air conditioners. I made my way to the elevator, the wheels of my suitcase gliding silently over the deep burgundy carpet. The weariness of a day filled with meetings clung to my shoulders. Pressing the elevator button, I watched my blurred reflection in the metal doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked down slowly. 6, 5, 4. A soft green glow bathed the walls from the display. The doors opened with a soft chime, revealing a small space lined with mirrors and dark wood. I selected the 7th floor, the topmost one. Leaning back against the wall, I closed my eyes briefly. The elevator began its ascent with a smooth, steady motion, the mechanical sounds a soothing rhythm, like a breath in the stillness of the night. Opening my eyes, I caught a glimpse of something peculiar in the mirror ahead. My reflection seemed slightly delayed in its movements, a subtle echo of my gestures. Shaking my head, I attributed it to fatigue. The elevator glided to a stop, and the doors slid open. Stepping out into the hallway, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The carpet was no longer burgundy, but a deep forest green. The wall lamps took on an antique charm, their design reminiscent of a bygone era. Double-checking the display, it indeed showed the 7th floor, yet everything felt different. The hallway stretched longer, narrower, and the air carried a scent of old books and ancient wood. The room numbers were peculiar: 7A, 7B, 7C, unlike the standard numerals I remembered. Turning back to the elevator, I found the doors had closed, trapping me in this surreal space. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The display above the doors dark as if the elevator had vanished into thin air. Silence enveloped me like a heavy cloak as I ventured down the hallway, each step echoing softly. The lights seemed to pulse, a gentle ebb and flow, as if the very walls were breathing. Each door I passed held a mystery, a story untold, hidden behind its dark wood facade. At the end of the hallway, a figure sat in an antique armchair, bathed in a warm pool of light. An elderly doorman with impeccable white hair and a welcoming smile looked up from his book. "Are you lost?" he inquired, his voice soothing and familiar, as if he had been waiting for me. "I believe so," I replied hesitantly. "I was headed to the 7th floor, but this—" "Ah, you are on the 7th floor," he interjected with a knowing smile. "Just not the one you had in mind. This elevator has a way of guiding weary travelers to where they truly belong, not necessarily where they intend to go." Taking in the surroundings anew, I noticed the intricate details. The framed photographs on the walls captured moments frozen in time, and the clock's hands moved counterclockwise, defying logic. "Fear not," the doorman reassured, closing his book gently. "The elevator will return when the moment is right. In the meantime, why not rest? Time is but a fleeting concept here." Nestling into the armchair beside him, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, the once unsettling silence, now a comforting embrace. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself mesmerized by the dance of shadows on the walls, a hypnotic ballet lulling me into tranquility. Time seemed to lose its hold, minutes blending into hours, as the backward tick of the clock created a soothing melody, a gentle lullaby. At some indiscernible point, the familiar chime of the elevator rang out. "There," the doorman remarked without looking up. "I believe it is time for you to return to your designated floor." Rising to my feet, a strange sense of rejuvenation filled me. Approaching the elevator, I glanced back to express gratitude, but the armchair sat empty, the book resting on its arm, a faint gleam of light catching its weathered cover. The elevator doors glided open noiselessly. Stepping inside, the journey was swift this time. Stepping out, I found myself back in the familiar corridor with its burgundy carpet and modern lamps. Reaching my room, I paused before entering, eyes drawn once more to the elevator. For a fleeting moment, the display flickered, revealing a symbol unknown to me. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it returned to displaying a simple 7. Since that curious night, whenever I ride an elevator in a hotel, I ponder if it will lead me where I desire or where I truly need to be. And on the quietest of nights, a whisper of pages turning echoes in the unseen spaces between floors, a reminder of that mystical sojourn in a hallway that exists beyond mere dimensions. Story 13. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, crafting a gentle lullaby that always lulled me into tranquility. It was a return after many years, tasked with sifting through her belongings now that she had departed. The scent of aged wood and weathered books lingered in the air, while the faint twilight seeped through the half-open shutters, casting playful shadows on the vintage walls adorned with wallpaper. Nestled in a corner, hidden beneath a thin veil of dust, lay Grandma's cherished brass record player, gleaming like a polished mirror. It stood as a relic of another era, its ornate mechanical arm embellished with intricate floral patterns and the turntable impeccably preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly organized in weathered cardboard sleeves. Amidst the array, my hand paused on a particular record. Its cover bore no title or author, just a delicate golden border that shimmered in the subdued light. Though unfamiliar, I was well acquainted with every record in Grandma Rose's collection. Fueled by an insatiable curiosity, I resolved to listen to it. The record player stirred to life with a faint, familiar, and comforting hum. Placing the record on the turntable and lowering the arm, I was met first by the signature crackling of vinyl, then the enchanting music commenced. It was a melody foreign to my ears, a waltz performed on the piano, yet there was an uncanny quality to the progression of notes. The music seemed to subtly transform with each revolution of the record, as if the notes themselves were rearranging into new harmonies. Surrendering to the allure of this enigmatic composition, I closed my eyes. A hint of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, seemed to waft through the room, despite the wintry season. Upon reopening my eyes, I observed the shadows within the room behaving peculiarly, no longer swaying to the natural cadence of twilight, but dancing in synchronization with the mysterious melody. Before me on the wall, a figure's shadow materialized, dancing with grace, though I was alone in the attic. The waltz persisted, and amidst the piano notes, I discerned a familiar sound, a soft laugh, unmistakably Grandma Rose's, resonating vividly as ever. A chill ran down my spine, not of fear but of a peculiar blend of nostalgia and awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. In the glass's reflection, I caught a glimpse of the room behind me. Momentarily convinced, I saw Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dance attire, twirling elegantly in the attic center. Yet, as I turned around, the room was devoid of any presence. The record played on until its conclusion, and as the final note dissolved into silence, the space felt altered. It exuded a warmth, a vitality, as if that ephemeral musical interlude had roused dormant memories within the very walls of the house. That night, as I returned the mysterious record to its white sleeve, a detail caught my eye that had eluded me before. Inscribed in Grandma Rose's graceful handwriting along the inner edge was a date, her wedding day. Below it, in nearly imperceptible script, a message: "Music is the key to our most cherished memories." Since then, each time I revisit the attic, I seek out that specific record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while on other occasions, it seems to hide among the other vinyls. And with every listen, the melody undergoes subtle alterations, as if harboring endless variations of the same memory. I've often pondered whether it was a special gift for Grandma Rose or something more mystifying. One thing remains certain: on those rainy evenings when the record player spins that peculiar tune, the attic becomes suffused with a subtle enchantment, blurring the boundary between present and past, reality and memory, akin to the delicate paper of an old photograph. Perhaps in those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose continues to dance, eternally youthful, eternally joyful, in an infinite waltz. Story 14. The old countryside house was shrouded in the embrace of night, a deep tranquility settling over its time-worn walls. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed as shadows waltzed on the walls, swaying to the rhythm of the flames devouring the logs. The warmth enveloped me like a cocoon, while outside, the autumn wind tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. Amid this perfect serenity, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a crystalline, childlike laugh wafting down from the upper floor of the house. It was a laugh woven from silver bells, pure and joyful, mingling with the crackling fire in a harmonious symphony. Although the laughter bore no threat, its presence stirred a curiosity within me that roused me from the brink of drowsiness. For over 2 decades, I had dwelled alone in this abode, never once hosting children. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation of my feet meeting the plush Persian rug. The aged floorboards murmured softly beneath my weight as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm, inviting glow, painting my shadow on the walls in a silent, mesmerizing dance. Ascending the stairs, the air grew cooler, a gentle caress on my skin akin to the touch of a sea breeze. The laughter echoed anew, closer this time, emanating from the guest room, a seldom visited chamber adorned with antiquities veiled in white cloths that fluttered as if stirred by an unseen hand. The door stood ajar, allowing a silvery light to spill out, pulsating in a manner distinct from any other illumination in the house. It was not the cool glow of moonlight nor the harshness of electric lamps. Instead, it radiated a warmth that seemed to throb softly, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. As I pushed the door open, the ancient wood sang a familiar tune, unveiling the room bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture formed comforting, cloud-like shapes, exuding a sense of peace. Perched on the window ledge, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a concrete figure, but a dance of light and shadow that coalesced into a semblance of a child. The laughter bubbled forth from this luminous apparition, filling the room with a melody that evoked wonder rather than fear. Approaching tentatively, I noticed a familiarity in the figure's fluid movements, recognizing echoes of my childhood gestures. A wave of realization washed over me that crystalline, pure laughter belonged to my own childhood self. Time seemed to stretch and distort as I witnessed this surreal spectacle, the light child playing with luminous patterns, painting the walls with ethereal strokes. I refrained from disrupting the enchantment, fearing to shatter the fragile veil of peace and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light waned, akin to a winter sun setting on the horizon. The child's form grew fainter until only a faint glow lingered. The last laughter, a soft whisper, bid farewell before dissolving into the darkness, leaving me ensconced in a profound silence. The room, once a repository of dusty memories, now held a mysterious secret that eluded my grasp. Retreating to my armchair by the dwindling fire, I pondered the enigma of that night. Was it a dream, a memory, or something more profound? A message from the past conveyed through a child's laughter in the dark. Each time I passed the guest room thereafter, a pause would seize me, listening intently. On the stillest nights, a distant echo of that crystalline laugh seemed to serenade me, a tender lullaby guiding me toward slumber. And with a smile, I embraced the mystery, content to let it linger, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughed in the shadows. Story 15. In the deep hush of the night, my footsteps whispered through the ancient wooden corridor. Each step I took echoed softly, harmonizing with the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops dancing on the window panes. The air held a rich sweetness, a blend of aged wood and the musty fragrance of old books. Standing before the door at the far end of the hallway, a door untouched for months, I felt a curious pull, a magnetic draw towards the unknown within. The lock gleamed faintly in the dim light, a subtle invitation catching my eye. I recalled locking it securely the last time, the key turning thrice in the lock, the handle tested for security. But tonight, a shift in the air tingled my senses. A chill lingered around the door, and a delicate film of dust had settled on the brass handle, forming intricate patterns that seemed to beckon me closer. Bending down, I observed the dust, noticing how it swirled in tiny concentric circles, as if an unseen hand had traced its path. The wood of the door exuded a faint warmth under my touch, a warmth that puzzled me, for the room had remained sealed, untouched by any source of heat. Placing my ear against the door, I strained to listen. In the profound quiet, a distant murmur, like the soft breath of a slumbering soul, caressed my senses. Retrieving the key from my robe pocket, its unexpected warmth surprised me. With deliberate care, I inserted it into the lock, the mechanism yielding reluctantly, as though altered from within. A flutter of anticipation mingled with my curiosity as I turned the key, the lock giving way with a subtle click. Pushing open the door, a wave of warmth and fragrance greeted me, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonlight filtered through sheer curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room. Familiar yet altered, everything appeared rearranged, as if a silent presence had stirred the space. Books on the shelves now formed intricate patterns, the velvet armchair subtly repositioned, an empty cup resting on the side table. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingers traced ghostly imprints in the uneven dust, as if words once written had vanished into the ether. Beside the inkwell lay a weathered sheet of paper, bearing a sentence scribed in a handwriting mirroring my own, yet foreign to my memory. It read, "Time flows differently here." Reading those cryptic words, I felt my breath sink with the gentle sway of the curtains, a rhythm unbidden by any breeze. The room's silence thrummed with a hidden pulse, a symphony of whispers too delicate to grasp. Sinking into the plush armchair, I gazed at the room's reflection in the window, a fleeting shadow darting at the corner of my vision. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the stillness, and upon opening them, a subtle shift had transpired. Objects seemed displaced, the once cold cup now warm to my touch, wisps of steam curling upwards. Rising from the chair, a shroud of enigma draped over me. As I treaded back towards the doorway, my footfalls made no sound on the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, a final glance revealed a room breathing softly, a living entity in repose. I closed the door tenderly, the key turning with a final soothing click. Since that fateful night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers by the door, accompanied by the soft rustle of pages turned by unseen hands. Though the room remains unexplored, its mysteries veiled in secrecy, I sense it harbors enigmas best left undisturbed, safeguarded in the sanctuary of silence. Story 16. In my new home, a peculiar arrangement of doors in the hallway caught my attention. Each door opened as expected, the bathroom, the bedroom, the kitchen, until I reached the last one, painted a shade darker. Behind it, an unexpected sight awaited me. A basement, devoid of stairs, lay beneath, illuminated by a solitary bulb that never seemed to flicker. The space exuded an eerie cleanliness, with walls that seemed to meld into the shadows despite the light. My real estate agent was baffled when I mentioned the basement door, as it wasn't in the original blueprints. I found myself drawn to that mysterious doorway, the constant glow below beckoning me at all hours. The air that wafted up carried a scent of fresh linen, a sharp contrast to the usual mustiness of basements. One evening, a wooden toy block appeared on the floor, bearing the faded letter A. Its presence raised questions about the inexplicable movements and changes in the basement. I documented each shift of the block, puzzling over the patterns it seemed to form. The basement remained a silent enigma, untouched by the passing of time. My real estate agent's unease grew when she confirmed the absence of the basement door in the blueprints. Yet there it stood, dark against the light walls, a gateway to the unknown. The block in the basement began to move with purpose, hinting at a message I couldn't decipher. I heard faint humming on quiet nights, a mysterious melody that vanished when I tried to focus on it. As seasons changed, the basement remained a constant in my life, a surreal presence that defied explanation. One day, the block vanished without a trace, leaving the basement floor bare once more. I waited in vain for a new development, but the stillness persisted. In a dream, stairs materialized in the basement, beckoning me to descend into the unknown depths. When I awoke, the basement door stood open, a silent invitation I dared not accept. The basement remained devoid of stairs, a silent sentinel guarding its secrets. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, a reminder of the mysteries lurking just beyond reach. The block never returned, but the echoes of wooden toys against concrete whispered of a presence unseen. Some mysteries are best left unsolved, existing in the twilight realm between reality and dreams, where the mind finds solace in the unknown. Story 17. In the hush of that autumn evening, time seemed to pause, allowing the gentle raindrops to serenade the old family house's roof. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the soft glow emanating from the floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. This lamp was no ordinary fixture. Its colored glass lampshade wove enchanting patterns of light across the walls. Yet on this particular evening, the shadows cast by the lamp captured my attention in a way that felt inexplicably different. The shapes dancing on the walls seemed to possess a life of their own, forming intricate patterns that beckoned me into their mysterious world. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of light, a product of the day's wariness. But the more I fixated on those shadows, the more I realized their movements defied the laws of physics. When a breeze caused the lampshade to sway, the shadows didn't sway in unison, but moved with an elusive rhythm of their own. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by its peculiar allure. The colored glass exuded a subtle warmth, almost pulsating as if harboring a hidden secret within its geometric designs. Running my fingers over the glass surface, I discovered a detail previously unnoticed, a symbol delicately etched into the lamp's metal base, faint yet radiating a soft glow in the lamplight. As the shadows continued their silent ballet, I discerned more defined shapes emerging, graceful human forms, swaying trees, and ethereal creatures that materialized and dissolved like fleeting dreams. It felt as though the lamp was not merely casting shadows, but projecting memories, narrating tales of days long past through the silent dialogue of light and darkness. Mesmerized, I lowered myself to the floor, captivated by the surreal spectacle unfolding before me. The shadows seemed to respond to my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding when I pulled away. Occasionally, a distant melody, a whispered tune, accompanied their enigmatic dance, enveloping me in a sensation of serene wonder rather than fear. As the night deepened, the projected figures grew more elaborate, weaving together scenes of everyday life with flights of pure fantasy. A child at play transformed into a soaring bird. A seamstress became a dancing butterfly in the wind. It was as if the lamp sought to communicate through a language of light and shadow, recounting stories that existed in the liminal space between reality and reverie. Then, an even more extraordinary revelation unfolded. Some shadows depicted scenes from my own childhood, memories thought long forgotten but resurrected by the lamp's luminescent storytelling. Outside, the rain persisted, its gentle patter providing a fitting backdrop to the intimate and mysterious performance within. The droplets tapped against the window pane in synchrony with the shadowy movements, as though harmonizing in a silent symphony. Time lost its hold, and I found myself adrift in a state of tranquil contemplation. Gradually, the figures began to slow, their movements languid as if concluding a grand performance. The shadows softened, blurred, yet retained their captivating allure. Like the denouement of a bedtime tale, the lamp whispered its final words, preparing to resume its role as a mere piece of furniture. When I rose from the floor, the rain had ceased, leaving the room cloaked in a comforting stillness. The shadows reverted to ordinary projections, but a subtle shift had occurred. Gazing at the ancestral heirloom, I knew I would never view it in the same light again. How many more stories lay within its luminous depths, waiting to be unveiled on tranquil nights like this? Drifting onto the couch, I surrendered to the lamp's gentle radiance, allowing it to lull me into slumber. In my waning moments of wakefulness, I glimpsed one final shadow pirouetting on the wall, the smiling figure of my grandfather, a silent reminder that some mysteries are best cherished, not unraveled. Story 18. The snow whispered as it descended on that winter night, draping the windowsill in a soft, velvety white cloak. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the delicate snowflakes pirouetting in the lamplight while savoring a soothing cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the brew embraced me, a stark contrast to the chill seeping through the aged wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room with a mesmerizing cadence, akin to a lullaby. It was within that tranquil moment that a peculiar sight captured my attention in the window's reflection. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a faint image materialized, a face of ethereal essence, seemingly sketched by the mist of my breath on the frosty glass. Though indistinct, the eyes held a peculiar sharpness. Dark and profound, they gazed at me with an unsettling familiarity. Standing up slowly, the creaking floorboards beneath my feet, I inched closer to the window. The apparition in the reflection began to dissipate, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The aroma of tea now intermingled with a subtle hint of jasmine, a fragrance previously unnoticed, evoking hazy recollections of a summer twilight long past. Returning to my seat, my eyes strained to find that enigmatic face in the glass. The pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted, its ticking now whispering unintelligible secrets. Retrieving my weathered journal from the shelf beside me, a leather-bound relic of memories, I absent-mindedly thumbed through its pages, only to have a photograph slip out. With trembling hands, I retrieved the aged picture, its colors faded, its edges tinged with time. A group of joyous individuals smiled at the camera, captured during what seemed to be a sun-dappled picnic. An unfamiliar photo, yet each visage bore an uncanny familiarity. One figure in particular drew my focus, a young woman in the background, slightly blurred, her gaze fixed directly on the camera with those same profound dark eyes reflected in the window. My heart slowed as I scrutinized the image. Clad in a white floral dress, she clutched a bouquet of jasmine in her hands. Her smile exuded a tender, almost wistful sentiment. Flipping the photograph, seeking date or inscription, my eyes met an elegant script on the back, "Don't forget me." A gust of wind stirred the curtains, despite all windows being shut. The scent of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle embrace. I closed my eyes briefly, fragments of memories surfacing, a tinkling laugh, the distant echo of a piano, the rustle of a white dress amidst garden foliage. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow continued its hushed descent. The window's reflection had reverted to its mundane state, revealing only my weary countenance. Yet, as I nestled the photograph back into the journal, I sensed that face would accompany me in slumber. Not a menacing presence, but rather a tender melancholy, akin to a forgotten melody suddenly recalled. Draping myself in a cozy blanket on the couch, I succumbed to the hypnotic swing of the pendulum. The jasmine fragrance lingered in the air, fading like a memory slipping into dreams. Before drifting off, I pondered the myriad forgotten memories concealed in my mind's recesses, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, certain faces are not meant to fade but endure as gentle specters, guardians of veiled yet enduring memories. And as sleep beckoned, a crystalline laugh seemed to echo in the wind, carried alongside the snowflakes dancing in the night's embrace. Story 19. The rain cascaded with a mesmerizing cadence on the rooftop of the house, crafting a natural symphony that wove through the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea in my hands, I found myself idly entranced by that soothing melody when my senses were stirred by a peculiar occurrence. Amidst the patter of the rain, a subtle, almost ethereal sound emerged. Faint footsteps, as if tiptoeing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as the usual settling of an aged abode. Old houses possess a language of their own, communicating through gentle creaks and murmurs. Mine was no different, particularly on damp nights when the wooden framework swelled ever so slightly. However, there was an uncanny quality to the manner in which these sounds materialized this time, as though they adhered to a deliberate tempo, a rhythm that eerily mirrored human steps. With deliberate slowness, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down on the petite table beside me. The wooden floor beneath my feet exuded a residual warmth, a remnant of the day's heating. Advancing towards the basement entrance, I discerned a gradual drop in temperature, as though a frigid draft ascended from below. The brass knob felt unexpectedly icy to the touch, emitting a resonant click as I turned it, the sound reverberating in the hush of the house. The staircase leading downward was shrouded in darkness, pierced only by a faint azure glow filtering through a modest skylight. Descending cautiously, step by step, I was accompanied by the fusion of my own footfalls with the enigmatic ones that had intrigued me earlier. The distinct aroma of the basement, melding age-old wood, musty earth, and indefinable essence, intensified as I descended further. Within the basement, shadows waltzed upon the walls each time lightning briefly illuminated the skylight. The shelves adorned with antiquities cast contorted silhouettes that appeared to sway in synchrony with the rain's rhythm. It was then that I espied something peculiar. Imprinted upon the dusty floor were footprints. Yet these were not ordinary footprints. Rather, they resembled delicate traces of moisture, as if someone with damp soles had traversed in circles at the room's center. Approaching the imprints cautiously, I endeavored to discern their origin. The skylight remained intact, devoid of any signs of water seepage. While scrutinizing these enigmatic tracks, a motion in the periphery of my vision seized my attention. In the shadowiest recess of the basement, where light failed to penetrate, a subtle movement seemed to stir languidly. My heart quickened, not out of fear, but from a blend of curiosity and an inexplicable sense of recognition. Progressing towards that dim corner, the air grew even colder, and the echoes of footsteps I had heard from above returned, resonating throughout the space. Yet, they no longer emanated from a singular source. Rather, they encircled the entire chamber, as if an unseen presence were striding simultaneously in every corner. It was then that a peculiar realization dawned upon me. The footprints on the floor were not haphazardly scattered. They delineated a precise pattern, a spiral spiraling inward towards the room's center. Tracking this spiral with my gaze, I noted that the freshest imprints, nearest to the core, remained moist, as if freshly made. Immobile for what felt like an eternity, I observed as these traces gradually faded, dissipating into the chilly basement atmosphere. The sounds of footsteps dwindled until they dissolved entirely into the ongoing rain's cascade outside. Ascending the stairs once more, I carried with me a strange tranquility, as though I had borne witness to an ancient and enigmatic ritual, a cyclical performance entrenched in the house's depths since time immemorial. That night, as I readied myself for slumber, I discerned a shift in the rain's rhythm on the rooftop. No longer a mere random downpour, it seemed to echo the cadence of the footsteps heard in the basement. Drifting into sleep with that harmonious melody in my ears, I pondered whether the footsteps would revisit the following night, and if I would summon the courage to linger long enough to unveil the origin of those imprints in the dust. Story 20. In the heart of our neighborhood, autumn nights weave their enchanting spell. The crisp air whispers tales of fallen leaves, while the hushed echoes of footsteps dance upon the dampened streets. Lately, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention during my twilight strolls home from work. It revolves around the streetlight stationed at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue. Unlike its companions that steadfastly bathe the path in a warm yellow glow, this particular light harbors a secret demeanor. As I draw near, its luminance begins to wane, almost as if veiling a hidden truth from my sight. Initially dismissing it as a mere malfunction, I soon discerned a pattern unfolding. The light's dimming was peculiarly synchronized with my presence alone. Observing others passing beneath it revealed no alteration, no flicker in its radiance. Curiosity nudged me to experiment. Standing at a distance, my back against the weathered facade of the Art Deco building, I beheld the light in its full splendor. Shadows stretched across the pavement, dew-kissed grass shimmering under the steadfast beam. Inch by inch, as I closed the gap, the light faltered, as though withholding a breath. At a mere 15 feet away, it dwindled to a faint glimmer, casting a delicate twilight veil around me. Within that circle of dimmed light, a profound silence descended, as if even the city's clamor retreated in reverence. Peering up at the light's glass, faint etchings caught my eye, forming an enigmatic pattern in the fading glow. A sudden urge to illuminate it with my phone was swiftly thwarted by a rustling breeze, hinting at a subtle movement within the glass enclosure. Subsequent nights found me deliberately choosing to pass beneath that mysterious streetlight. Each encounter unfolded like a ritual, the light dimming in my approach, the silence thickening, a sense of unseen eyes from aloft. Nuances emerged, the light's hues subtly shifting, conveying cryptic messages in the softest whispers. On a moonlit night, a musical hum resonated from within the pole, its vibrations palpable against my palm. It was as though the streetlight sought to communicate, to share its untold stories. Detailed observations unveiled a connection to lunar phases, the light's behavior mirroring the moon's cycle. During the new moon, a near blackout ensued as I passed, while the full moon sustained a steady glow. Strangely precise, the light resumed its brilliance exactly 23 seconds after my departure, unfailingly. Gradually, the streetlight's influence seeped into my routines, guiding my steps as if in silent communion. I found myself pausing beneath its dimmed halo, immersing in the ethereal hum that whispered of forgotten times. Never did I seek a rational explanation for this phenomenon, preferring to embrace the mystery that chose me as its confidant. Every evening, as dusk descends, I sense the streetlight's anticipation, beckoning me to our shared twilight rendezvous. Night after night, our peculiar dance unfolds, the light dimming at my approach, unveiling a world where shadows and light converse in a language known only to us. In that fleeting moment of obscurity, when the world recedes and the veil between realities thins, I feel a part of something grander, a mystery woven in the fabric of shadows and light. Story 21. The night was still, enveloped in a haze of mist that turned the streetlights into faint twinkling stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows waltzing on the walls of my study, cast by the flickering flame of a solitary candle on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a nostalgic scent, a scent only found in homes that have stood witness to countless memories. The tranquility was broken ever so gently by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. In a moment of quiet reflection, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Amidst the familiar shadows pirouetting on the wall, there was one that moved with a different cadence. While the others swayed in harmony with the flame's dance, this particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, as if it were exploring the wall's surface. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my weary mind. Long hours of work had a way of playing tricks on my eyes. Closing the book in my lap, I rose to investigate the anomaly. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, timidly retreated to a corner of the room. Drawing closer to the wall, I scrutinized the textured surface. Though the irregularities naturally cast small shadows, the one that captivated me was distinct. It appeared denser, more defined, as if it were crafted from something more substantial than mere absence of light. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had lingered. The surface felt cold, chillingly colder than the surrounding area. In the ensuing days, I noticed further peculiarities. The shadow materialized at various times, always in solitude, always when the light was dim enough to birth shadows, yet not so dim that they faded into nothingness. Sometimes it manifested in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, always with a curious and almost bashful demeanor. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, I sensed a presence behind me. It wasn't the disquieting sensation of being observed, but rather akin to knowing a cat was silently watching. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow etched on the closed door of my study. This time it did not flinch. It stood motionless, almost as if studying me in return. In that moment I noticed a detail that had eluded me before. The shadow had no origin. Every shadow we encounter is cast by something, a physical form, an object, an animal. Yet this shadow existed independently, as if it were a being in its own right. I began to communicate with it, not through words, but through gestures and motions. It responded in kind, twirling on the wall, forming shapes that almost resembled letters, only to dissolve before they could be deciphered. At times, a message seemed within grasp, while at others, they were mere whimsical swirls. As time unfurled, its presence became a familiar, almost soothing presence. On nights when slumber eluded me, I sought it out, anticipating its distinctive movements among the ordinary shadows. It was akin to having a silent companion, a sentinel of the nocturnal hours. Despite exhaustive research, consultations with experts in the paranormal, and delving into ancient tomes, the shadow's true nature remained elusive. Some posited it as a physical anomaly, others as manifestations of residual energy, yet no explanation encapsulated the essence of its presence. Now, seated in my armchair penning these words, I glimpse the shadow's gentle stirrings in my peripheral vision. It has seamlessly woven itself into my daily routine, an enigma I've come to embrace without fully comprehending. I often ponder whether it too contemplates my essence, whether I am as much a puzzle to it as it is to me. The candle on the side table flickers, nearing its end. I know that soon the shadow will dissolve into the encompassing darkness, only to reappear when a new light births the requisite space for its existence. And I will remain here awaiting its return, engaged in this silent dialogue between a man and a formless shadow. Story 22. The old shop held a unique allure as the evening light dimmed. Walking along its narrow aisles, I found solace in the soft creak of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the way dust motes pirouetted in the amber sunlight filtering through delicate Victorian lace curtains. The air carried a blend of aged leather-bound books, polished wood, and memories lingering within forgotten treasures. It was then that I caught a glimpse of it, a delicate melody, barely audible, drifting through the shelves like a whispered secret. The notes were clear, yet distant, evoking a bygone era when music was etched onto vinyl and released into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity even though I couldn't quite place the tune. In the farthest corner of the shop, past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood a majestic mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn arched elegantly upward, capturing the fading light of day. The turntable spun slowly, though no record adorned its surface. As I approached, the music neither grew louder nor softer, maintaining its mystical quality. The shop's owner, a silver-haired elderly woman with kind eyes, appeared beside me so silently that I nearly startled. "Lovely piece, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice as gentle as the phantom melody. "It arrived last week as part of an estate collection. Odd thing, though, we've never wound it up." I inspected the mechanism more closely. The winding key lay still, yet the turntable continued its mesmerizing rotation. The music, perhaps a waltz or a nocturne, wove through the air like threads of silk, pulling me deeper into its enigma. My fingers traced the smooth wood grain, discovering a warmth beneath its polished surface that was unexpected. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her eyes holding a knowing gaze that I couldn't quite decipher. "Certain objects choose their owners, you see, and this one seems quite enamored with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, positioned by the window where moonbeams could caress its brass horn. I spent hours examining every detail, the intricate scrollwork on its base, the faded maker's mark smoothed by time, the exquisitely balanced arm meant to hold the needle. The music persisted, soft and intermittent, like a radio transmission from a distant era. Some nights it played what sounded like classical compositions, while other times it wafted jazz standards that might have filled dance halls a century ago. Each melody appeared to carry emotions within its notes: joy, yearning, sorrow, hope, as though the gramophone had absorbed the sentiments of all who had ever listened to it. Gradually, I began to notice subtle changes in my home. Books would be slightly askew, as if someone had been perusing them while I slumbered. The curtains would flutter on calm evenings. Occasionally, the air would bear a faint hint of perfume, lavender and vanilla, though I resided alone. One exceptionally tranquil evening, with rain tapping gently against the windows, the music shifted. Instead of its usual distant quality, it became clearer, more tangible. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, although I'd never heard it performed in such a manner. The notes seemed to paint vivid images in the air: moonlight on water, leaves swaying in a midnight breeze, lovers strolling along gaslit streets. As I closed my eyes, surrendering to the music enveloping me, I sensed a slight pressure on the cushion beside me, as if someone had settled there to listen alongside me. The scent of perfume intensified, and the atmosphere took on a peculiar weight, akin to the moment before snow begins to fall. Upon reopening my eyes, the pressure lingered, though only shadows danced across my furniture. The music softened once more, returning to its usual distant timbre, yet something had shifted. The gramophone was no longer merely an antique. It had transformed into a conduit between realms, a custodian of tales yearning to be heard. Now, every evening, I sit in my study as night descends. Sometimes I read, at other times I simply listen. The gramophone fills the room with its enigmatic melodies, and occasionally I sense that gentle presence beside me. I've never attempted to rationalize it or capture the music on any recording device. Some enigmas, I've come to understand, are meant to be lived rather than deciphered. The shop owner was correct. Certain objects select their owners. And in selecting me, the gramophone has bestowed something precious. The realization that music, memory, and enchantment intertwine in ways that may forever elude our full comprehension. As another melody drifts through the air, I smile, knowing that within those notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the need for words or rationale. Story 23. The rain whispered gently on that evening, painting a shimmering veil on the pavement, reflecting the soft glow of the street lamps. I strolled homeward, weary from the day's toil, relishing the earthy scent lingering in the air and the soothing rhythm of raindrops dancing on the rooftops. And there, amidst the glistening droplets, lay a small book with a mysterious dark cover, abandoned on the sidewalk. Unscathed by the rain, it beckoned to me, as if waiting just for this moment. I stooped to retrieve it, feeling the supple leather under my fingertips. Devoid of any markings, it held an enigmatic allure, with only a black satin ribbon marking its secrets within the yellowed pages. The weight of the book belied its size, hinting at hidden depths beneath the surface. Sheltered by a nearby balcony, I gingerly opened to the first page, shielding the elegant script from the rain. The ink, though aged, seemed freshly spilled, bearing the date of the present day, yet the year marked 1887. The initial words seized my attention. I have unearthed something beyond belief. Shadows transcend their nature and time ebbs unnaturally. I must chronicle all before it's too late. A thrill, not of fear but of intrigue, sent a shiver down my spine. Page after page unfurled a tale of inexplicable occurrences, of moments repeating, objects shifting in the dead of night, and mirrors reflecting with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper, the rain's patter seemed to evolve into a melodic cadence, a symphony of nature's own composition. Casting my gaze around, I found the street deserted, the lamplight casting intricate patterns on the rain-kissed ground, revealing hidden geometries unseen before. The diary's narrative echoed these revelations, unveiling veiled patterns in the mundane, seen only through a widened perception at unique junctures. The author's awakening to these anomalies coincided with the discovery of a peculiar artifact, an ancient brass key etched with cryptic symbols. Just as the diary spoke of this key, my hand brushed against a similar relic in my jacket pocket, its weight familiar yet foreign, its engravings matching those described in the pages before me. The subsequent entries spoke of a door, not of wood and iron, but a gateway between realms, visible only through the alchemy of light on reflective surfaces. The key, it seemed, held the power to bend reality around its bearer, manipulating the very fabric of existence. Raising my eyes from the diary, I beheld the streetlight shadows contorting into impossible shapes, inscribing arcane glyphs upon the wet ground. The rain's lullaby intensified, a hypnotic whisper from afar, as I turned to the final warning inscribed on the diary's last page. If these words find you, know the diary has chosen its successor. No mere chance guides this path, for in this realm, happenstance holds no sway. The key reveals truths, yet beware. Some doors once opened never close. With reverence, I closed the diary, feeling the key pulse in my pocket, a silent companion in this nocturnal symphony. The rain's serenade carried a newfound resonance, each droplet a note in a larger, unseen melody. The lamplight waltzed on the walls, casting shadowy figures in a dance of their own. Clutching the diary to my heart, the key a silent guardian, I resumed my journey homeward, the world transformed into a phantasmagoria of dreams and realities intertwined. How many others had embarked on this enigmatic voyage, stumbled upon this diary, felt the key's weight in their keeping? As I neared home, the shadows on my building's wall coalesced into the outline of a door, a gateway unseen till this moment. Or had it always been there, concealed from mortal eyes until now? The key pulsed, recognizing its purpose as I stood transfixed before this threshold of shadows, the rain weaving its nocturnal tapestry. The diary had chosen a new custodian, ushering in a new chapter, a saga bridging reality and reverie. But that tale, that moment suspended in the liminal space between dream and wakefulness, was one for another night, another seeker of the mysteries hidden in the shadows. Story 24. The night had enveloped the old house in a velvety hush, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain tapping against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a mug of hot tea in my hands, my gaze wandered absently to the painting hanging on the wall across from me. This painting, a legacy from my grandmother, depicted a tranquil woodland scene at dusk. Though not a prized possession, it never failed to draw me in with its poignant aura of calmness. As the golden glow from the floor lamp cast flickering shadows around the room, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, a deviation from its usual alignment. I rose from my seat, placing the cup gently on the nearby table. The aged floorboards whispered under my cautious steps as I drew near to the wall. With a delicate touch, I straightened the painting, tracing the rough edges of the antique frame with my fingertips. Returning to my armchair, I resumed reading the forgotten book, lulled by the warmth of the tea and the soothing rhythm of the rain outside. It was only after a brief spell that I lifted my gaze and noticed the painting now tilted to the left. A subtle shiver crept down my spine, though I sought to dismiss it as mere fatigue or a trick of light and shadow. Rising once more, I approached the painting with heightened vigilance. To my astonishment, a newfound revelation awaited me. The hues of the sunset appeared more vibrant, almost pulsating, while the tree shadows seemed to stretch longer than before. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the canvas, my fingers trembling at the warmth it exuded, as though it had absorbed the room's very essence. Yet there was an uncanny quality to the way the paint caught the light, a subtle shift that defied explanation. In the days that followed, my attention was drawn more and more to the painting. Each time I entered the room, it seemed to have shifted ever so slightly. Sometimes the change was barely perceptible, while on other occasions it was glaringly obvious. Not only did its tilt vary, but the details within the painting itself underwent subtle alterations. The density of the trees would fluctuate, the clouds in the painted sky morphed in shape. I began documenting these changes, capturing photographs of the painting at different times of day and meticulously comparing them. The variances, though slight, were undeniable. Within the painted forest, new elements emerged and vanished. A nest nestled among the branches, a hidden glade, a faint path that materialized out of nowhere. The sunset seemed to shift imperceptibly, as if time within the painting danced to a different tempo than our own. One tranquil evening, while ensconced in my armchair, a movement caught the periphery of my vision. The painting was tilting on its own accord, a slow, almost imperceptible motion. Curiosity eclipsed any fear, replaced by a surreal sense of tranquility. The motion was fluid, as if an invisible hand caressed it tenderly. Drawing closer to the painting, I sensed a faint vibration emanating from the canvas. And in the reflection of the glass that shielded the painting, for a fleeting instant, a familiar figure materialized. The blurred outline of my grandmother, ethereal and fleeting like a distant memory, seemed to smile as she adjusted the painting to its proper position. Since that night, I've embraced these subtle changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each evening, before retiring to bed, I dedicate a few moments to studying the painting, endeavoring to uncover its newfound secrets. At times, I wonder if it is my grandmother's way of assuring me of her presence, a silent guardian watching over me through this enigmatic canvas that pulsates with life. This tale remains a cherished secret, nestled within my heart. The painting continues to shift its stance, though now it does so with less frequency, as if it has found a harmonious balance between revealing itself and safeguarding its mystery. And so every evening, I settle into my armchair with a steaming cup of tea, listening to the rain's gentle cadence against the windows, beholding the painting that breathes its own existence, engaged in a silent discourse understood only by the two of us. Story 25. The autumn wind whispered gently through the leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. The GPS had given up its guidance a few miles back, but I felt no anxiety. This familiar landscape held a comfort that soothed my wandering mind. The dirt path snaked gracefully between hills adorned with dormant vineyards, a serene backdrop to my solitary journey. The cracked window welcomed in a breath of crisp air, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of moist soil and fallen foliage. In this suspended moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, inviting me to relish each passing second. Upon turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned on me. This road did not align with my mental map of the area. Pausing briefly, I gazed at the elongating shadows cast by the sinking sun, forming enigmatic silhouettes among the trees that flanked the path. The road beneath my tires was unusually pristine, devoid of the usual signs of neglect found on forgotten byways. Smooth asphalt unfurled ahead, disappearing into the encroaching mist of twilight. Dancing leaves swirled lazily in the tranquil air, as if time itself had slowed in this secluded realm. Proceeding at a leisurely pace, I observed the shifting landscape with a growing sense of intrigue. The ancient, gnarled trees lining the road bore a wisdom and antiquity not seen in the surrounding countryside. Their intertwined canopies created a natural archway, filtering the waning light of dusk. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, gracefully flitting between the tree trunks, each ephemeral glow a fleeting memory. The silence enveloped me like a tangible veil, broken only by the soft hum of the engine and the rustle of leaves stirred by the whispering breeze. Continuing on, the road underwent a subtle metamorphosis. The boundaries blurred, as if painted by an unseen hand. Shadows deepened, yet not with menace, but with a softening embrace. Reality itself seemed to yield, its sharp edges melting into a dreamlike haze. A glint caught my eye. A weathered brass mailbox stood at the roadside, its intricate compass rose engraving gleaming in the dim light. Lacking any identifying markers, it exuded an inexplicable warmth when my fingers brushed its cool surface. The road unfurled before me, revealing increasingly curious details. Small, luminescent stones dotted the edge, their faint glow seemingly emanating from within. The sky above, painted in an indescribable hue, bore stars that seemed to belong to a distant time or realm. After what felt like both an eternity and a mere moment, I crested a hill and beheld a circular clearing paved with ancient stones. In its center stood a weathered lamppost, casting a soft, beckoning light. Exiting the car, I found the air eerily still, as if time itself held its breath in anticipation. From this vantage point, the distant city lights appeared as relics of a world left behind, veiled from this tranquil reality. The road behind me had transformed into a worn path of ancient stones, etched with the passage of countless travelers, a stark contrast to the modern surface I had traversed mere moments ago. Retrieving a road map from the glove compartment, I inspected it beneath the lampost's glow. Confirming my suspicion, this enigmatic road remained absent from its pages, as if existing solely within the realm of dreams. As I folded the map, a gust of wind caused it to tremble, revealing fleeting golden lines that traced the path before vanishing into the ether. Remaining in this surreal haven, I absorbed the profound peace that permeated the air. When the decision to depart finally settled upon me, I noticed the lamppost had extinguished its light without a sound. The road ahead lay shrouded in darkness, yet a quiet certainty assured me it would guide me home. Driving towards the distant city, I stole glances in the rearview mirror. The lamppost had rekindled its glow, its radiance diminishing as I distanced myself. A golden shimmer danced in the air, as if stardust had been scattered upon this road unmarked on any map. In the days that ensued, I embarked on countless quests to rediscover that elusive road. Each winding path and hidden trail led me further into the countryside's embrace, yet the road with its solitary lamppost and luminous stones remained a phantom of memory, fading like a dream upon waking. Only a faint golden trace upon my aged map bore witness to my ethereal journey, waiting to be unveiled by the light's gentle touch, a secret yearning to be rediscovered. Story 26. The wooden floor whispered beneath my feet as I wandered down the hallway in the hushed glow of sunset. Grandma's house had a way of speaking, each creak and groan a tale untold. The air carried the scent of lavender and aged timber, a fragrance woven into the fabric of my childhood summers. But on this evening, a shift lingered in the air. Pausing before the weathered attic door, a newfound detail beckoned my gaze. The white paint, worn and weathered, bore peculiar markings etched upon its surface. Drawing nearer, I realized these were no mere scratches of time, but deliberate symbols, a message from within the depths of the attic. The sun dipped low, casting amber hues through the windows, painting elongated shadows upon the walls. The only sounds were the steady tick of the grandfather clock below and the soft rustle of leaves outside, stirred by the wind. My fingertips grazed the markings, tracing the intricate patterns etched into the wood. Some lines ran deep, others faint, as though each had been added with care at different moments. How many times had I passed by this door, blind to its hidden language? Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences in the attic, yet I recalled her reluctance to ascend those stairs. A chill breeze whispered past, sending shivers down my spine. The hallway stretched, shadows deepening with each passing moment. Retrieving the aged brass key from its hook, I hesitated before the lock. The key, cool and weighty, bore faded floral motifs, a testament to years gone by. Inserting it into the door, a subtle resistance met my touch. As I turned the key, a faint sound brushed my ears, a slow, almost imperceptible breath, as if exhaled from the other side. Heart quickening, I stood frozen in place as the sound dissipated, leaving only the house's silence. With trembling hands, I illuminated the door with my phone's light, revealing hidden details in the darkness. The scratches formed a circular design, a spiral of cryptic symbols. At the center, a series of numbers caught my eye, delicately etched as if meant for my eyes alone. A memory stirred within me, Grandma's mention of a secret diary tucked away in the house, holding untold family truths. The wind outside moaned, windows rattling in protest. Shadows danced along the hallway, a ghostly waltz. A connection tugged at my thoughts, linking the numbers to the elusive diary. Yet an invisible force stayed my hand from opening that door, a primal instinct or ancestral guidance. Stepping back, a faint scratching echoed from the attic, gentle and rhythmic, as though a message was being patiently inscribed. Glancing back, the scratches seemed to glow with a spectral light as dusk descended. That night, beneath my covers, I pondered the numbers etched in my mind. Recording them in my journal, I vowed to return and decipher their meaning. But come morning, the attic door appeared unmarked, a facade of normalcy. Only the brass key retained a subtle gleam, a silent guardian of secrets yet unveiled. Since that day, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before that door. Sometimes the markings flicker in the dim light, sometimes a slow breath whispers from within. Yet I resist the urge to unlock its mysteries once more. For some enigmas are best left untouched, cradled in the hush of an ancient home and the wisdom of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 27. The gentle light from my desk lamp caressed the aged wooden surface of my grandfather's antique writing desk, painting soft shadows that swayed with the rhythm of the rain tapping against the window. A soothing melody of droplets filled the quiet evening, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility. Amidst the pile of old letters and faded postcards, a pristine white envelope stood out, untouched by time, its paper crisp and unmarked. Running my fingers over its smooth surface, a sense of familiarity tinged with a hint of mystery washed over me, like rediscovering a forgotten memory in a dream. In elegant cursive, my name adorned the envelope in deep blue ink that shimmered under the lamplight, devoid of any postal stamp. But what truly captured my attention was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27th, 2025, precisely 1 year from that very moment. A shiver ran down my spine as I turned the envelope around, revealing an unbroken seal of dark red wax imprinted with an intricate design that seemed to shift and swirl, almost alive under my gaze. The air in the room carried the scent of old books and leather from the desk, intertwined with a subtle hint of lavender and a metallic tang, creating a blend of fragrances that tickled my senses. Placing the envelope down, I watched as the rain silhouettes danced on its surface, accompanied by the deep chimes of the grandfather clock in the hallway, each toll hanging in the air like a suspended breath. In the quiet intervals between the clock's echoes, a whisper, almost imperceptible, teased my ears as if pages were being turned in a silent breeze. Yet the envelope remained motionless before me, its wax seal seeming to warm under my touch as I carefully broke it open. Inside, a single sheet of paper awaited, folded with precision, bearing the same elegant blue handwriting, only now with a sense of urgency that resonated within me. The lavender and ozone scent grew stronger as I read the words penned on the page, each line pulsating with a life of its own, weaving a tale of choices yet to be made, paths yet to be ventured, and consequences waiting in the shadows of time. The letter spoke of a future that felt both inevitable and distant, written in a voice that was mine, but somehow altered by unseen experiences. As my eyes traced the paragraphs, the lamp's glow seemed to flicker in harmony with the rain's changing tempo against the windows, creating a mesmerizing symphony of light and sound. The final lines of the letter trailed off abruptly, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation, as if a pivotal moment had been frozen in time. Beneath the unfinished sentence, a postscript in darker ink appeared, slightly smudged, with cryptic words that sent a shiver down my spine. Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was 5 minutes to midnight, the world outside enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the ticking of seconds slipping away. As I held the letter, its weight seemed to diminish, almost weightless in my grasp, as if existing on the edge of reality. Rising slowly, I approached the window, the moon's silver glow casting a surreal light across the room. Watching in awe, I witnessed the ink on the paper fade gradually, words vanishing like whispers in the wind, until all that remained was a blank canvas, infused with the lingering essence of lavender and untold possibilities. Despite my relentless search, the envelope never resurfaced, leaving me with fleeting moments of lavender-scented nostalgia on rainy nights, a reminder of the enigmatic choice that hovered on the horizon. The grandfather clock continued its timeless march, each tick a reminder of the unyielding flow of existence. Yet on nights like these, when shadows pirouetted across my desk and the rain sang its lullaby, I found myself gazing at the door, waiting for the stroke of midnight, pondering the delicate balance between past decisions and future uncertainties. In the quiet realm of midnight musings, I wondered if, somewhere in a distant tomorrow, I would pen a letter to my past self, bridging the chasm between what is and what could be, a timeless dance of possibilities suspended in the tapestry of time. Story 28. The night lay hushed, cloaked in a delicate mist that swirled through the air like a sheer veil caught in a gentle breeze. Nestled in my cherished armchair, clad in rich burgundy velvet beside the grand antique mirror, I delved into the pages of a book, illuminated by the soft glow of a vintage lamp. The rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock filled the room with a mesmerizing cadence, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace enveloped me in a cozy embrace. It was amidst this serene moment that a peculiar sensation caught my attention. Initially fleeting, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in the corner of one's eye, it drew my focus away from the book. Gazing at my reflection in the ancient mirror, the ornate golden frame shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. A subtle chill traced its way down my spine as I beheld my mirrored self. An imperceptible unease lingered in the air, hinting at something subtly amiss. Tilting my head slightly, I noticed a peculiar delay in my reflection's movements, as if it strived to mimic my actions rather than faithfully mirror them. Attempting to dismiss it as mere fatigue or the play of flickering flames, I soon realized the disquieting truth. With each gesture I made, my reflection echoed it with a slight delay, as if choreographed rather than naturally mirrored. The crackling of wood in the fireplace took on an ominous tone, as if whispering hidden messages. The room's atmosphere grew dense, charged with an unspoken tension that urged me to slow my breath. The scent of candle wax intertwined with an ancient aroma, evoking memories long faded and books long forgotten. Rising from the armchair with deliberate care, I watched as my reflection replicated my movements with an eerie fluidity, as though dancing to a silent tune. Its eyes held depths unfathomed, concealing secrets beyond my grasp. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further unsettling details. The reflected room differed subtly from my own, with books arranged in unfamiliar order and unfamiliar objects scattered about. An aged photograph, once a serene seascape in reality, now depicted a blurred visage that seemed to fixate upon me. The pendulum of the clock swung on, yet in the reflection, time's passage seemed distorted, flowing at a different pace. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted upon the walls, forming shapes hinting at silent observers. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cool surface of the mirror, meeting my reflection's hand in a surreal communion. While I felt the chill of the glass, my reflection seemed to convey a sensation altogether different. Stepping back, I watched as my mirrored self hesitated, as if contemplating whether to follow suit. When it finally moved, its actions grew increasingly independent, as if gradually gaining autonomy. Retrieving an old velvet cloth from a drawer, I draped it over the mirror's surface, shrouding that unsettling reflection. A faint, enigmatic smile seemed to linger on my mirrored self's visage, a smile foreign to my own expression. Since that fateful night, the mirror has remained veiled. In the quietest hours, whispers of movement seem to emanate from behind the velvet, as if another inhabits a parallel realm identical to my own. And in the stillness of the deepest night, I ponder if that reflection lingers, leading a clandestine existence mirrored in glass and silver. Uncertainty clouds my thoughts, unsure if what transpired was reality or a figment of my mind. Yet, whenever I pass a mirror now, a seed of doubt takes root, questioning if the reflection staring back is truly mine, or a doppelganger adept at mirroring my very essence, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Story 29. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a gentle backdrop all evening, lulling me into a state between wakefulness and slumber. Amidst the soothing rainfall, a steady hum broke through the tranquility. Initially, I brushed it off as the distant hum of a car engine from the nearby road. But as time stretched on, the sound persisted, a consistent presence in the night's hush. The digital clock on my nightstand softly illuminated the approaching midnight, casting a subtle red glow across the room. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, drawn to the window by an inexplicable pull. Peering through the rain-kissed glass, I discerned a dark sedan parked across the street. Its headlights were dim, yet a faint bluish light emanated from within, and wisps of exhaust swirled into the misty air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the scene. No movement stirred from the vehicle, no figures visible through the rain-smeared windows. Yet the engine's purr persisted, familiar yet out of place in the silent night. The raindrops danced through the street lamp's glow, casting shifting patterns on the car's sleek surface, giving it an almost ethereal quality in the darkness. My breath created a fog on the window as I observed, framing the mysterious vehicle in a haze. Details captivated me with dreamlike intensity, the way droplets clung to the car's exterior, the dance of exhaust mingling with mist, forming fleeting shapes before dissipating into the night. With each passing moment, questions unfurled in my mind. Who would leave their car running unattended at this hour? Why here, on this unassuming street? As if in response to my musings, the engine's tone subtly shifted, resonating through the air with a palpable vibration. I noticed then that the windows were entirely fogged over, hinting at a presence shrouded within rather than emptiness. Contemplating whether to alert someone, my gaze lingered on the car, grappling with the eerie ambience that defied simple explanations. Time seemed to warp as I stood by the window, the rain's melody continuing unabated, the car holding its silent vigil. Minute alterations caught my eye, condensation patterns morphing, the exhaust plumes taking on new forms. Yet the vehicle itself remained unchanged, frozen in a strange tableau. As wariness tugged at my senses, I reluctantly tore myself from the window, retreating to my bed. But a compulsion drew me back for a final glance. The car sat unmoving, its engine's hum now amplified, reverberating through the night. Was that a flicker behind the fogged windows, a fleeting shadow, or a trick of light playing in the rain's embrace? Cocooned under my covers, the engine's drone became a hypnotic backdrop, blending seamlessly with the rainfall, weaving a surreal lullaby. Drifting towards sleep, my thoughts lingered on those misted windows, pondering the enigma that lurked behind them, unseen yet palpable in the nocturnal stillness. At daybreak, I hastened to the window, half expecting the street to be devoid of any trace of the night's mystery. To my surprise, clear tire tracks marred the wet pavement where the car had been. Beside them, a shimmering pool caught the morning light, a residue of transmission fluid, its rainbow hues oddly captivating in the early sun. The car never reappeared, but on quiet, rainy nights, a distant hum lingers in the air, reminiscent of an idling engine. I lie awake, pondering how many others might be listening, peering through rain-streaked windows, waiting to catch a glimpse of the secrets veiled behind those misted panes. Story 30. The doorbell stayed silent on that autumn afternoon. A gentle knock, barely audible, echoed through the house, akin to the delicate flutter of a moth's wings against a window pane. Curled up on the couch with a cozy blanket, I was engrossed in a book as the rain tapped softly against the window, composing a soothing lullaby. Rising slowly, I assumed it was just the wind playing tricks outside. Upon opening the door, a mysterious sight greeted me. No one in sight, only a square, unmarked brown package resting perfectly at the doorstep. My name, elegantly inscribed in ancient calligraphy, was the sole adornment on the package. Puzzled as I wasn't expecting any deliveries, I brought the enigmatic package inside. The silence enveloped the room, accentuated only by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock and the persistent rain outside. Seated once more on the couch, I scrutinized the package, its flawless contours hinting at a skilled craftsman's touch. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted from within, a blend of old books, black tea, and sandalwood, stirring distant memories. Holding it in my hands, a subtle movement seemed to ripple through the box, like whispers of a secret breeze. Illuminated by the waning daylight, the package seemed to possess a mesmerizing quality, absorbing and reflecting the ambient light in a peculiar dance of shadows. As I contemplated the package, a peculiar warmth emanated from certain spots on its surface, a sensation that stirred a faint recollection buried deep within my mind. Lost in thought, memories from childhood surfaced, hinting at a similar package from days long past. The rain intensified, its steady cadence blending harmoniously with the mysterious warmth of the package. Was it mere coincidence or a deeper connection unfolding before my eyes? Lost in contemplation, a subtle shift in the room's temperature went unnoticed, wrapping me in a cocoon of equilibrium. The familiar scent intensified, intertwining with the fragrance of rain, while my touch left ephemeral, luminous imprints on the cardboard surface. Like ethereal constellations, the impressions flickered briefly before fading into the twilight. Time seemed to slip away as I marveled at this mystical interaction, only to realize evening had descended upon the room, casting a serene blue hue. The package exuded a faint, ethereal glow, beckoning me with its enigmatic allure. Choosing to leave its secrets undisturbed for the night, I gently placed it on the coffee table and bathed the room in lamplight. In the days that followed, the package remained a silent enigma, a beacon of intrigue amidst the mundane. The subtle glow persisted, the elusive scent evolving with each passing hour, a silent symphony of mystery. The true magic lay not in its contents, but in the unanswered questions it posed, a perfect enigma begging not for a solution, but for contemplation. Even now, on rainy autumn evenings, thoughts drift back to that mysterious package, a whisper of intrigue in the stillness. I ponder if, somewhere out there, another soul is encountering a similar mystery, their name inscribed in elegant calligraphy, wondering whether to unravel its secrets or let the enigma dance undisturbed in the twilight. Story 31. Winter nights have always held a particular allure for me, especially when the mist blankets the world in a hushed embrace. In the quiet sanctuary of my study, cocooned in the gentle warmth of a woolen blanket, I watched as the fog painted everything outside my window in a shimmering silver hue. The soft glow of the lamp on my desk cast comforting shadows that danced along the walls, adorned with rows of ancient tomes. It was during one such ethereal evening that my gaze fell upon a curious sight in the glass reflection, a small, enigmatic wooden box, its dark surface intricately carved with ever-shifting patterns. Though unfamiliar to me, a strange sense of recognition tugged at my core. Perched delicately on the edge of my desk, the box seemed to beckon with a silent invitation, as if it had always belonged there. As I rose from my chair, the blanket whispered to the floor, mingling with the faint creak of the aged floorboards beneath my feet. A nostalgic fragrance of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, stirring dormant memories from the depths of my being. With tentative fingers, I reached out to touch the box, surprised by the warmth that greeted my skin. The enigmatic carvings on its surface wove a tale that shifted with each passing moment. A moonlit forest, a tempestuous sea, a celestial expanse of stars in a timeless night. Drawing closer to the lamp's glow, I found myself entranced by the enigma before me. It dawned on me then, with a shiver down my spine, that this same box had frequented my dreams in recent weeks, its aura of mystery now palpable in the waking world. In the stillness of the room, even the ticking of the grandfather clock seemed to hush, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The shadows cast by the flickering lamp swirled and danced, weaving intricate patterns on the walls around me. Picking up the box, I marveled at its weight, far heavier than its diminutive form suggested. Without a visible lock, I sensed a hidden significance within, a secret waiting to be unveiled. As my touch traced the carvings, they began to converge towards the lid's center, forming a mesmerizing pattern unlike any other. The wood hummed beneath my fingertips, resonating with a blend of beeswax and an elusive, ancient aroma that eluded recognition. A melodic hum emanated from within the box, a lullaby of forgotten dreams that lulled me into a trance. My eyelids grew heavy, the pulsing light of the lamp mirroring the rhythm of the enchanting melody. When I awoke hours later, still seated at my desk, the fog had dissipated, revealing a star-strewn sky outside my window. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the wood, as though it had been a fixture for eternity. A faint carving on the back of my hand, akin to those on the box, glowed softly in the dim light. Since that enigmatic night, the box has continued to visit me in my dreams, each time with a new purpose, a new revelation. Every morning, the carving on my hand evolves, as if crafting a cryptic message that only time will decipher. I ponder if others have encountered this mysterious box in their own dreams, if they too carry the unseen marks of a riddle unraveling in the realm of sleep. The line between dreams and reality blurs, the box a conduit between worlds that have forever intertwined. As the scent of beeswax whispers through the air, I know that tonight, in the realm of dreams, the box awaits with fresh enigmas to unfurl before my slumbering mind. Story 32, the gentle glow of my reading lamp bathed the mahogany shelves of my private library in a soft light, casting soothing shadows that danced with the steady rhythm of rain tapping against the window panes. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I breathed in the comforting fragrance of aged paper and wood polish that filled the room, creating a familiar embrace. Yet on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention, a subtle change that whispered of something out of place. My gaze wandered over the meticulously organized volumes adorning the shelves, each one a treasure in my collection. The leather-bound books gleamed under the warm light, their golden titles winking in the shadows. And then I saw it, a gap between two books that shouldn't have been there, a void that beckoned with its absence. Standing up from my chair, the leather creaking softly beneath me, I crossed the room towards the peculiar gap. Running my finger along the empty space, I felt a chill that seemed to radiate from the missing volume. The surrounding books stood undisturbed, their supernatural tales waiting to be explored, yet the absence of the rare edition I had acquired haunted the gap between them. Confusion swirled in my mind as I pondered the mystery before me. I lived alone, and my library remained locked when I was not present. The missing book had been there that very morning. I was certain of it. As I peered closer, another anomaly caught my eye. The books flanking the gap were pristine, untouched by dust, while a fine layer of age coated the neighboring volumes. Drawing nearer, a delicate scent teased my senses, a blend of old parchment and elusive notes that hinted at vanilla and aged leather, tinged with a whisper of floral essence. Intrigued, I reached for a neighboring book, half expecting to find the missing volume concealed behind it, but my fingers met only the solid wood of the bookcase. Replacing the book, a flicker of movement captivated my attention. In the gap between the volumes, a shimmer of light danced like moonbeams on water, a sight both enchanting and impossible, for there were no windows on that wall. Curiosity tugging at my soul, I extended my hand into the space, encountering a warmth that seemed to pulse with life, as if the very air held secrets untold. The rain outside continued its gentle symphony, weaving a melody that seemed to whisper ancient truths in a language I could not decipher. Entranced, I found myself drawn to the empty space, where shadows played and light bent in curious patterns, creating a spectacle of wonder that defied explanation. Throughout the night, I remained in my chair, transfixed by the enigmatic gap between the books. Each glance revealed new mysteries, depths that seemed to stretch beyond reality, fleeting lights that danced before vanishing into the ether. The rain softened to a mist, the night deepened, and the shadows in the room shifted imperceptibly, flowing towards the empty space as if drawn by an unseen force. As weariness crept upon me, I rose to bid the night farewell, performing my nightly ritual of securing windows and doors. Yet, as I reached to extinguish the reading lamp, a sight halted my hand. A single page had materialized in the gap between the books. Its ancient edges glowed softly in the dim light, words penned in a script unknown to me. Before I could decipher the message, it faded into nothingness, leaving behind only blank, ethereal paper that dissolved into the night. The missing volume eluded me still, its absence a haunting presence in my library. On rainy nights, when shadows linger and silence reigns, I find myself drawn to the vacant space between the books. In moments of quiet contemplation, I swear I hear the rustle of pages turning, though the gap remains stubbornly empty. And on occasion, a hint of that sweet, mysterious perfume drifts through the air, a reminder of the secrets that linger in the spaces between reality and imagination. The gap endures, resisting all efforts to be filled with another book. Each volume I place there mysteriously returns to my desk by morning, as if the space itself longs for its lost inhabitant. I have come to embrace this enigma, this corner of uncertainty in my orderly sanctuary. Perhaps some stories are destined to wander, carrying their whispers to distant realms, leaving behind only questions and the scent of endless possibilities. Story 33. The night held its breath, a symphony of soft whispers merging with the rhythmic melody of raindrops caressing the roof. Stirred awake in the depths of night, a familiar yet unknown presence beckoned me. There, on the nightstand bathed in the pale moonlight seeping through the veiled curtains, rested an ancient brass key. Its intricate engravings danced in the dim light, casting a spell of curiosity upon me. This key, a stranger to my memory, exuded a sense of belonging that stirred my soul. I reached out and grasped the key, its icy touch sending a delicate tremor down my spine. Unusually heavy for its size, the key bore the weathered marks of time, a patina telling tales of ages past. Its design, unlike any modern or antique key, bore smooth contours as if worn by centuries of hands, adorned with mysterious symbols intertwined with forgotten floral motifs. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, I rose from my bed, guided by the faint bluish glow radiating from the key. Every step through the house felt like a journey into the unknown, shadows conspiring to reshape familiar corners. The wooden floor whispered secrets beneath my feet, the air heavy with the scent of ancient wood and aged parchment. Approaching each door, I held the key close, sensing a subtle vibration as it neared the wooden surfaces. It was in my study that a revelation dawned. The key resonated with the antique bookcase passed down from my grandfather, its glow intensifying as if recognizing a long-lost kinship. The books lining the shelves cast dancing shadows, a silent dance to the key's pulsating light. Tracing the key along the bookcase's edge, a deep resonance filled the room, a mystical hum like an echo from a forgotten realm. The wood responded to the key's touch, vibrating in harmony with an unseen force. Without a visible lock, the key found its place, a connection bridging past and present. Time slowed to a crawl, the air thick with ancient whispers. Shadows stirred, acknowledging my presence in their realm. The key's glow pulsed, unveiling hidden patterns in the bookcase's wood, a tapestry of secrets long kept. Driven by an instinct beyond logic, I pressed the key against the bookcase's heart. A sigh, deep and resonant, echoed through the room. The wood rippled like a tranquil pond disturbed, revealing glimpses of bygone faces and distant lands in its polished surface. As dawn broke, I sat at my desk, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The morning light chased away the night's mysteries, yet the essence of the encounter lingered. The bookcase, now still and stoic, concealed its newfound secrets. In the days that followed, the key lost its ethereal glow, but retained its weighty presence. On silent nights, a faint vibration still seemed to emanate from the bookcase, a silent call echoing through time. Yet I hesitated to unlock further mysteries, understanding that some doors are better left unopened, even when we hold the key. Now the key rests in a velvet-lined drawer of my writing desk, a silent guardian of untold secrets. In the depths of night, when silence reigns supreme, I feel its whispered call, and I ponder, perhaps it was not I who found the key, but the key that sought me out. What other enigmas lie within a key without a lock, waiting to be discovered in the realms of dreams? Story 34. In the quiet of the attic, the soft rustle of paper whispered through my fingers, a melody of forgotten secrets. The dying light of the setting sun filtered through a small, dusty window, painting the air with golden hues that swirled and danced in the stillness. Amongst the relics of generations past, I unearthed a weathered envelope, its edges tinged with time and sealed with faded red wax. My name adorned the rough surface in elegant script, a handwriting unfamiliar to my eyes. With a gentle sigh, I settled into an ancient wooden chair that groaned under my weight, surrounded by the scent of aged books and history. Outside, a grand tree swayed in the evening breeze, its leaves whispering ancient tales to the wind. The envelope felt weighty in my hands, as though it harbored more than mere words on paper. Slowly I broke the seal, the crackling of the wax echoing in the hushed chamber. Within the envelope lay several delicate pages, as thin as dreams, adorned with the same mysterious handwriting. The date at the top bore witness to a time 50 years before my own existence began. The opening lines captivated me instantly. My dear future grandchild. As I delved into the script, the room seemed to dim around me, yet the words on the page shimmered with a mesmerizing glow. The letter unfurled the tale of a woman, my grandmother, a figure veiled in the mists of time. She spoke of a unique gift that coursed through our bloodline, a rare ability that manifested only under the cloak of specific circumstances. She whispered of nights when the moon reigned full in the sky and the north wind carried secrets on its breath. Some in our lineage, she revealed, could peer beyond the veil of time, though their visions came in whispers and shadows, like reflections on water's surface. My grandmother painted a portrait of how she had glimpsed my presence, envisioning me in that very attic, tracing the lines of her letter. A chill traced my spine as I read on, her words growing more intimate, more personal, knitting together the threads of our shared destiny. She recounted her attempts to harness this gift for the family's protection, a guiding light through turbulent waters. Yet she confessed, each peek behind the curtain of time exacted a toll on her very essence. In the attic's silence, time held its breath, casting elongated shadows that danced with the memories etched in those fragile pages. The letter wove a tapestry of events that spanned my existence, some already realized, others waiting on the horizon of tomorrow. As I journeyed deeper into the letter, the handwriting subtly shifted, as if the act of inscribing each word demanded more strength. The final page, a veil between past and future, proved the most challenging to decipher. My grandmother's hand quivered, her ink faltering as she spoke of a crucial crossroads I would face, a moment when the gift would awaken within me. I paused, gazing out to the darkened sky where the full moon peeked through a tapestry of clouds, heralding the night's secrets. A gust of wind rattled the window panes, carrying with it the scent of rain on the horizon. Returning to the letter's conclusion, her parting words gleamed as if freshly penned. "When the call beckons," the letter whispered, "you shall find your path. The gift is not a burden, but a mantle of duty. Just as I have done for you, so must you craft a letter. A missive never sent, yet destined to reach its recipient when the stars align." Gently folding the pages, I tucked them back into the envelope, the wind now a fervent whisper through the ancient space. Rising from my seat, I drifted to the window, my reflection melding with the moon's silvery glow, a dance of light and shadow. A fleeting image flickered across the glass, an apparition of an aged woman, her smile kind and knowing. Blinking, she vanished, leaving behind a blank sheet of paper and a quill upon the desk. Seated once more, bathed in the moon's ethereal light, I took up the pen, the north wind's song a gentle lullaby. The cool ink met the pristine paper as I began to inscribe, "My dear future grandchild." Story 35. The autumn wind softly brushed against the tree leaves, creating a natural melody that intertwined with the hushed whispers of the crowd surrounding me. Seated on my cherished bench in the park, I gazed at the steady stream of people strolling along the paved pathways. The air held a crispness, carrying the fragrance of moist earth and damp wood. Though I held a book in my hands, my focus was captured by a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days. It all began so subtly. One morning, as I made my way to work, a tingling sensation crept along my neck, as if unseen eyes were upon me. I turned around, only to be met by the usual rush of commuters hastening towards their destinations. In the days that followed, that feeling grew more frequent, more palpable. During lunch breaks, while running errands, even as I sat at my preferred coffee spot, people continued to pass by my bench, some solitary, others accompanied. A woman in a crimson coat paused briefly to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled leisurely with his polished wooden cane. Yet, amidst those familiar figures, I sensed an indefinable difference. Closing my book, I rose from the bench, opting to take a stroll. The sky shifted gradually to amber hues, while the initial streetlights flickered to life one by one. I traversed the main avenue, the sound of my footsteps on gravel accompanying me. The sensation persisted, akin to an unseen shadow trailing me at a constant distance. Halting before a shop window, feigning interest in the displayed wares, I surreptitiously watched the passers-by in the reflection. And there, amidst the throng, I discerned something peculiar, a face that seemed ever present, indistinct, as though it weaved among the crowd, appearing and vanishing with seamless ease. Continuing my walk, now more alert, I veered onto side streets, then another. The crowd dwindled, yet the presence endured. Seating myself on a bench in a tranquil square, encircled by illuminated windows of aged structures, the evening air grew cooler, and the first stars adorned the sky. It was then that a disquieting realization dawned upon me. It wasn't a singular gaze tracking me, but many. It felt as though diverse individuals took turns, passing an unseen baton in a silent, meticulously choreographed ballet. Some countenances recurred more frequently: a young woman with a cerulean scarf, a middle-aged man donning glasses, a boy carrying a backpack. Rising unhurriedly, I made my way home, sensing the weight of those gazes upon my back. The streets now near deserted, yet the sensation did not wane. If anything, it deepened within the nocturnal stillness. Upon reaching my apartment, I perched by the window, observing the street below. People continued to traverse, some pausing briefly, others continuing on their way. I pondered how many were truly bound for a destination, and how many were part of that enigmatic choreography in which I unwittingly found myself at the core. Most unsettling was the fact that they appeared entirely ordinary, blending seamlessly with the masses. As the city lights illuminated one by one, I contemplated the enigma of this silent surveillance. Who were these individuals? What quest impelled their gaze? And above all, why me? Queries that lingered in the ether, while night enshrouded the city in its somber cloak. Since then, I've grown accustomed to this awareness. At times, I attempt to discern my observers. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, akin to shadows flitting at the peripheries of my daily existence. And in the hush of night, as I peer from my window at the vacating streets, I wonder if they too contemplate me, concealed within their abodes, primed for yet another day of this enigmatic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 36. The soft flicker of candlelight cast gentle shadows across my bedroom, creating a tranquil ambiance as I settled in for another evening of solitude. Raindrops played a soothing melody on the window panes, harmonizing with the rhythm of my breath. Surrounded by the timeless embrace of antique wooden furniture and the comforting aroma of leather-bound books, I found solace in the familiar embrace of my sanctuary. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something mysterious stirring in the shadows. Seated at my vintage writing desk, my focus was abruptly captured by a faint, enigmatic sound, a delicate scratching emanating from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the benign settling of an aged abode, I couldn't shake the peculiar cadence of the noise. It seemed purposeful, almost as if a hidden hand was tracing a message in the very structure of my room. Leaning closer, I pressed my ear against the textured wallpaper, drawn to the clandestine symphony unfolding within. The scratching morphed into a hypnotic pattern, each stroke deliberate and measured, as if crafting a cryptic code meant for my eyes alone. Running my fingertips along the wall's surface, I detected a subtle warmth in a specific area. With cautious curiosity, I peeled back a small section of the weathered paper, revealing a clandestine tableau. Etched into the ancient plaster lay a series of intricate symbols, meticulously carved with cryptic intent. These markings were no random graffiti, but a deliberate arrangement of glyphs, some resembling archaic script, while others bore the semblance of cosmic equations. In the soft glow of the candle's dance, I retrieved my journal and began transcribing the enigmatic symbols, their arrangement forming a mesmerizing tapestry of 12 repeating patterns. The more I delved into their intricate design, the more a sense of déjà vu washed over me, as if these symbols were echoes from a long-forgotten dream. Time seemed to wane, the rain outside a gentle lullaby to my clandestine exploration. The symbols, now alive in the flickering light, shifted and morphed, unveiling different meanings with each glance. At times they resembled a cryptic language, at others celestial maps charting distant stars I could not name. The house murmured softly, and the candle's flame flickered in unseen currents, mirroring the unseen forces at play. Venturing further along the wall, I uncovered additional sections where the wallpaper felt subtly altered. Removing more layers revealed a cascade of symbols, expanding like ripples in a pond, each pulse resonating with an unseen energy. The rain intensified, its tempo synchronizing with the mysterious glyphs, as if nature itself was attuned to their arcane rhythm. Approaching midnight, a palpable anticipation hung heavy in the air. The scratching had ceased, replaced by a faint hum emanating from the wall, a melodic hum that hinted at forgotten songs. Hours slipped away as I diligently transcribed the symbols, each page a testament to the enigmatic dance of light and shadow. Just when I believed I had captured every symbol, new ones emerged, as if the wall itself was gradually revealing its enigmatic tale. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, and I reluctantly retired to bed, the rain's serenade still echoing in the night. As slumber beckoned, whispers seemed to drift from the wall, a spectral chorus of long-lost secrets shared among kindred spirits. With the morning light filtering through the windows, the room took on a different hue, the symbols now dormant but patient, awaiting the veil of darkness once more. Tracing the symbols one final time, I realized that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather savored in their enigmatic allure. The cryptic language of the wall remained a silent enigma, a testament to the beauty of the unknown. Perhaps some secrets are best left undisturbed, their mystique more precious than any revelation. Behind a veil of art, the symbols lay concealed, a silent reminder that within the most ordinary of walls lies the potential for extraordinary discovery. And on quiet nights, when the rain whispers against the window, I am reminded that some mysteries are meant to be felt and pondered, their essence a timeless gift waiting for the right soul to unravel their enigmatic charm. Story 37. The ancient house had always whispered to me, a gentle murmur that danced through the air like a secret melody. But on that winter night, as the snow painted the world in hushed shades of white, the whispers took on a new cadence, a mysterious allure that beckoned me to listen closer. Wrapped snugly in a worn wool blanket, I sat in my favorite reading chair by the crackling fireplace, the flames casting flickering shadows across the room. The familiar creaks and groans of the old house had long been my companions, but tonight they seemed to carry echoes of voices long gone, whispers of lives intertwined with the very essence of the walls. At first, the whispers were barely there, a faint rustling like the wind sighing through ancient stones. But as I paused, my book forgotten in my hands, the murmurs grew clearer, like distant conversations filtering through the veil of time. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the textured wallpaper, feeling a subtle vibration beneath my touch, as if the house itself was alive with stories waiting to be heard. Leaning in closer, I pressed my ear against the wall, closing my eyes to better focus on the ethereal voices that seemed to ebb and flow like a hidden river. They moved with a fluid grace, meandering through the corridors and rooms of the house, carrying with them a sense of comfort and nostalgia, like a long-forgotten family reunion in the dead of night. Driven by curiosity, I rose from my chair and began to follow the whispers, my footsteps silent on the faded carpets as I navigated the maze of memories within the old house. In the kitchen, the voices seemed to emanate from the gleaming copper pots that hung on the walls, while in the hallway, they reverberated beneath the gaze of unfamiliar landscapes captured in aged paintings. Each time I drew close to understanding the words being spoken, they would shift and morph, teasing me with glimpses of meaning just beyond my grasp. The grandfather clock's chime marked the passage of midnight, its deep tones blending with the enigmatic whispers that enveloped me in a cloak of mystery. In the dim light of the study, I noticed a peculiar bulge in the wallpaper, a subtle protrusion that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As I tentatively reached out to touch it, the voices swirled around me, growing stronger, almost intimate. A soft warmth spread from the wall to my fingertips, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I heard my name whispered with affection. Throughout the night, I discovered more of these mysterious bulges, each one a doorway to a world of whispers and warmth, like fleeting glimpses into a realm beyond the tangible. Laughter and lullabies intertwined in a tapestry of sound, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility as I wandered the corridors of the house, a silent observer to the secrets it held within its walls. As dawn approached, the voices gradually faded, leaving behind only a lingering echo of their presence, a gentle reminder of the unseen forces that bound me to this ancient abode. The walls cooled, the whispers dissipated like morning mist, but their memory lingered, a soothing balm for the soul in moments of solitude. I never unraveled the mystery of the voices in the wall, their origins shrouded in the mists of time. Yet, on quiet winter nights when the snow descended in soft whispers, I felt their presence once more, a reminder that the past and present are intertwined in ways we may never fully comprehend. The house, with its walls steeped in history and echoes of bygone days, became my sanctuary, a haven where the boundary between reality and imagination blurred, where the whispers of the past intertwined with the whispers of my own heart. And in those fleeting moments of connection, I found solace in the knowledge that we are never truly alone, that the unseen threads of existence bind us together in a symphony of whispers that transcend the boundaries of time and space. Story 38. The rain danced softly on the windows of the cozy establishment, serenading the quiet space with a soothing rhythm that harmonized with the gentle clinks of cups and the hushed conversations of the remaining patrons. Seated at the polished bar counter, I observed the play of dim lights reflecting on the glossy surface of the deep mahogany wood. Jack, the bartender, meticulously polished glasses with a deliberate, almost hypnotic grace. That evening, a subtle shift lingered in his gaze, a nuance that had eluded me in my routine visits before. His dark eyes seemed to hold a depth of contemplation as he prepared my usual cup of lavender tea. While his hands moved with customary precision, a faint tremor betrayed him as he placed the steaming cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender waltzed in the air, mingling with the rich aroma of coffee and the comforting scent of aged wood that embraced the room. Jack's gaze repeatedly darted towards a secluded table in the far corner, where a solitary figure sat motionless, blending into the shadows like a silent sentinel. With measured steps, Jack approached to replenish my cup, his voice carrying a subtle tension as he inquired if I desired anything else. In that moment, a disquieting detail caught my eye. A faint reddish stain marred the cuff of his otherwise pristine white shirt, a blemish barely perceptible in the soft glow of the atmosphere. Time drifted leisurely, accompanied by the steady lullaby of rainfall outside. One by one, the other patrons bid their farewells, leaving behind vacant seats and forgotten cups. Solemnly, the enigmatic figure in the corner remained unmoving, as though bound by an unseen force, awaiting something. Jack meticulously arranged the counter, his meticulous movements tinged with a growing unease, while the pendulum clock marked the passage of time with relentless precision. Amidst this quiet theater, my attention was drawn to a weathered notebook discreetly nestled beneath the row of bottles. As Jack attended to the final guest, my gaze wandered to the yellowed pages of the notebook, each line penned with meticulous care. Names, dates, and locations unfurled in orderly succession, but it was the final entries that beckoned my curiosity. Cryptic notations, nonsensical numbers, and intricate symbols adorning the margins with intricate precision. A faint sound of footsteps drew my gaze upwards. The mysterious figure had risen from their secluded table, advancing towards the exit. A silent exchange of glances transpired between them and Jack as they passed the counter, a fleeting moment pregnant with unspoken tension. Jack nodded imperceptibly, and the stranger vanished into the veil of the rainy night. Returning to his duties, Jack's demeanor bore a subtle shift. His once steady hands quivered imperceptibly as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze adrift in contemplation, as if grappling with distant memories or elusive shadows. As I readied to depart, Jack halted me with a gentle gesture. In a calm, almost conspiratorial whisper, he shared, "There are tales that only a bartender witnesses and hears, narratives meant to be shrouded in the silence of these walls. Yet sometimes the burden of these secrets grows too heavy to bear alone." He paused, the flickering lamplight casting dancing shadows on his fatigued visage. The notebook, a silent harbinger of concealed truths, remained partially obscured among the bottles, a silent witness to untold mysteries. A faint, weary smile played on Jack's lips, failing to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he murmured. "Perhaps a story will be unveiled, or perhaps not." Stepping into the enveloping darkness of the night, the rain persisted in its gentle descent. Through the misted window of the bar, I glimpsed Jack resuming his meticulous tasks, a silent guardian tending to the sanctity of his domain. Yet, beneath the facade of routine, I now sensed a veiled enigma, a mystery that may forever elude complete comprehension. As I ventured into the obsidian night, the dimmed lights of the establishment faded, allowing the shroud of secrecy to enfold the tales concealed within its walls. I pondered the countless narratives veiled behind bar counters, the silent sentinels akin to Jack, bearing witness to burdens too weighty for disclosure. The answer to these enigmas dissolved in the steadfast patter of rain, a soothing cadence in the veil of the starless night. Story 39. The gentle night breeze whispered through the darkness, carrying with it the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil and fragrant night-blooming blossoms. Nestled in the embrace of my favorite armchair, I found solace in the rhythmic symphony of the old house's breath. The weathered wooden beams emitted soft creaks, as if harboring ancient tales within their very fibers. It was within this tranquil moment that a peculiar sound pierced the stillness, a steady, measured thud echoing from the upper corridor, like a door knocker swaying in the wind, yet with an uncanny regularity that bordered on hypnotic. The soft glow of the reading lamp cast playful shadows that danced upon the wallpapered walls, forming fleeting silhouettes that seemed to dance in silent conversation. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, fixated on the persistent beat that permeated the air. It was not an intrusive noise. Rather, it held a melodic quality in its unwavering cadence. With deliberate movements, I rose from my seat, the plushness of my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug as I made my way towards the staircase. Each step upon the ancient wooden treads elicited a faint groan, as if the house itself acknowledged my inquisitiveness. The rhythmic thudding persisted, unyielding in its tempo, leading me along the dimly illuminated hallway where moonbeams filtered through tall, narrow windows. The air grew cooler as I ascended, carrying with it a faint aroma of aged timber and beeswax. Following the sound like a siren's call, I eventually reached the imposing door of the old library. Closed shut as always, yet the brass knocker continued its hypnotic sway against the solid oak surface. There was no draft, no breeze to account for its movement. The windows along the hallway remained firmly shut. Mesmerized, I watched as the hefty knocker swung of its own accord, as if an invisible force guided its patient strikes. Approaching tentatively, I found myself entranced by the rhythmic ritual unfolding before me. The sound grew clearer, revealing subtle nuances within its repetitive pattern, akin to a cryptic melody beyond my comprehension. Reaching out for the cold brass handle, worn smooth by the passage of time, I attempted to push open the door. Unlocked, yet oddly resistant, as if an unseen presence from the other side gently held it shut. The knocker continued its dance, indifferent to my presence, as if enacting an ancient ceremony. Seated on the floor, my back against the adjacent wall, I allowed myself to be enveloped by the persistent beat, a lullaby without words. Time seemed to lose its meaning as I surrendered to the rhythmic tale being woven in the air. Eyelids heavy with drowsiness, my mind drifted through hazy visions of forgotten libraries and untold stories. The sound melded seamlessly with my own breath, my heartbeat, merging with the natural cadence of the night. As dawn painted the hallway in ethereal hues, I stirred from my reverie, limbs stiff from hours spent on the floor. This time, when I grasped the handle, the door yielded without resistance. The library stood unchanged from the day prior, every tome resting in its designated place, the dust suspended in the morning light. Yet, upon the antique desk, bathed in the gentle rays of sunlight, lay an open book I did not recall leaving there. Its pages pristine, as if awaiting the ink of a storyteller's pen. The brass knocker had fallen silent since that enigmatic night, but on the stillest evenings, a faint echo of its rhythm seemed to linger in the air, as if the house itself sought to recall a forgotten melody. Story 40. The breeze whispered softly that evening, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in my beloved armchair, I idly observed the shadows waltzing across the living room walls, painted by the flickering candlelight. Beside me, on the petite table, rested my trusty old Polaroid camera, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother. Though it had been ages since I last used it, an inexplicable urge drew me to pick it up that night. The familiar weight of the camera brought a sense of solace as I inspected it in the dim glow. My fingers instinctively gravitated toward the shutter button, a motion ingrained from countless captures in the past. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and clicked. The flash briefly brightened the space, followed by the familiar mechanical hum as the photo slowly materialized. Patiently, I awaited the development of the image, witnessing the colors materialize on the blank canvas. And then, a peculiar sight caught my eye. In the corner I had frozen in the frame, an indistinct figure materialized. It lacked clarity, yet it seemed to hover in the air, resembling a misty silhouette with a faint human semblance. My initial impulse was to glance towards that corner, only to find emptiness. Intrigued, I decided to take another shot in the same direction. This time, the outcome differed entirely. The figure appeared more defined, seemingly inching closer to the lens. A vague facial outline emerged, though the features remained blurred and elusive. A subtle chill trickled down my spine, not from fear but from a reverent curiosity. Enthralled, I proceeded to take successive photos as if under a hypnotic spell. With each snapshot, the figure drew nearer, gradually sharpening its form. It was as though it utilized the photographs to materialize itself, using each shot to solidify its presence in our realm. The hazy contours began to crystallize, unveiling what seemed to be a vintage attire, perhaps from the 1940s. The room's silence deepened, almost tangible. The air grew heavy, saturated with an unseen but distinctly felt presence. The room's temperature subtly dropped, and the candle flame flickered without a breath of wind. Methodically, I continued to capture the unfolding spectacle, savoring each moment of this enigmatic silent exchange. In the final photo of that evening, the figure loomed so near it almost engulfed the frame. A gentle smile adorned the woman's face. Her eyes appeared to peer directly into mine through the glossy Polaroid surface. A profound sense of familiarity washed over me, stirring dormant memories from my youth. It was only when I rose to retrieve an aged photo album that I noticed a tremor in my hands. Flipping through the yellowed pages, I unearthed the sought-after treasure, a vintage photo of my grandmother in her youth, taken with the very same Polaroid. The smile mirrored, identical to the one captured in the last snapshot. Carefully arranging the photos from that enigmatic evening on the table, I arranged them chronologically. Surveying the collection, they narrated a silent tale of a connection bridging two worlds, woven through the lens of an antiquated camera. I never attempted to replicate the experiment, and the Polaroid found its place back on the shelf. Even now, on tranquil evenings when the sunlight bathes everything in a golden hue, I settle in my armchair and study those photos. At times it appears as though the smile in the image subtly alters, as if my grandmother endeavors to convey a message. In those fleeting instants, the boundary between memories and reality blurs as delicately as the surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 41. The November breeze danced with the crisp leaves scattered on the driveway as I gazed at the outline of the forsaken mansion silhouetted against the heavy, overcast sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, a misnomer of sorts, for it had indeed hosted a resident in a bygone era, though their identity had faded into obscurity. Approaching the weathered gate, the touch of the icy wrought iron sent shivers down my spine. The air carried a unique blend of moss and damp stone, enveloping the neglected garden in a cloak of wild brambles and climbing nettles that adorned the crumbling walls. Yet, amidst the neglect, the mansion exuded a haunting elegance that captivated my senses. In my role as a real estate agent, tasked with conducting an initial assessment of the property, I ventured further. The absentee owner, an elderly gentleman residing abroad, had never set foot on the premises, having inherited it from a distant relative and now seeking to divest himself of the burden. As I meandered through the unkempt garden, a peculiar discovery caught my eye. Amongst the entwined weeds, faint pathways seemed to have been recently traversed, hinting at a clandestine visitor. But who could it be? The neighbors adamantly claimed that the property remained unoccupied. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing an interior steeped in a bluish haze filtered through closed shutters. The atmosphere was thick with dust and the faint scent of aged timber, the floor protesting under my weight as I explored the grand salon. Ghostly shapes of furniture draped in yellowed sheets loomed in the dimness, while oversized veiled mirrors adorned the walls, casting ethereal reflections that played tricks on the eye. Ascending the staircase, my hand grasped the polished wooden railing worn smooth by generations of hands. Along the upper corridor, a procession of closed doors beckoned me forward. Each room, captured through the lens of my camera for the appraisal, echoed with emptiness save for a few shrouded pieces of furniture. It was within the final room that a subtle disturbance caught my attention. A feminine bedroom, shrouded in a thin veil of dust, bore signs of recent intrusion. A silver hairbrush lay beside a cluster of dark, freshly shed strands, untouched by time like the rest of the room. The immaculately made bed hinted at recent occupation, a delicate depression on the lace coverlet suggesting a recent visitor. Just as I prepared to depart, a flicker of movement in the mirror drew my gaze. A fleeting image of a woman seated on the bed sent a tremor through me, though the room itself was devoid of life. A lingering sense of presence lingered in the air, urging me to hasten my descent down the stairs. In the fading light of the salon, elongating shadows cast by the waning sun seemed to watch my retreat towards the exit. The mirrors, veiled and clouded, bore witness to my passing as a haunting melody, ancient and sorrowful, drifted down from the upper floors. Pausing with my hand upon the door handle, the ethereal hum teased the edges of my perception, its origin elusive, blending with the whispers of the wind and the echoes of memory. With a final glance, I stepped outside, the tranquility of the garden enveloping me as the once stirring house fell silent. Days passed as I meticulously compiled my report on the property, detailing its condition, necessary renovations, and potential value. Omitting mention of the mysterious hair and haunting melody, I penned a cryptic observation. The property possesses a unique allure that may pique the interest of a discerning buyer. The mansion lingered on the market, a spectral presence in the neighborhood. Each time I passed the rusted gate, a fleeting glimpse of a feminine figure moving between the upstairs chambers caught my eye, as if she awaited a long-lost visitor. Perhaps the enigma of the never-inhabited house lay not in its vacancy, but in the enduring presence of a soul unwilling to depart, forever bound to its melancholic walls. Story 42. The weariness of a long workday lingered as I stepped into my study. The gentle glow of the desk lamp cascaded amber light, casting soft shadows on the walls adorned with bookshelves. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink embraced me, offering solace as I sank into my weathered leather armchair. Resting on the polished wooden surface was my cherished old diary, a gift from my grandmother, its brown leather cover and yellowed pages holding my innermost thoughts. As my hand reached for it, I noticed a peculiar sight. The last page I had penned was no longer blank. Delicate script, distinct from my own, adorned the page with words I had no recollection of writing. The ink appeared fresh, as though just down by an unseen hand. Intrigued, I leaned in, my breath slowing to a tranquil rhythm. The words painted a scene of an autumn evening, detailing the very room in which I sat. The soft patter of rain against the window panes began, weaving a hypnotic melody with the faint rustling of pages stirred by an ethereal breeze. The lamp's light flickered, casting dancing shadows that beckoned me to read on. Mesmerized by the enigmatic prose that seemed to anticipate my every move, I delved deeper. Curiosity urged him to turn the page, the text whispered, and as I read, my fingers obeyed, revealing new words materializing before my eyes. It was as if an invisible force guided the pen, capturing my sensations in real time. The warmth of the lamp against my skin, my deepening breaths, the subtle shiver down my spine, each detail etched with uncanny accuracy. Startled yet entranced, I rose from my chair, unable to tear my gaze from the unfolding narrative. The sentences now described the books on my shelves, titles I didn't recall owning, but found present in the room. The writing flowed with a hypnotic cadence, akin to a silent clock marking the passage of time. Seated on the corner couch, I watched as the diary's pages turned on their own, the rain's symphony growing louder, cocooning me in a world apart from reality. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the soothing rain's embrace. Upon opening them, I beheld a subtle shift in the diary's tone. The words now delved into forgotten memories, intimate moments unshared with any soul. Drawn back to the desk, each step deliberate, I found the words evolving into a poignant conversation, as if the diary sought communion through my own past. The evening waned, and with it a profound sense of tranquility enveloped me. No fear stirred within, only a blend of curiosity and peace as each word unveiled a deeper layer of understanding, elusive yet palpable. When the midnight hour chimed, I realized I had stood transfixed for hours, engrossed in this silent exchange with the diary. The final words appeared. Some mysteries don't need solving to be understood. Closing the diary gently, I felt the supple leather beneath my fingertips. The rain's melody outside now felt like a harmonious backdrop, not mere background noise. Would the words remain come morning or fade like a dream upon waking? Pondering this, I bid the study good night, sensing a subtle transformation within, unseen but profoundly felt. Night draped the room in silence, the lamp's amber glow a silent sentinel to a mystery beyond complete unraveling. And as I shut the door, a notion lingered. Perhaps some mysteries hold greater allure when left unsolved. Story 43. The gentle patter of rain on the roof tiles serenaded me as I readied myself for the night. Droplets cascaded down the window panes, casting whimsical shadows across the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of a bygone fire lingered in the air, a subtle reminder of warmth from the previous night. The soft glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room in a soothing aura, inviting tranquility. In the midst of this serene moment, a sound pierced the stillness. A sound that defied logic, for the vintage rotary phone on the shelf had long been disconnected, left obsolete by my reliance on a cell phone. Yet its crystalline ring resonated through the air, unmistakable and haunting. Setting aside my book, I rose from the plush armchair, the Persian rug absorbing the hush of my footsteps as I approached the antiquated phone. The ebony device, a relic passed down from my grandmother, gleamed faintly in the dim light. Just as I extended my hand to touch it, the ringing ceased. The receiver, cool against my skin, emitted a faint scent of aged bakelite, evoking memories of childhood and simpler times. Dismissing the anomaly as a trick of my fatigued mind, I turned away. But then the phone rang once more, its chime more insistent, as if demanding attention. Turning back, I regarded the phone with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. With each ring, the receiver trembled ever so slightly, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance. Counting each ring, I found myself drawn in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the fifth, almost involuntarily, I lifted the receiver. The ensuing silence was profound, broken only by the steady rhythm of raindrops outside. Bringing the receiver to my ear, the cold bakelite pressed against my cheek, I encountered not the expected dial tone, but a void of sound. And then, a breath. Deliberate, distant. The exhale held a familiarity that stirred dormant memories. It mirrored the cadence of my grandmother's breathing as she dozed in her armchair, always within reach of the phone. "Hello?" I murmured, barely audible over the rain's persistent drumming. The breath on the other end seemed to hesitate before morphing into a prolonged sigh, heavy with melancholy. Immobilized, I listened, the breath now melding with the rain's tempo. There was no fear, only a curious calm laced with wistfulness. It felt as though this moment, suspended between reality and reverie, conveyed a tale without words. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses that spoke volumes. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the enveloping sound, a familiar comfort. Time lost its hold over me, and when I finally opened my eyes, the room had transformed. The lamp's glow was warmer, the air fragrant with lavender, my grandmother's signature scent. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle. The phone fell silent, yet its presence now exuded a reassuring aura, as if it had imparted its message. Sinking back into the armchair, I gazed at the relic in a new light. The rain's melody intertwined with memories, a poignant symphony of past and present. Since that enigmatic night, the phone has remained still. Yet on rainy evenings when the silence deepens, a faint breath, a familiar sigh from across time, seems to whisper through the air. In those fleeting moments, a knowing smile graces my lips, acknowledging that some connections transcend mere wires and walls. Story 44. The autumn rain whispered softly as it descended, veiling the world in a hazy blur. Night had stretched its shadows long, lingering beyond its usual limits. My footsteps melded with the rain's gentle percussion on the parked cars' roofs, creating a soothing rhythm in the damp air. The fragrance of rain mingled with earthy scents and the freshness of a storm, enveloping me in a serene embrace. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. Nestled on the bench beneath the shelter, they sat motionless, draped in a dark coat that seamlessly melded with the night. Their wide-brimmed hat obscured their features, adding an air of mystery to their presence. What struck me was the dryness of their coat amid the downpour, a peculiar anomaly that piqued my curiosity. Halting a few steps away, I discreetly observed the enigmatic figure, bathed in the eerie glow of the street lamp. Shadows danced around them, blurring their form like a dream. The rain's cadence seemed to soften in their proximity, enveloping us in a cocoon of silence that defied nature itself. Consulting my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, I sought refuge under the shelter, the rain intensifying outside. The stranger remained still, oblivious to my presence. Seating myself at a distance, I noticed another uncanny detail. Raindrops near them diverted as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's melody shifted, whispering a subtle warning as it approached the mysterious figure. Minutes crept by, each heartbeat echoing in the quietude. Attempting to distract myself, I glanced at my phone, yet my gaze returned to the stranger. A subtle movement caught my peripheral vision, hinting at their silent observations. A gust of wind disturbed the street lamp, casting deeper shadows momentarily. The figure turned towards me, revealing eyes that gleamed like distant stars reflected on tranquil waters. My heart echoed a steady drumbeat of intrigue, tethering me to my seat despite a rising unease. With a graceful motion, the stranger eased back into stillness, the moment passing like a fleeting tide. The bus's approach heralded the end of our silent vigil, its headlights piercing the darkness and dispelling the shadows. Standing abruptly, I stole a parting glance at the vacant bench, only to find it devoid of the mysterious figure. Boarding the bus with unsteady legs, I sought solace near the driver. Peering out the fogged window as the bus departed, I glimpsed a specter dissolving into the rain, vanishing like smoke carried by the wind. In the days that ensued, the bus stop held an otherworldly aura on rainy nights. The street lamp's glow seemed fainter, the rain's song resonating with a haunting melody. The memory of the enigmatic presence lingered in the air, casting a spell over the familiar surroundings. Though the stranger never reappeared, I noticed on rainy evenings how certain raindrops strayed from their course, dancing to an unseen rhythm. The night draped the sea in a serene embrace, a rare calmness settling over the waters. I sat on the creaking porch of my wooden abode, wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, my ears attuned to the soft melody of waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast its silvery light upon the water, painting a path that beckoned me to follow it into the unknown expanse. In that tranquil moment of reflection, a peculiar sight captured my gaze. A luminous green glow, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the waves not far from where I sat. Rising slowly from the rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze playfully tousle my hair as I descended the weathered steps. The sand, still warm beneath my bare feet, guided me to the water's edge where the gentle tide whispered ancient secrets to the earth. The mysterious green glow grew more defined as I drew near, an antique glass bottle, its elegant form cradling a yellowed parchment within. With careful hands, I lifted the weighty bottle, its surface adorned with a salty patina that veiled its contents in places. Moonlight danced through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections that mesmerized my senses. The cork stopper, sealed with aged black wax, bore witness to the passage of time, yet remained steadfast. Returning to the safety of the porch, the gentle glow of the oil lamp illuminated my curious find. Placing the bottle on the worn wooden table, I settled into my favorite armchair. The symphony of the sea now seemed to speak with heightened urgency, as if urging me to unravel the secrets held within. With deliberate motions, I began to unseal the bottle, the ancient wax crumbling like ash beneath my touch. The air carried a peculiar fragrance, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and a hint of something indefinable that lingered in the night. Inside, a parchment awaited, tightly bound with a faded blue ribbon. Hands trembling slightly, I untied the knot, revealing a surprisingly resilient paper that bore the marks of time in its sepia ink. The words, a dance of elegance and distortion, whispered of a realm where time flowed, unlike the world I knew. Phrases like "time flows differently here" and "the light is never the same" teased at mysteries beyond comprehension. Intricate sketches of unfamiliar constellations and lunar cycles adorned the margins, while a mesmerizing spiral at the page's end seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As I delved deeper into the message, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows that danced to the rhythm of the sea's whispered incantations. The very air seemed to thicken, time slowing to a languid pace around me. The final paragraphs, miraculously preserved, spoke of a place where dreams and reality intertwined, where time ebbed and flowed like a liquid tapestry. A revelation awaited, a cryptic message that declared, "If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen." Gazing beyond the parchment, I observed the moon's altered visage, its reflection on the water, now a geometric enigma. The bottle on the table pulsed with the same ethereal green light, its glow akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Carefully resealing the message within the bottle, I left the cork aside, drawn to the horizon by an unseen force. Had others before me stumbled upon such enigmatic messages, felt the siren call of the sea's mysteries? The night unfolded in a hushed symphony, a subtle shift perceptible in the way the stars mirrored their brilliance upon the water. I remained on the porch, a silent sentinel, as the night waned into dawn, the sea whispering tales of epochs long past. The bottle, a relic of the night's intrigue, gradually surrendered its luminous glow to the rising sun. Though the full understanding of the message eluded me, a profound transformation stirred within, and on nights when the full moon reigned supreme, I glimpsed that spectral green glow dancing amidst the waves, a reminder of the boundless mysteries that lurk beneath the ocean's depths, beckoning the curious to venture where sanity falters and dreams reign supreme. Story 46. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I journeyed home from the day's toils. Luminous street lamps painted the damp pavement in pools of golden light, their radiance dancing on the surface of puddles like scattered treasures. The night carried a peculiar hush, where sounds meandered through the air in a mysterious cadence. Each footfall echoed longer than expected, and the rustle of fallen leaves composed a melody that lingered in the stillness. It was on an unassuming Tuesday that I first glimpsed him, standing sentinel at the bend where Main Street curves past the weathered book emporium. Clad in tattered layers, he exuded a presence that transcended his worn appearance. What captured my gaze was not his immobility or his ragged attire. It was the way pedestrians swerved around him, creating a ring of vacant space, as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual path homeward led me directly past his post, and as I drew near, I found myself ensnared in that same orbital dance, my steps veering in a wider arc without conscious volition. It was then that he turned his gaze upon me, and I beheld his eyes, not the expected shades of brown or blue, but abyssal black, deeply, wholly black, like gleaming onyx under the lamplight. They seemed to absorb the golden glow rather than reflect it back. Each evening thereafter he stood there, unwavering in his stance, unmoving in his vigil. Some nights I altered my course, straying blocks away to evade that corner. Yet I sensed his eyes trailing me even when I ventured far from his perch. The curious thing was, he never begged for alms or sustenance. He never proffered a cup or reached out a hand. He merely observed, his obsidian eyes tracing each passerby with a gaze that was both tender and disquieting. On tranquil evenings when the wind stilled and the traffic ebbed, I fancied I heard him humming. The tune was unlike any melody I had encountered, a lullaby that resonated with a primal chord deep within me. It evoked visions of distant constellations and age-old songs, of harmonies sung ere humankind trod the earth. Then, on a rainy eve, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing for another encounter, I perceived a change in his demeanor. His hand was raised, not in supplication or salutation, but pointing skyward through the rain-laden clouds. Unbidden, I halted and followed his gesture. Each raindrop upon my face bore a gravity that transcended mere moisture. When I met his gaze anew, he spoke, his words a soft whisper over the rain's patter, yet they bypassed my ears to resonate within my mind. "You see it too," he intoned, neither entirely a statement nor a query. His voice mirrored his hum, ancient, unearthly, oddly soothing. That night, I dreamt of ebony eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels stationed motionless on myriad corners across time. I dreamt of melodies that shaped the cosmos and of rain carrying missives from distant stars. Upon awakening, my window was etched with frost patterns intricate and delicate, though the autumn air held no chill sufficient for ice. The subsequent eve, he was absent from his post, nor did he return the following day or the day after. The void he left behind seemed pregnant with significance, the empty space somehow weightier than the surrounding sidewalk. At times in the quietude of night, when the street lamps flickered just so, I caught glimpses of what might be his visage reflected in the corner's puddles. Those black eyes still watched, peering outward from beneath the water's surface. Fellow pedestrians continued to skirt the spot, unwittingly creating that ring of emptiness, though likely unaware of why. And on rare occasions, when the wind carried that familiar melody, I halted to gaze skyward, pondering the enigmatic messages the rain might convey. I never encountered another mendicant with black eyes, yet I now comprehend that he was not a beggar at all. He was something more, something that selected that corner to observe, to await, and perchance to remind us that certain enigmas are destined to elude our grasp. Each dusk, I continued to traverse that corner on my way home. Occasionally I paused to listen for that ancient lullaby, and at times, when the lamplight plays upon the puddles just so, I discern those black eyes peering back at me from every reflection. And in some inexplicable manner, it consoles me to know that whatever he embodied, whatever he signified, continues to watch over our tranquil streets as the world slowly surrenders to night's embrace. Story 47. The night was draped in a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic clatter of the train wheels caressing the tracks. I found myself nestled in the final car, enveloped in a soft, dim glow emanating from the gentle fixtures dangling above. The air held a comforting warmth, while the ceaseless motion of the train cast a spell of hypnotic tranquility. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist outside swayed lazily in the darkness, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the night's embrace. In that moment, I believed myself to be the sole traveler in that car, cocooned in solitude. Yet a subtle shift in perception whispered otherwise. My reflection on the window pane intertwined with the obscurity beyond, conjuring an enigmatic presence that seemed to observe me from the shadows. The symphony of the rails played on, its mechanical cadence akin to a lullaby coaxing me towards slumber. It was then that a peculiar anomaly caught my eye within my reflection. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure seated a few rows back. I could not recall anyone boarding, yet there they sat, a silent sentinel in the dimly lit carriage. As the train waltzed through the night, the wheels' murmur carried echoes of ancient tales long forgotten. With cautious curiosity I turned, wary not to startle the enigmatic figure. Bathed in the amber glow, the car stretched before me, casting elongated shadows over vacant seats. The presence I had glimpsed sat motionless, cloaked in darkness that veiled their features beneath a broad-brimmed hat. Time appeared to languish as I beheld that silent companion, as though they were an intrinsic part of the train itself. A decision stirred within me, nudging me to rise under the pretense of seeking the restroom at the car's rear. Drawing nearer to the mysterious figure, I discerned that their garments seemed to absorb light, shunning every glint. A chill lingered in the air around them, carrying whispers of lavender and aged volumes. Passing by their seat, I felt a suspension of time, the distant rattle of the rails fading into a far-off realm. A disquieting revelation awaited me. Beneath the shroud-like coat, there was no perceptible breath, no stir of life. Reaching the car's end, uncertainty gripped me. Should I press forward into the next carriage or return to my seat? The corridor extended endlessly, bathed in hypnotic patterns cast by the subdued lights. Glancing back, the seat once occupied by the enigmatic presence stood vacant. In its stead lay an ancient train ticket, its edges tinged with age. Trembling fingers retrieved the ticket, its date marking it half a century past, precisely on that very day. Warmth radiated from the ticket, as though it had only just been relinquished. Retreating to my seat, I clutched the artifact, its fragile reality slipping between my grasp. The train resumed its nocturnal voyage, the wheels serenade a familiar solace. Beyond the misted window, shadowy figures seemed to tread in parallel to the train, companions on its clandestine journey through the night. As weariness draped over me like a veil, I pondered the enigmatic encounters of previous travelers on this final train of the night. The ticket in my hand stood as the sole tangible remnant of that surreal rendezvous. Yet even its substance began to wane, akin to a dream fading with the dawn. The train proceeded through the night, bearing its enigmas and its passengers, both seen and unseen. Drifting into slumber, a faint waft of lavender and the echo of retreating footsteps lingered in the air, a testament to the mysteries that dance within the nocturnal embrace of the last train. Story 48. In the hush of a tranquil autumn evening, a peculiar phenomenon caught my attention. Deep in the cocoon of my study, engrossed in the yellowed pages of an ancient tome, a shift in the fading light from the window stirred me. As I gazed upward, a sight both extraordinary and subtle unfolded before me. The sky above my dwelling was slowly cloaking itself in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the glow of the setting sun. A mysterious contrast painted the scene, as if an unseen veil had chosen to linger solely over my roof. The air carried the earthy scent of damp soil and fallen foliage, while a gentle breeze coaxed the lace curtains into a mesmerizing dance. Their soft rustle wove a hypnotic melody, a harmonious accompaniment to this enigmatic spectacle of nature. In the ensuing days, this phenomenon repeated itself with unwavering regularity. Each evening, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, that specific patch of sky above my abode would deepen into shades of dusk unlike the rest of the heavens. It appeared as though a square of the firmament had been brushed with strokes of gray and midnight blue, forging a surreal contrast against the bright azure expanse. Captivated, I found myself ensconced in my old velvet armchair by the window, observing this celestial play for hours on end. The aged wooden floor whispered softly beneath my movements as I tracked the progression of this mystifying display. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, and delicate condensation painted abstract patterns on the window panes, cavorting with the shadows in a silent ballet. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, a novel sight captured my attention. Amidst the darkened expanse, pinpricks of light began to wink into existence and fade away, akin to stars choosing to illuminate solely for my gaze. Their random dance bore a hypnotic quality. an almost musical rhythm that seemed to resonate through the house's silence. The ticking of the hallway clock's pendulum provided a backdrop, its cadence harmonizing with the celestial ballet. As weeks unfurled, I discerned subtle reactions from the objects within my home to this phenomenon. The antique mirrors reflected a softer, more embracing light, while shadows elongated into enigmatic shapes reminiscent of ancient symbols. The potted plants on the windowsill flourished luxuriantly during these moments of selective darkness, as if drawing sustenance from that peculiar twilight. One twilight, as I sat in my study, a gentle caress brushed my shoulder, as if borne on the whispering breeze. Startled, I turned, finding only solitude in the room. The fragrance of aged tomes and weathered wood intensified, and for a fleeting instant, time seemed suspended. Though the clock's hands continued their march, their ticking appeared distant, as if from a realm beyond. Compelled, I began chronicling these occurrences in a diary, meticulously recording every nuance in the darkening intensity and its accompanying phenomena. Pages filled with intricate details of shifting light, dancing shadows, and the subtle vibrations that pulsed through the air. My script evolved into a graceful flowing hand during these episodes, guided by an unseen, gentle hand. On the stillest nights, a melody seemed to emanate from that shaded portion of the sky. Indescribable in words, it resonated as a feeling deep within me, as though the darkness held an ancient melody, a cosmic lullaby privy only to my dwelling. With time, I embraced this enigma rather than shunning it. My home transformed into a conduit between the mundane and the transcendent, a realm where light and shadow pirouetted in a dance meant solely for me. Night after night, as the world outside carried on its rhythms, I found myself enveloped in the tender embrace of shadows, in a waltz of illumination and obscurity that unfolded uniquely for me. Thus, with each evening's descent, I continued to peer at the darkening sky above my dwelling, recognizing that certain mysteries require no unraveling, but simply beckon to be experienced. My abode had morphed into a sanctuary of marvel, a haven where the ordinary intertwined seamlessly with the extraordinary, a perpetual ballet of light and shadow, of the known and the enigmatic, of reality and reverie. Story 49. In the quiet embrace of dawn, the mist enveloped me as I wandered along the neglected path behind my grandmother's old home. Here, time seemed to hesitate, shrouded in a lingering darkness that defied the waking world. The air was heavy with whispers of ancient stories, mingling the scent of damp earth with the elusive fragrance of mysteries untold. It was a peculiar garden, a hidden sanctuary that beckoned me since the moment I inherited this estate. Stretching behind the stately Victorian house, it was guarded by weathered stone walls entwined with ivy that seemed to hold memories of bygone days. The ancient trees encircling the garden leaned inwards, creating a canopy so dense that sunlight struggled to pierce through. 60 years had passed since this garden had been tended by my grandmother, yet its allure remained untouched by time. I remembered her cryptic words from years ago. Some places prefer to tend themselves, dear. Back then, I had dismissed her enigmatic musings, but now, as I moved through the perpetual twilight of this enchanted space, her words resonated with a newfound significance. My footsteps fell silent upon the moist ground, as if the earth itself cradled my presence. The flora here defied nature's norms. Pale roses devoid of color, ferns unfurling in intricate spirals, and mushrooms casting a gentle luminescence in perfect circles. Each living thing in the garden seemed to acknowledge my presence, turning towards me with a subtle curiosity as I passed by, a silent dance of recognition. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, its basin adorned with cryptic symbols that seemed to shift and dance under my gaze. Tracing the symbols with a tentative finger, a warm vibration pulsed through me, accompanied by a haunting melody that lingered on the edge of perception. It was then that I noticed them, The ethereal butterflies, pure white with translucent wings that left trails of shimmering silver in their wake. Their delicate flight wove patterns in the air, forming celestial scripts that whispered secrets of forgotten dreams. As time lost its grip in the garden's embrace, I found myself entranced by the silent communion of the silver-winged messengers and the mystical flora. The air grew chill, a subtle reminder that time here flowed differently, like molasses in a forgotten hourglass. My grandmother's diary, a testament to the garden's enigmatic nature, held cryptic words that hinted at truths deeper than the roots of the ancient trees. In this timeless realm, where shadows danced independently of the unseen sun and flowers bloomed in fleeting moments of revelation, I realized that the garden held secrets older than memory itself. As evening's veil descended upon the garden, I retraced my steps towards the house, the path subtly altered by unseen hands of nature. New blooms whispered of stories yet untold, their petals guarding ancient mysteries within. Before departing the garden's sacred confines, I cast a final glance towards the fountain and saw a figure, perhaps my grandmother, tending to the enigmatic flora with a grace born of ages past. Yet, with a blink, the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving behind only the garden's pale blooms and eternal twilight, whispering softly, "Welcome home." That night, as I drifted into slumber, a single white butterfly perched upon my windowsill, casting shadows that seemed to inscribe cryptic tales upon my walls. In dreams woven with the fountain's haunting melody, I understood that some places exist beyond the realm of sunlight, bathed in a luminance born of secrets as ancient as time itself. And as sleep carried me into the realm of dreams, I wondered if the garden had chosen me just as it had chosen my grandmother in a time long forgotten. Story 50. The rain tapping gently on the roof of the ancestral home wove a hypnotic melody as I sifted through the remnants of my grandmother's inheritance. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust particles basking in the soft glow of the setting sun seeping through the cream curtains. Each item I uncovered seemed to murmur tales of bygone eras, whispering memories long cherished. In the final box, nestled amongst forgotten treasures, lay a weathered leather-bound photo album. Its corners worn with time, yet the touch retained a velvety softness only years could bestow. My fingertips traced its weathered surface as I placed it delicately on the ancient oak table in the living room, the aroma of musty paper and age clinging to its pages. As I turned the pages, each black and white photograph painted a canvas of family moments, weddings, birthdays, lazy summer days, smiles frozen in time, faces of elder kin bearing a resemblance to generations to come. The rustle of the pages harmonized with the rain's rhythmic beat against the window panes. One photograph in particular captured my gaze, a scene from a summer luncheon in the garden. There sat my grandmother, radiant in a floral dress, surrounded by her siblings. Sunlight cast gentle shadows on their joyous faces, but one figure stood apart, a mysterious presence in a light dress and shadowed hat, unfamiliar to family lore. Removing the photograph, I scrutinized the enigmatic figure. On the back, a date penned in my grandmother's elegant script, summer 1956. No further clues. A chill swept through the room, causing the curtains to dance in the fading light. With a click, the old table lamp bathed the room in a warm, inviting glow. Under the new light, a troubling revelation emerged. The mysterious figure's shadow defied logic, diverging from the others in an unnatural direction. A memory stirred of hushed conversations between my mother and aunt, speaking of a woman who had transiently graced the family before vanishing without a trace, her identity forever shrouded in mystery. The rain's cadence crescendoed, casting a spell of enchantment. The figure in the photograph seemed to sharpen, the rest of the image blurring slightly, as if beckoning me to uncover its hidden truth. A faint message etched in the corner, barely discernible under the lamplight. she always sees. Returning the photograph to its place, I found myself unable to close the album, drawn to the enigma within its pages. How many untold stories lay dormant within these walls? How many secrets had the lens captured, preserving them in the hush of time? Night descended, the rain's lullaby cradling the house in tranquility. Nestled in an armchair by the window, the album resting on my lap, I pondered. Who was she, this mysterious woman? What had she witnessed? And did her watchful gaze persist even now? Leaving the album open on the table, I retired for the night, stealing a final glance from the doorway. In the flickering lamplight, a fleeting illusion played before me. The figure seemed to shift, as if meeting my gaze. Yet it could have been a mere trick of shadows, or perhaps something deeper, a mystery destined to linger, safeguarded amidst the aged pages of a family heirloom. Story 51. The gentle moonlight seeped into my room, painting delicate shadows on the wooden floor. I've always been a light sleeper, attuned to the hushed moments when the world seems to pause. On this particular night, the autumn breeze danced through the trees, creating a soothing symphony against the window panes. It was during one of my midnight explorations through the old house that I first noticed it, a curious alteration in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off as a play of light, a trick shadows enjoy in the cloak of night. But as my fingertips grazed the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, transforming into a smooth, polished surface reminiscent of aged wood instead of the familiar textured wallpaper. This revelation became a nightly ritual. Each dusk, as the sun bid farewell and tranquility enveloped the world, I would eagerly await. The metamorphosis always commenced with a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a gentle chill, accompanied by a faint aroma of cedar wood and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty leather-bound books and forgotten chambers. Gradually, the door would materialize, akin to a photograph slowly developing before my eyes. At first, a faint outline against the wallpaper, then unfolding detail by detail. An ornate wooden door embellished with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and morph when I focused too intently. The brass doorknob shimmered with a welcoming glow that emanated from within, rather than reflecting from without. Night after night, I would linger in the hallway, witnessing the door take form. Sometimes, I'd bring a cup of chamomile tea, its comforting fragrance mingling with the enigmatic scents accompanying the door's appearance. Though my hand often hovered near the doorknob, I refrained from touching it, sensing that opening it would irrevocably alter everything, a change I wasn't prepared for. As I maintained my nocturnal vigil, I began to discern other subtle shifts within the house. The shadows deepened, moving with purposeful intent. The usual creaks and settling noises of the aged house adopted a rhythmic cadence, akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew pregnant with potential, laden with the weight of untold tales yearning to be unearthed. On particularly tranquil nights, I fancied I heard noises emanating from beyond the door, not unsettling, but rather intriguing. The soft rustle of pages turning in an unseen tome, the gentle tick-tock of a phantom grandfather clock, and occasionally a faint hum of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the house's history yielded no information about the door, yet unearthed accounts of past occupants recounting peculiar dreams and serene nights. One former resident, an elderly woman who had resided in the house for half a century, penned in her journal about a gateway to peaceful slumber that manifested solely in the darkest hours. Initially dismissed as the musings of a solitary widow, her words now resonated deeply within me. With each passing week, the door became my nocturnal companion. When sleep eluded me, I would sit in its proximity, sensing its presence like that of a dear friend. At times, I'd read by its soft radiance, while on other occasions, I'd simply contemplate, attuned to the subtle sounds seeming to emanate from beyond. The door exuded no malevolence or threat, but rather enveloped me in a cloak of tranquility, as though safeguarding something precious, not concealing something sinister. One night, as I sat near the door as was my custom, I noticed a new detail. The carvings in the wood appeared to narrate a tale. Figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, voyaging across seas. Yet whenever I endeavored to trace their journey to its conclusion, the patterns shifted, weaving a new narrative. It was as though the door itself was a storyteller, weaving endless sagas for those patient enough to observe and await. Years have drifted by since my initial encounter with the door, and still I've refrained from turning its handle. I sometimes ponder if this restraint is why it continues to manifest, because I've honored its enigma, permitting it to retain its mysteries. The door now serves as a reminder that certain queries are best left unaddressed, certain enigmas more enchanting when left unexplored. On restless nights, I find myself drawn to the hallway, a cup of tea in hand. Without fail, the door materializes, ushering in its customary warmth and solace. And as I bask in its gentle glow, I realize that perhaps the true essence of the door lies not in being opened, but in the serenity it imparts to those who simply cherish its presence during the silent hours of the night. With the morning's arrival, as sunlight bathes the room and the door fades into mundane wallpaper, doubts may linger regarding its existence. Yet as night descends once more, accompanied by that familiar shift in the air, that subtle alteration in reality, I am reassured that certain wonders in this world are reserved solely for those willing to sit quietly in the darkness, awaiting the emergence of magic. Story 52. The gentle patter of autumn rain whispered against my office window, a soothing lullaby as I delved into my work. The world outside seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that danced a hypnotic tune. A soft golden light spilled from my desk lamp, casting a warm glow on the aged manuscripts I carefully cataloged for the city's historical archive. And then she appeared, a solitary figure, her scarlet red umbrella a vibrant contrast against the muted hues of the autumn evening. Her steps held a curious rhythm, almost musical, in perfect harmony with the rain's gentle cadence. Each evening, like clockwork, she crossed the square, a mysterious presence that captivated my attention. Her face remained veiled beneath the umbrella's shadow and the mist of rain, adding to her enigmatic allure. But one night, as she paused in the square, a fleeting glance in my direction revealed a hint of a smile on her pale face, illuminated by the dim streetlights. My heart quickened, only to watch her resume her journey into the night. In the days that followed, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Water droplets appeared on the manuscripts, as if left by rain-kissed fingers. The delicate fragrance of antique roses lingered in the air, a ghostly perfume that defied explanation. And one evening, a forgotten black and white photograph materialized on my desk, depicting the square from 50 years past, with a figure holding a red umbrella amidst the crowd. The date inscribed on the back read, October 15th, 1973. Intrigued, I delved deeper into the archives, uncovering the tragic tale of Sarah Thompson, a librarian who once walked the same halls as I. Her affinity for red umbrellas and ancient texts was well known, her life meeting a sorrowful end in that very square on a rainy night, much like the ones that now enveloped me. As I immersed myself in Sarah's story, the scent of roses intensified, the rain's melody transforming into a gentle hum, as if a forgotten lullaby echoed through the room. The pages of the document stirred, as if brushed by an unseen hand, and when I lifted my gaze, there she was, closer than ever before. The red umbrella was folded now, revealing her face, kind eyes, a serene smile. No fear gripped me, only a poignant sense of connection and understanding. From that night on, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly crossings. Yet on rainy evenings, when the archive fell into a hushed embrace and shadows danced along the walls, I could sense her presence, the subtle echo of her steps, the lingering perfume of roses. And sometimes as I sifted through old manuscripts, fresh water droplets adorned the pages, as if a gentle touch had just graced the paper. I often pondered if Sarah still watched over her cherished books, if her spirit wandered the rain-soaked streets with her red umbrella in hand. This tale I've kept close, a secret shared only between myself and the library's shadows. And when the rain whispers against the windows, I can't help but smile, knowing that somewhere in the tapestry of time, a woman with a red umbrella continues her eternal journey. Story 53. The grandfather clock in my study had always been a steady companion, its rhythmic ticking echoing like a soft lullaby in the stillness of the room. But on this particular morning, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something extraordinary. The familiar cadence of the clock seemed to falter, stretching the seconds into endless whispers that lingered in the morning light. As I sat at my desk, surrounded by the relics of time past, a peculiar sensation washed over me. The world outside my window appeared frozen in a tranquil embrace, as if caught in a delicate dance with eternity. The seconds, usually swift and fleeting, now hung suspended, teasing the boundaries of reality. With a sense of wonder, I reached for my pocket watch, only to find my hand moving through the air as if submerged in a dream. The watch itself revealed a sight so surreal, it defied logic. The second hand quivered in place, trapped between two moments, hesitant to move forward. In this hushed tableau, the ordinary sights of my study took on a surreal quality. Dust particles shimmered in the sunlight, frozen in midair like tiny stars in a cosmic ballet. The steam from my forgotten tea curled lazily, creating ethereal patterns that defied gravity. Even the curtains hung motionless, captured in a moment of suspended animation. The silence that enveloped me felt sacred, a sanctuary of stillness where time held its breath. Each step I took reverberated through the air like a ripple on a tranquil pond, distorting the fabric of reality with invisible echoes. Gazing out of the window, I beheld a world transformed into a living canvas. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched against the canvas of the sky. Below, autumn leaves paused in their descent, frozen in a dance of perpetual beauty. A neighbor's cat perched on the garden wall, tail poised in a graceful arc that would never complete its motion. Instead of fear, a sense of fascination gripped me, drawing me deeper into this temporal anomaly. I wandered through my home, observing the frozen moments that revealed a hidden world of beauty and wonder. Water droplets hung in the air like crystalline gems, and every clock stood silent, their hands halted in a timeless embrace. Returning to my study, I encountered a mirror that seemed to hold a secret within its depths. My reflection moved in perfect harmony with me, yet there was a subtle difference, a hint of another reality shimmering beneath the surface. The mirror's gaze held a wisdom unknown to me, a glimpse into a world where time flowed in mysterious ways. In that timeless interlude, I lost myself in contemplation, pondering the nature of existence when time itself stood still. Hours might have passed, or mere moments. Time had lost its grip on me, releasing me into a realm of infinite possibilities. And then, with a gentle sigh, the world began to awaken from its slumber. The dust motes quivered, the steam dissipated, and the curtains stirred with life once more. The grandfather clock's pendulum hesitated before resuming its steady beat, ushering in the return of time's relentless march. As the world resumed its familiar rhythm, I was left with a lingering sense of awe and mystery. The mirror still held its secrets, reflecting a version of myself that existed in a realm beyond time's grasp. And in quiet moments, when the light struck just so, I glimpsed that other self, wandering through a world frozen in tranquil silence, discovering the beauty of each suspended moment. Story 54. In the park, the autumn fog draped like a gentle cloak of gray silk, while leaves twirled lazily in the cool evening breeze. Strolling along the gravel path, I relished the earthy aroma mingling with the soft crunch of my steps. The misty glow from the street lamps created hazy halos, casting dim light on my way forward. And there it was, catching my eye, a dark coat neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench. The park was deserted at this late hour, and the coat appeared meticulously placed, exuding an air of deliberate arrangement. Approaching cautiously, I observed the woolen fabric absorbing the moisture in the air, still warm to the touch as if recently shed. Not fear, but a sense of intrigue tinged with curiosity enveloped me. I explored the empty pockets, seeking clues to the mysterious owner, only to find a lone bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed suspended as I held this relic of the past, its yellowed paper oddly preserved. Seated beside the coat, the fog thickening around me, a faint scent of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the fabric, conjuring memories of days long gone. Delving deeper, I unearthed faded initials JM sewn inside with golden thread, a ghostly remnant of identity. A distant melody pierced the park's silence, an echo of old music, as if from a bygone era, drifting like a half-remembered dream. Rising from the bench to trace the source of the music, I found it elusive, surrounding me from all directions yet nowhere specific. Upon returning to the coat, a subtle shift had occurred, its position altered, a button catching the light in a new way. Though alone in the park, a disconcerting feeling of being watched crept over me. Time ebbed sluggishly as shadows from the streetlights swayed over the fallen leaves, the haunting music fading into the mist. Lost in contemplation of JM's enigmatic presence, a gentle touch grazed my shoulder, ethereal as a whisper of wind. Startled, I whirled around, but only the swirling fog greeted me in response. The coat now seemed weathered, as if aged in an instant, fabric worn and colors fading further. Respecting the mystery, I left it undisturbed and walked away, a waltz melody briefly resurfacing in the air, unfamiliar yet oddly familiar. Returning the next morning, the bench stood empty, a faint impression marking where the coat had rested, alongside a new bus ticket dated for that very day. Even now, on misty evenings passing by, echoes of that haunting melody linger, mingling with the scent of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, amidst the dance of shadows and streetlight whispers, a fleeting image of an elegant figure emerges in the park, only to dissolve into the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Story 55. The night was draped in a tranquil hush, broken only by the soft hum of the refrigerator and the steady ticking of the kitchen clock. In the solitude of my apartment, perched on the couch, I savored the magic of 2 a.m., a time when the universe felt tailored just for me. The gentle glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the air. It was amidst this serene enchantment that a peculiar detail caught my eye, beckoning me from the realm of familiarity. The apartment next to mine, a space that had previously gone unnoticed, now whispered a subtle mystery. In 6 months, I had never witnessed a soul crossing its threshold, nor had I heard a whisper or seen a flicker of light. Yet on this particular night, a dim radiance seeped through the slender crack under the door, akin to the gentle dance of a candle's flame. Setting down my cup on the coffee table, I rose from the comfort of the couch, lured by the intrigue of the unknown. Approaching the shared wall, I pressed my ear against the cool barrier, yearning to capture any semblance of sound. An eerie silence enveloped me, yet an unspoken weight lingered in the air, thickening the atmosphere. Resuming my routine, I found myself increasingly drawn to the enigmatic apartment in the days that followed. Details previously overlooked now captured my attention. The absence of piled mail, the immaculate doorknob amidst the dusty hallway, and on quiet nights, a faint rustling reminiscent of gentle footsteps. Curiosity unfurled within me like a creeping vine, its tendrils reaching for the secrets veiled beyond the neighboring door. Delving into the building's history, I unearthed a peculiar tale. The apartment had been leased for 2 decades, yet the identity of its occupants remained shrouded in obscurity. The elderly janitor, his face etched with kindness, disclosed receiving the rent anonymously each month, a mysterious transaction veiled in secrecy. One fateful night, as the world slumbered under a blanket of stars, the haunting strains of a piano wafted through the walls, a spectral melody tinged with sorrow and anticipation. Stirred from my slumber, I pressed my ear to the barrier once more, only to find the music abruptly silenced, leaving the echo of my racing heart in its wake. Encountering the woman from the upstairs abode the next day, I inquired about the phantom piano serenade. Her gaze bore a mix of pity and knowing, as she revealed that her father, the architect of the building, had designed the apartment sans space for a piano. Rather than allay my inquisitiveness, her revelation ignited a fervor within me, leading me to unearth further anomalies. On frosty evenings when warmth enveloped the building, the neighboring apartment remained devoid of any comforting heat. On rainy days, while other doormats succumbed to the damp embrace of rain-soaked shoes, the mat outside that very door remained eternally dry. One dusk, returning home from a long day's toil, I beheld the apartment door slightly ajar, a sight unprecedented. Heart thrumming, I stood at the threshold, drawn by the same ethereal glow that had captivated me months prior. A silent battle raged within me, torn between unveiling the mystery and heeding the warning of the unknown. In the end, I retreated, a silent pact with the enigma sealed within my soul. Since that night, a ritual has taken root. Each late evening upon my return, I pause before the enigmatic door, a silent sentinel in the nocturnal stillness. At times, a distant melody caresses my ears. At others, a flicker of light dances tantalizingly. I have chosen not to unravel the enigma that dwells next door, finding solace in the enigmatic presence that lingers just beyond my reach. In a world dictated by answers and explanations, perhaps there is a peculiar comfort in embracing the unknown and cherishing the mysteries that elude our grasp. And so I find peace in the silent companionship that dwells within the walls, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed in the embrace of the night. Story 56. The leather-bound journal materialized on my nightstand one chilly winter morning, its deep red cover capturing the faint sunlight seeping through my window drapes. I hadn't placed it there, yet there was a strange familiarity in the way its well-worn spine and cream-hued pages beckoned to me. The morning breeze carried the sharp tang of frost, accompanied by the distant tinkling of a wind chime weaving a soothing tune. My fingertips glided over the intricate designs etched into the cover, tracing each curve and line with a sense of recognition. The leather felt supple, as if years of handling had smoothed it to perfection, though I couldn't quite explain how I knew that. Upon opening the journal, a delicate aroma of lavender and aged paper wafted out, stirring elusive memories just beyond my grasp. The initial pages lay blank, pristine and inviting, yet as I continued leafing through them, I stumbled upon elegant script that seemed to shimmer in the soft morning light. It was my handwriting, unmistakably mine, yet the words held a mystery as I had no recollection of penning them down. The entries bore dates from days yet to unfold. Each dawn thereafter, I found myself drawn to the journal, perusing entries penned in my hand, detailing events that had not yet come to pass. They began with simple occurrences: a chance encounter with an old acquaintance, the unearthing of a misplaced ring beneath my dresser, the distant toll of church bells at midnight. Each prediction unfurled with precise accuracy, like gentle ripples spreading across a tranquil pond. With time, the prophecies grew more intricate. I read about conversations verbatim before they transpired, witnessed sunsets mirroring the descriptions, and felt raindrops patter on my skin just as foretold on the pages. The journal divulged no tales of terror or turmoil, only enigmatic wonders and subtle revelations that infused each day with a dreamlike tranquility. One entry narrated the aroma of freshly baked bread drifting through my window, followed by a knock at my door. And when it came to pass, a basket of warm rolls awaited outside, the identity of the bearer shrouded in mystery. Another entry hinted at a haunting melody I would chance upon while strolling in the garden, played on an unfamiliar instrument. And when the music graced my ears, it floated ethereally, its source forever concealed from sight. The journal's presence altered my perception of time. Mornings became a gentle anticipation, evenings a serene reflection. I began to observe nuances previously overlooked, the dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air preceding rain, the myriad shades of silence enveloping my chambers at night. Occasionally I discovered pressed flowers nestled between the pages, their hues vibrant despite being impossibilities from futures yet to unfold. Their petals were velvety beneath my touch, their fragrance mingling with the ever-present scent of lavender that accompanied the journal. As weeks passed, I noticed the entries fading after their fruition, dissolving into the cream-colored pages like morning mist under the sun's caress. Fresh entries emerged, scripted in the familiar hand, perpetually balancing between intrigue and solace. The origins of the journal and its choice of me remained shrouded in mystery. Some enigmas, I realized, were meant to linger unanswered, their allure enhancing their beauty. The journal taught me to embrace the enigmatic with inquisitiveness rather than dread, to discover solace in the gradual unfolding of time. On particularly hushed nights, when the moon cast its silvery glow through my window, I would occasionally glimpse words materializing across the pages, unfurling letter by letter like droplets of ink merging into clear water. I refrained from reading them as they materialized, preferring to let the mysteries of tomorrow remain veiled until their destined hour. The journal became my steadfast confidant, a link between past and future. It disclosed no grand calamities or moments of profound elation, only the subtle magic woven into everyday life when we learn to perceive it. Perhaps its greatest boon was in teaching me to uncover marvel in the gentle cadences of existence, in the ethereal spaces where reality and reveries entwine. As I pen these words now, I sense the morrow's musings taking shape in my thoughts, awaiting inscription on yet unmarked pages. The journal rests beside me, its cover exuding a comforting warmth, poised to unveil another day's worth of tender mysteries. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its melodic lullaby, and I grin, aware that its song was foretold in the forthcoming entry, scripted in a hand that is both mine and not mine, within a journal that dreams of tomorrows yet to unfurl. Story 57. Snow drifted down softly that evening in my quaint antique shop. The delicate flakes pirouetted behind the windows, basking in the cozy glow of vintage lamps, casting a gentle and inviting aura. The aged wooden shelves murmured softly, harmonizing with the unhurried cadence of the pendulum clock's movements. The air was redolent with the scent of ancient books and beeswax, a fragrance unique to objects steeped in history. As I arranged a stack of volumes, the doorbell tinkled with a crystalline resonance. A breath of icy air sneaked into the shop, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved swiftly on the polished wood floor. Turning to greet the visitor, I was momentarily taken aback. Standing at the threshold was a tall, enigmatic figure, cloaked in darkness, seemingly absorbing the ambient light. A broad-brimmed hat obscured the upper face, while a gray wool scarf veiled the lower. "Good evening," I murmured, striving to maintain a professional demeanor despite an eerie chill creeping up my spine. The figure remained silent, gliding gracefully amongst the shelves, their gloved hands skimming the displayed artifacts with delicate reverence. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as though they danced to a melody known only to them. I found myself captivated by their every gesture, noting how light behaved strangely in their presence. Shadows deepened and thickened, as if endowed with a life of their own. Halting before an antique mirror, an exquisite piece from the 18th century acquired just a week prior. The figure's gloved fingers traced the golden frame with deliberate care. The silence in the shop intensified, punctuated solely by the clock's languid ticking, each beat elongated. Attempting to catch their reflection in the mirror, I was disconcerted to find only the shelf behind them mirrored back, as if they existed beyond the realm of reflection. Approaching cautiously, the floor creaking beneath my steps, I inquired in a hushed tone, "Can I assist you in finding something specific?" Slowly turning towards me, the figure, shrouded in shadows beneath the hat, revealed nothing of their visage. With a fluid motion, they produced a yellowed parchment from their coat pocket, unfurling it meticulously on the counter beside the cash register. It bore a list inscribed in elegant archaic script detailing peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. As I perused the list, a chill settled in the air, my breath materializing in wisps of vapor. Objects on the shelves seemed to quiver imperceptibly, as if recognizing a significance in the visitor's presence. "I regret to inform you," I whispered, "that I don't possess these particular objects." The figure remained motionless for a protracted moment, then nodded slowly. Retrieving the parchment, they tucked it back into their coat with the same grace with which they had unfolded it. Striding towards the exit, they paused before departing. Tilting slightly, a sound, more akin to a whisper of thought than a voice, emanated from the scarf. "You will." It wasn't a query, but a declaration, a certainty. The bell chimed as they exited, its timbre altered, deeper, resonating from a distant realm. Outside, the snow fell unperturbed, yet for an instant, it seemed as though the flakes hung suspended in time. Later that night, after closing the shop, I inspected the antique mirror. Its reflective surface appeared profound, concealing something within its silvery depths. And the pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted precisely at the moment of the visitor's arrival. Since that fateful encounter, every evening as shadows lengthened and light waned, I find myself gazing towards the door, anticipating the bell's melodious ring. Each object in the shop appears attuned, as if aware that the visitor will return, as if every antiquity harbors a tale waiting to unfurl. In the realm of an antique shop, every artifact whispers a story, and perchance some relics are poised to embark on their own narrative journey. Story 58. Silence wrapped itself around the narrow streets of the quaint hillside town like a velvety shroud. It was an evening in autumn, the air carrying the scent of smoldering wood and wet leaves, while a misty veil slinked through the alleys like a stealthy feline. From my perch on the third floor, I gazed out at the windows of the neighboring houses, each bathed in a soft amber glow. It struck me as odd to see so many lights still ablaze at such a late hour, yet there was no movement behind those fogged-up panes. The church bell chimed 10 times, its toll ringing hollow in the night air, as though the sound was swathed in a cushion of cotton. Though I had only recently settled in this town 3 weeks prior, never had I witnessed the streets so eerily deserted. Normally, even at this hour, a lone elder might be out walking their faithful companion, or the young folks from the local bar would be engaged in animated chatter beneath the flickering street lamp. Seated in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea in my hands, I observed that even the familiar stray cat that frequented Mrs. Owan's Miller's windowsill was conspicuously absent. Wisps of steam spiraled from the cup, waltzing through the air and morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the room's shadows. Opting to keep only a dim reading lamp aglow, casting gentle shadows on the cream-colored walls, I allowed the tranquility of the night to seep into my bones. A sudden rustling stirred my senses, emanating from the hallway leading to the bedroom. Intrigued more than unnerved, I turned towards the source of the sound. It persisted at regular intervals, akin to the soft drag of paper across a floor. Rising from my seat, I gingerly placed the cup on the wooden side table beside me and ventured towards the hallway. As I drew closer, I detected a chill in the air. Not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of stepping into an ancient sanctuary. The hardwood floor murmured softly under my weight, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Coming to a halt at the threshold of the bedroom, I hesitated. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a faint bluish light unlike any other in the house. Pushing the door open gently, it creaked in protest. The window was shut, yet the curtain swayed as though stirred by a gentle breeze. Nestled on the floor beneath the window was a solitary sheet of paper. Bending down to retrieve it, I realized it was a fragment of a newspaper page. At the top, the date read October 15, 1954, and the headline seized my attention: Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when the town's denizens remained sequestered within their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact of silence, the origins of which had faded into obscurity. As I perused the words, movement beyond the window snagged my gaze. Across the street, lights flickered out one by one, akin to candles extinguished by a phantom breath. Yet behind those darkened panes, motionless silhouettes seemed to peer towards the street. A buzz in the pocket of my robe heralded a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, no one ventures outside. It is imperative. Peering out once more, I noted that all lights had now been snuffed out, save for mine. Amidst the deepening hush, I discerned the deceleration of my own heartbeat, as if harmonizing with a force ancient and enigmatic. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper scrap, I marveled at its remarkable softness, as though it had been handled countless times. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enfolding the streetlights in a milky embrace. From my vantage point, I surveyed the deserted main street, cloaked in stillness. Recalling the tales within the article, it was said that come morning, the townsfolk could not recollect the events of that silent night. Life resumed as usual, yet sporadically, the phenomenon would recur. Rising to my feet, I made my way to the light switch. Before extinguishing it, I stole a final glance out the window. The mist had coalesced into sinuous, almost dancing forms, and for an instant I fancied I glimpsed figures flitting within, shadows adrift in a milky sea. With the room plunged into darkness, I settled upon the bed, fully clothed. The silence now reigned supreme, punctuated solely by the metronomic ticking of the clock on the nightstand. As slumber beckoned, a question lingered in my mind. Would I awaken the following day with memories of this night, or would I, like the town's residents of yore, remain oblivious to the cyclical mystery woven into our lives? And as I succumbed to a profound sleep, the toll of midnight bells resonated faintly, as though echoing from a realm where silence served as the universal tongue of its inhabitants. Story 59. The night draped the house in a hush of stillness, as the wind murmured softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my bedroom, I gazed as shadows waltzed on the walls, swaying in the flickering lamplight. It was that magical hour when sleep tiptoed in, yet a peculiar resistance lingered within me, delaying Morpheus's beckoning embrace. For weeks now, a recurring dream had woven its threads through my nights with eerie precision. The room's warmth and the steady cadence of the old pendulum clock caressed me, coaxing me towards slumber. My eyes wandered to the open diary resting on the desk, each page meticulously adorned with the minutiae of that haunting dream. In my tidy script, I detailed the unchanging sequence: a spiraling staircase of gray stone plunging into the depths, the distant melody of water droplets echoing, and a grand wooden door adorned with enigmatic symbols. As I perused the entries, a newfound revelation unfurled before me. In each iteration of the dream, the chill seemed to seep deeper as I descended the stairs. Cold stone met my fingertips, and my breath materialized in the air, forming ethereal clouds. Yet, What set this dream apart was the inexplicable sense of déjà vu that accompanied me on the journey, as though the staircase led to a place I intimately knew, despite its foreignness. The closed door at the stair's end remained an enigma, its intricate symbols shifting and undulating like living entities under my scrutiny. In the dream's realm, my fingers traced the elusive contours of those mysterious glyphs, each touch eliciting a subtle vibration that pulsed through the wood, as if the door itself drew breath. That evening, as I readied for bed, an unfamiliar object caught my eye in the room. Nestled beside the lamp on the nightstand lay an ancient bronze key, its ornate design oddly reminiscent of the door's symbols that haunted my dreams. Curiosity tugged at me as I hefted the key, startled by its weight and the icy chill it exuded. Its presence felt oddly natural, as though it had always belonged in my possession. Nestled in bed, I clutched the key tightly, grounding myself in its tangible reality amidst the veil of sleep that descended. The dream unfurled once more. The twisting staircase, the melodic drip of water, the encroaching frost with each descent. But this time as I approached the door, the key thrummed faintly in my grasp, echoing the pulse of the carvings etched in the wood. With a steadying breath, I aligned the key with the hidden lock among the symbols. A hushed symphony of mechanisms unfolded as I turned the key, a melodic whisper from ages past. The door creaked open gradually, revealing not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. Yet, in the mirror's reflection, the steps ascended instead of descended. I awoke in the soft embrace of dawn's light filtering through the curtains. The key remained nestled in my palm, now imbued with a warmth that seemed almost animate. On the open diary sprawled across the desk, a new page greeted me, etched not in my hand but in characters akin to the door's symbols. They swirled and shifted, a dance of inked waves unfurling before me. Since that fateful night, the dream has not revisited me. The key resides on the nightstand, its occasional faint vibration a whisper in the tranquility of the night. Often, I ponder what awaits at the summit of that mirrored staircase, and whether one day courage will guide me to ascend. For now, I find solace in observing the dancing symbols on the pages of the diary, their cryptic tale unfolding in the darkest hours of night, a story perhaps not yet ripe for my understanding. Story 60. As the grandfather clock in my study solemnly announced the arrival of midnight, its deep resonance filled the air, each chime echoing like gentle ripples on a tranquil pond. Nestled in my weathered leather armchair, a beloved book lay open on my lap, its pages a familiar comfort in the quiet of the night. Outside, the rain whispered against the window panes, a soft lullaby to accompany the creaks and murmurs of the old house as it settled into slumber. My gaze drifted towards the hallway door, bathed in the warm glow of the reading lamp, standing out like a silent sentinel in the dimness. Tonight, something about it felt different, a subtle shift that teased the edges of my perception. Perhaps it was the way the brass handle caught the light, or the way the wood seemed to breathe with a life of its own. Despite my years in this home, the door now appeared strangely foreign, a flicker of unease dancing at the edges of my awareness. Setting aside my book, marked by a delicate silk ribbon, I rose from my chair. The floor beneath my slippered feet was cool, a stark contrast to the warmth of the room. With each step towards the door, the air seemed to grow colder, a chill that hinted at secrets hidden just beyond the threshold. My hand reached out, hesitating briefly before grasping the handle, which now radiated an unexpected warmth, a silent invitation into the unknown. With a smooth motion, the door swung open, revealing the familiar hallway bathed in the soft light of the moon. Everything appeared as it should, the faded wallpaper, the worn carpet, the collection of memories captured in framed photographs adorning the walls. Closing the door with a shake of my head, I dismissed my own fanciful thoughts, attributing the peculiar feeling to an overactive imagination. That night, my dreams were haunted by doors. They materialized in impossible places, each bearing the same brass handle that had drawn me to the hallway door. Whether floating in the sky or standing alone on deserted shores, they beckoned with a promise of mystery and wonder, their warmth a constant reminder of the door that had captured my curiosity. With the dawn came a subtle change. The hallway door, once a fixture of stability, now bore the marks of age. Its color faded as if touched by the passage of time. The brass handle gleamed with a newfound patina, a silent testament to the shifting nature of the world around me. Intrigued, I examined the door with a keen eye, noting the nuances of its transformation. The lighter wood, the intricate grain, the altered hue of the hinges. Night after night, the door continued its enigmatic metamorphosis, a silent dance of time and perception. Each shift brought a new iteration, a new mystery to unravel. I found myself drawn to the door, capturing its changes in a journal filled with sketches and observations. Yet despite my vigilance, the transformations always occurred in the depths of night, when the world slumbered and reality blurred at the edges. One evening, determined to uncover the truth, I kept watch over the door, my gaze unwavering as the hours slipped by. The grandfather clock marked the passage of time with its steady rhythm, each tick a heartbeat in the silence of the night. And then, at 3:17 a.m., a subtle tremor passed through the room, a fleeting darkness that heralded a new transformation. In that moment of transition, the door revealed a new guise. The warm oak replaced by rich mahogany, the brass handle transformed into delicate crystal, its surface adorned with shimmering patterns that seemed to dance in the shadows. Drawn by an unseen force, I reached out to touch the handle, only to hesitate at the hum of energy that surrounded the door, a whisper of the unknown that sent a shiver down my spine. And then, a realization struck me. The door had no keyhole. In all its forms, in all its iterations, the keyhole was conspicuously absent, a detail that had eluded my notice until now. Confounded, I searched my journal, seeking confirmation of this missing element, only to find no trace of the keyhole that had always been there in reality, if not in memory. Now, as the evenings pass in quiet contemplation, I find myself drawn to the door and its ever-changing facade. Sometimes, in the flicker of candlelight, I glimpse other hallways beyond, each a tantalizing glimpse into a world unseen. And yet, when I open the door, it remains steadfast in its reality, revealing only the familiar sights of my own hallway. The door continues to shift and transform, a silent enigma that defies explanation. I have grown accustomed to its nightly rituals, finding solace in the mystery it presents. Perhaps in the dance of light and shadow, it is not the door that changes, but my perception of it. Each shift a reflection of my own shifting understanding of the world. As the grandfather clock tolls the midnight hour, and the rain whispers its lullaby against the window panes, I find myself eagerly anticipating the next transformation, the next glimpse into the hidden depths of the door and the secrets it guards in the quiet hours before dawn. Story 61. The night had cloaked the house in a shroud of profound quietness, broken only by the soft patter of raindrops on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls, in perfect harmony with the flickering flames of the fireplace. The cozy warmth enveloped me like a snug embrace, while the aroma of burning wood intertwined with the fragrance of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. It was in that moment of utter tranquility that my attention was drawn to something peculiar in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly ajar door. An ancient porcelain music box, a token from Grandma, seemed to exude a faint bluish radiance. I couldn't recall ever seeing it shine in such a manner before. Slowly I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the floor produced a soft creak that harmonized with the rain's rhythm, weaving an almost hypnotic tune. Drawing near the door, the glow intensified, yet retained its gentle quality, akin to moonlight shimmering on tranquil waters. The toy room was a haven of reminiscences and enchantment. Weathered wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush creatures with gentle gazes. The music box occupied a special spot on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her strolls in the garden. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, usually frozen in a perpetual pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if being caressed by an unseen zephyr. I inched closer, noting the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath formed wisps of vapor in the air, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its light, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle motions, and I could almost hear a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper from a bygone era. Extending my hand toward the music box, the blue light pulsed gently at that precise moment. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have turned their heads slightly towards me, but in a blink they returned to their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I believed I had long forgotten. The music box commenced spinning on its own, ever so slowly. The ballerina pirouetted with an unnatural grace, her movements flowing like those of a genuine dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of eras long past. The atmosphere in the room thickened with memories, as if time itself had condensed around that petite magical artifact. I stood transfixed, entranced by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music from the music box intertwined with the rain's melody, crafting a symphony that spoke of yearning and concealed enigmas. The shadows within the room appeared to sway to the music's cadence, and for an instant, I felt I was not solitary in witnessing this private exhibition. Gradually, the melody began to fade, akin to a dream slipping away upon awakening. The blue radiance of the music box dimmed to a barely discernible glimmer, and the ballerina decelerated her dance until she came to a halt. Silence enveloped the room once more, yet it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. Gazing at the dying embers in the fireplace, I ruminated on Grandma and her affinity for objects imbued with tales. I pondered whether she had ever encountered something akin, whether the music box had always harbored that magic, or if it was a special gift, reserved for select moments and observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Sometimes I believe I catch a fleeting blue gleam or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet, perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to the porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 62. The soft glow of moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting gentle dancing shadows on the weathered wooden floor of my serene abode. Nestled in my favorite armchair, enveloped by the hush of the night, my eyes were drawn to the ancient mahogany box resting atop the mantelpiece. It had always been a silent sentinel in this house passed down from my grandmother, yet its contents remained a mystery, untouched by human hands. The moon's luminance caressed its glossy surface, causing the intricate carvings to almost come alive in the dimness, a silent dance of shadows. In a moment of stillness, a peculiar air of change hung over the room. Was it the ethereal play of light on the box's inlays, or the profound silence that cloaked the space that night? Slowly, I rose from my seat, the wool of my sweater whispering against the armchair as I moved through the room, the old floorboards murmuring beneath my footsteps. Approaching the mantelpiece, a subtle density seemed to thicken the air around the box, a delicate veil of mystery shrouding it. My fingers grazed the warm, polished mahogany, as if feeling a heartbeat beneath its surface. The intricate patterns of leaves and branches seemed to writhe under my touch, a silent tale waiting to be unraveled. And there, at the center of the lid, nestled among the carvings, a minuscule eye peered back at me, a hidden watcher in the shadows. Mesmerized, I drew closer, and a faint, ancient fragrance wafted around me, a scent both familiar and enigmatic, like a forgotten memory stirring in the depths of my mind. Closing my eyes, I let the aroma weave visions of a woman's tender smile, her whispered secrets lost to time. The rustle of the wind outside brought me back to the present, my hands trembling as they traced the edges of the enigmatic box. Though no lock was visible, a sense of unbroken secrecy lingered, casting doubt on my childhood recollections. Perching on the couch, I cradled the box in my hands, its weight lighter than anticipated, yet a subtle presence shifted within, ephemeral as a passing shadow. The warmth it exuded seemed to pulse with life, and for a fleeting moment I felt the tiny carved eye watching me, a silent companion in the stillness. A shiver, not of fear but of recognition, coursed through me, akin to reuniting with a long-lost acquaintance in a dream. Echoes of my grandmother's cryptic words surfaced in my mind, her enigmatic wisdom hinting at truths beyond reach. Settling the box back on its perch, the carved eye almost seemed to smile, a silent acknowledgement of my acceptance. Retreating to my armchair, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped me, a realization dawning that some mysteries need not be unraveled, but cherished in their enigmatic embrace. The moon's gentle radiance continued to bathe the room, infusing the night with a deeper significance, a serenity that whispered of ancient secrets kept. Eyes closing, I surrendered to the lingering scent of the box, a lullaby leading me towards slumber. In that threshold between wakefulness and dreams, a faint whisper seemed to emanate from the mantelpiece, a sigh, a breath of relief, or perhaps just the playful dance of the night wind with the curtains. The box remained, a silent sentinel of its enigma, a guardian of secrets that sought no revelation. And in that acceptance, a newfound peace settled within me, a quiet knowing that some mysteries are meant to be revered, not unraveled. Story 63. In the quiet embrace of my grandmother's ancient home, the gentle tap-tap-tap of raindrops against the window panes painted a tranquil melody. My task, amidst the dusty attic's forgotten treasures, felt like a journey through time, a daunting yet oddly serene responsibility. Each creak of the wooden stairs echoed with the whispers of bygone years, releasing the faint scent of aged cedar and distant memories into the air. Ascending towards the attic's hidden realm, the soft glow from a small round window bathed the space in a hazy light, casting delicate shadows across the room. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the pale beam, weaving ephemeral patterns that seemed to beckon to the past. As my fingers brushed against weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's gentle rhythm provided a soothing backdrop to my exploration. Amidst a stack of weathered photo albums in the far corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A small music box, its once gilded surface dulled by the passage of time, perched atop a faded pink blanket. What intrigued me was not its appearance, but the slow, deliberate turning of its metal key, as if a ghostly hand had just wound it moments before. The subtle movement, almost imperceptible, seemed to draw me closer, pulling me into a world where time held no dominion. A shift in the atmosphere, a slight chill in the air, accompanied my approach towards the mysterious music box. Its lid, intricately carved with woodland creatures softened by years of handling, hinted at untold stories and forgotten whispers. My grandmother, who cherished tales of her belongings, had never spoken of this particular piece, shrouded in a cloak of mystery within the attic's embrace. When I lifted the music box, a warmth, unnatural in the cool attic, greeted my touch, sending a shiver down my spine. The key continued its slow, hypnotic dance, defying the laws of logic and reason. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid, anticipating the familiar lullaby that often accompanied such treasures. Instead, a distant, ethereal giggle, the laughter of a child long gone, floated through the air, carrying with it a poignant sense of longing and solitude that touched the depths of my soul. Nestled beneath the music box was a porcelain doll, delicate and diminutive, its painted features frozen in a serene expression. One glass eye, slightly askew, gazed out with a knowing look, while the doll's once white dress had taken on the hue of aged ivory, its lace trim as fragile as memories long past. Most striking were the tiny hands, outstretched as if in eternal anticipation of a gentle touch. As I pondered the doll's silent presence, the rain's melody shifted, its tempo altering as if echoing distant footsteps traversing the attic's time-worn floor. Dust motes twirled in intricate patterns, briefly forming shapes reminiscent of small handprints before dissipating into the ether. The air grew cooler, not uncomfortably so, but like the caress of a summer breeze on a balmy evening. Memories, not my own, but vivid and palpable, began to unfurl before me like a tapestry of yesteryears. Visions of a young girl, her laughter a symphony in the attic's rafters, played out before my eyes. She cradled the porcelain doll with tenderness, her carefree spirit a stark contrast to the solitude of the present moment. The scenes, painted in soft hues and blurred edges, bore the weight of truth, a truth I couldn't explain but felt deep within my being. It was my grandmother as a child, a realization that dawned with unwavering certainty, bridging the chasm between past and present. The music box's key came to a halt, the spectral giggle fading into silence, leaving only the echo of memories lingering in the air. Holding both the music box and the porcelain doll in my hands, a profound urge tugged at my heart, urging me to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with the warmth of the living space below. Yet a mysterious force held me back, a silent whisper of hesitation. The doll's misaligned gaze seemed to fixate on an unseen presence, a gaze that pierced through the veil of time and space. Gently I returned the items to their original places, arranging the faded pink blanket with care. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sigh of contentment, passed through the attic, as if acknowledging my silent reverence. The rain resumed its tranquil cadence, the dust settling back into its lazy waltz within the sunlit beam. And in that moment of quiet realization, I understood the essence of this sacred space. Some treasures are meant to transcend the boundaries of time, lingering between the realms of memory and reality. As evening descended and I prepared to depart, a distant melody, faint and haunting, seemed to drift down from the attic above. The delicate notes of a music box intertwined with the echo of small footsteps dancing across aged floorboards. I resisted the urge to investigate, for some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, existing in the delicate balance between wakefulness and dreams. In that twilight realm where the impossible takes root and memories weave their eternal dance in the dust-laden light of ancient attics. Perhaps that was why my grandmother had kept silent about the music box. For some treasures are meant to reveal themselves only to those who chance upon them in the quiet hours, when the rain whispers softly and the world holds its breath to hear the echoes of the past. Story 64. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, weaving a soothing melody with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I found myself entranced by the latest addition to my collection, an antique painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, its rich hues and enigmatic aura drew me in. Despite the wear of time, the golden frame shimmered in the fire's flickering light, casting dancing reflections across the room. On that stormy evening, as the tempest outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence captured my gaze within the painting. The leaves seemed to stir subtly, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of the fire's shadows, but the longer I stared, the more I sensed a shift. The colors deepened, growing more vibrant and alive. The path winding through the canvas extended beyond its confines, appearing longer and more intricate than before. Rising from my seat, I approached the painting, feeling a coolness enveloping it, a stark contrast to the fireplace's warmth. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a smooth, almost silky texture, unlike any traditional oil painting. A scent of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, disorienting my senses with its realism. Amid my contemplation, movement flickered in the upper corner of the painting, distinct from mere light and shadow play. Heart quickening with curiosity rather than fear, I stepped back, observing branches where something seemed to lurk. Brushstrokes shifted, trees swayed as if moved by an unseen force. In the distance, a faint structure materialized, previously hidden within the mist. The rain's patter transformed into a gentle whisper, harmonizing with the painting's subtle dances. Settling back into my armchair, I became wholly absorbed in the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, the painting's influence seeping into reality. Through the night, its metamorphosis unfolded gradually, hues shifting in a mesmerizing cycle. The distant stone house grew clearer, its chimney smoking, windows aglow with a golden light. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within, if they could perceive me observing through this enchanted window of art. Rather than unease, a profound tranquility enveloped me, a feeling of uncovering a hidden passage where reality intertwined with fantasy. Hours slipped by, the painting divulging its mysteries with patience. Shadows flitted along the path, ephemeral figures dancing among the trees. Yet, as I tried to focus, they dissolved like fading dreams at dawn's approach. With the sky tinted pink by the rising sun, the painting gradually reverted to its original state, the house fading into the morning mist. Only the lingering scent of damp leaves remained, a silent testament to the nocturnal revelations. Each evening since, I returned to my armchair, awaiting the painting's whims. At times it unveils its secrets, while in silence it resembles an ordinary artwork. Nevertheless, I hold the certainty that beyond the canvas lies a world rousing only when the world slumbers, for those patient enough to observe. Story 65. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant tones spreading throughout the ancient house, wrapping it in a cocoon of sound. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cocooned in the warm hug of a woolen blanket, I found solace in the serenade of the winter wind whispering through the window crevices. A soft halo of light from my reading lamp enveloped me, casting shadows in the room's corners, creating a sanctuary of darkness. Reading before bedtime had become my cherished ritual, especially during the lengthened winter nights. The house settled into its nocturnal symphony of faint creaks and sighs, akin to an old friend murmuring in slumber. Yet tonight held a different quality of silence, a subtle shift that stirred something within me. I paused my reading, lifting my head to embrace the expanded senses beyond the lamplight's circle. The atmosphere had altered imperceptibly, a delicate chill reminiscent of impending snow, though the night sky remained clear. My gaze gravitated towards the partially open hallway door, positioned to catch the grandfather clock's comforting chimes. The door stood as I had left it, ajar enough to reveal a wedge of shadow. But as I observed, an anomaly caught my eye within that slice of darkness. It appeared denser, as if the shadows had coalesced into a tangible presence. The longer I stared, the more I discerned subtle layers within the darkness, like silk curtains suspended in motionless air. While the room's radiator hummed softly, circulating warmth, it seemed to skirt around that particular corner, as if diverted by an unseen force. Intrigued rather than fearful, I leaned forward in the chair, captivated by the enigmatic shadow. It seemed to respond to my attention, gaining definition, yet retaining an elusive quality, akin to a half-remembered word on the tip of the tongue. I marked my place in the book with a silk ribbon, setting it aside. The leather chair creaked slightly as I shifted, but I remained seated, allowing my eyes to adjust to the interplay of light and shadow. The darkness behind the door took on a gentle undulation, akin to curtains stirred by an unseen breath, despite the room's stillness. The grandfather clock's steady ticking seemed to synchronize with the shadow's subtle transformations. My breathing slowed instinctively, aligning with this tranquil rhythm. The shadow swayed with a delicate grace, as if breathing in harmony with me, creating intricate patterns reminiscent of sunlight filtering through deep waters. A comforting warmth permeated the room, distinct from the radiator's artificial heat, evoking the cozy sensation of being near a slumbering cat. The shadow's movements became purposeful, a silent form of communication transcending language. It was like deciphering a message through rhythmic motions rather than words. Time seemed to ebb and flow fluidly, stretching and contracting like honey stirred in warm tea. Engaged in a serene exchange of observation and response, the shadow and I existed in a tranquil dialogue, occasionally reaching out with tendrils of darkness, only to retract them with grace. Details within the shadow emerged, unfathomable in regular darkness, swirling and dissolving like ink in water, forming fleeting shapes that defied categorization. Yet, these manifestations carried no threat. They felt like offerings, secrets exchanged in the language of shadows and silence. When the grandfather clock struck 1, the air shifted, and the shadow began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but receding like a departing friend after a comforting visit. As the shadow melded back into the ordinary darkness of the hallway, a sense of serene fulfillment lingered. The room felt subtly altered, imbued with a newfound significance, as if touched by the presence that had graced this hour with me. The door remained unchanged, framing only mundane darkness. Resuming my book, I sat in the warm pool of light, holding on to the tranquil essence left by the shadow's visit. Sleep beckoned at the edges of my awareness, and I welcomed it, anticipating dreams suffused with memories of darkness that flowed like water and whispered like a friend. Since that night, I habitually leave my door slightly ajar, inviting that familiar wedge of shadow. On quiet evenings, I catch glimpses of the shadow reassembling behind the door. In those moments, I merely smile, settling deeper into my chair, prepared to share another peaceful hour with my gentle visitor from the depths of shadow. Story 66. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my old farmhouse, serenading me with a hypnotic tune that blended with the gentle creaking of the wooden floor beneath my feet. It was a crisp autumn evening, where the line between reality and dreams blurred effortlessly. Outside, the leaves swayed in the dark, casting ever-changing shadows on the cream-colored walls through the misty glass. Nestled in my cherished armchair, holding a cup of now cool chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden halo on the ground. There was a subtle shift in the air that night, a lingering feeling that eluded definition. Perhaps it was the thickness of the atmosphere, or the profound silence of the house that seemed almost tangible. I rose languidly, drawn by a flicker in the corner of my eye. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, as if stretching beyond its usual confines. The shadows in the nooks grew deeper, denser, almost alive. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the darkness that thickened towards the end of the corridor. A gradual chill enveloped me as I ventured forward, the wooden floor whispering unfamiliar sounds beneath my steps. The ancestral portraits on the walls seemed to regard me with altered eyes, as if the faces had shifted subtly in my absence. Midway down the hallway, a peculiar scent wafted to my nostrils, an ancient aroma of weathered books and damp wood foreign to my abode. I turned to the window on my right, where rain had painted intricate patterns on the glass, designs hinting at a cryptic order. And there it was, a shadow, darker than the rest, gliding with unnatural elegance along the opposing wall. It bore no relation to any visible object, possessing a solidity akin to condensed mist. Moving with a deliberate grace, it seemed almost aware of my presence. My breath deepened as I watched, not with fear, but with a strange sense of recognition. as if the shadow had always lingered, waiting to be acknowledged. Halting at the entrance to the guest room, it took on a faintly humanoid shape. Drawing nearer, I sensed a subtle response from the shadow as it flickered in acknowledgement of my proximity. The rain's patter morphed into a constant murmur, as though attempting to convey a message. Straining to listen, I discerned faint whispers in an unknown yet oddly comprehensible language. The air around me chilled, yet not unpleasantly so. It felt like being wrapped in a cool silk sheet on a balmy summer eve. The shadow resumed its motion, gliding towards me in a slow, fluid dance. I stood transfixed, observing its approach. When it drew close, it paused. Amid the silence, I could hear my heartbeat, steady and calm. The shadow inclined slightly, as if in greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I raised a hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to extend a hand from its nebulous form. Though no physical touch occurred, a warmth blossomed where our hands almost met. Then, with the same grace it had appeared, the shadow began to dissipate. Like smoke carried by an unseen wind, it dispersed into the air, leaving behind a faint trace of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway, time seemingly suspended, as the rain's cadence faded. Upon returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as though time had paused during our encounter. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with heightened awareness of the shadows. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of that familiar figure, dancing just beyond my sight. The identity of the shadow remains a mystery, yet its presence instilled not fear, but a realization that some enigmas are best left unexplained. The hallway now harbors its secret, and on quiet nights, as rain taps against the panes, I await, with a blend of curiosity and peace, the next encounter with the dancing shadow beyond the hallway. Story 67. The autumn mist draped the streets like a soft gray shroud, casting a hazy glow around each streetlight in the quiet of the night. It was after a long day's work that I embarked on my journey home, and amidst the fog, I noticed a pair of headlights trailing behind me, keeping a steady distance. A whisper of unease brushed against my thoughts, hinting at the peculiarity of the unchanging closeness of that vehicle as it mirrored my every move through the winding roads. The gentle hum of its engine felt like a companion breath, synchronized with the cadence of my own path. As I tested its resolve by altering my route, the car followed suit, maintaining its mesmerizing proximity that now felt almost intimate. The patter of rain on the windshield added a soothing backdrop to the surreal experience, the droplets tracing patterns as if to shield me from the persistent presence behind. With each turn I took, the car gracefully followed, a silent partner in our nocturnal ballet, the houses slumbering in blissful ignorance on either side. At a red light, a fleeting glimpse through the rain-streaked glass revealed a figure seated motionless in the driver's seat, a stillness that sent a shiver down my spine. When I eventually reached my destination, the faithful shadow lingered at a distance, its vigil unbroken. The quiet of the night enveloped us, punctuated only by the rhythmic drumming of raindrops on the metal roof and the echo of my own heartbeat. In a moment of daring, I stepped out into the rain, shielded by my jacket, only to find an empty street where the car had been moments before. No traces remained of its silent companionship that had guided me through the night. Since that mysterious encounter, my evening drives have become tinged with a sense of watchfulness, a habit of glancing more frequently at the rearview mirror. And on fog-laden nights, a familiar pair of headlights seems to materialize in the distance, a patient presence lingering in the shadows, perhaps waiting for the moment to resume our enigmatic dance through the city's nocturnal labyrinth. Story 68. The quiet symphony of raindrops cascading onto the roof enveloped me as I settled into another tranquil evening within the walls of my rustic country home. The gentle pitter-patter against the window panes conjured mesmerizing patterns that swirled and danced in the soft glow of flickering candlelight, my only ally against encroaching darkness. Outside, the wind whispered through the garden trees, orchestrating a soothing lullaby with the rustling of leaves. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of steaming tea, I found myself entranced by wisps of vapor spiraling gracefully into the air. Familiar sounds reverberated through the house, the subtle groan of shifting wood, the rhythmic ticking of the hallway clock, the faint whistle of wind weaving through unseen crevices. Yet amidst this comforting routine, an intangible unease began to stir in the tranquility of my solitude. It was during a quiet sip of tea that I detected a peculiar anomaly. Through the hallway mirror's reflection, the upstairs bedroom window bore an unusual luminescence, as though a phantom candle flickered within. A sense of disquiet mingled with curiosity as I carefully set down my cup and rose from my seat, the wooden floorboards protesting softly beneath my weight. Each creak of the stairs felt like a whispered secret, a cryptic message from the ancient timbers of my abode. The air grew chillier with each ascending step, a fine mist clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Pausing before the bedroom door, I hesitated, the brass handle icy to the touch, sending a shiver down my spine. With a hesitant push, the door creaked open, revealing a chamber cloaked in shadow. The window, the source of the eerie glow, remained shut. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift autonomously, a silent dance guided by unseen hands. Slowly, inexorably, the window eased open, defying natural explanation. As the ethereal breeze wafted in, carrying with it a fragrant bouquet of antiquity, dried blossoms and ancient wood, I approached the window cautiously. Raindrops pirouetted into the room, forming intricate patterns upon the sill, defying gravity in a hypnotic display. And then, a marvel unfurled before my eyes. Invisible fingers traced cryptic messages upon the fogged glass, words emerging and fading in a tantalizing dance. Straining to decipher the enigmatic script, my heart quickened its tempo, a steady drumbeat echoing in the hushed chamber. The curtains stirred gently, as if stirred by a slumbering breath, and moonlight filtered through rain-kissed clouds, casting spectral shadows that whispered silent tales upon the walls. Reaching out a hand, I felt the cool breath of the night caress my fingertips as I neared the glass. In a moment, poised on the cusp of revelation, the window closed with a hushed sigh, the lock clicking softly into place. The ancient aroma dissipated, leaving me rooted in silence, a witness to the mysteries that danced at the edges of perception. The rain continued its soft serenade outside as I stood transfixed, the room now restored to its mundane guise. Yet, a subtle shift had occurred, a veil lifted to reveal a realm beyond our own, a realm glimpsed only in fleeting moments of convergence between reality and enigma. Since that fateful night, whenever rain weaves its tapestry outside, I find myself ensconced in my armchair, gazing at the mirrored reflection of the upstairs window. Sometimes it remains still, a silent sentinel, while on other occasions it stirs to life in a silent ritual of its own. The enigma persists, its origins shrouded in secrecy, yet I have embraced it as a symbiotic dance between myself and this ancient dwelling. And on nights of profound stillness, when the wind whispers secrets through the trees and the rain plays its gentle melody, I sense a spectral presence, a guardian unseen, bearing silent witness through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 69. The night carried a unique essence, a blend of autumn seeping into your very bones and whispering promises of endless nights. Nestled in the plush armchair of my study, I savored the gentle caress of the wind outside, a soft symphony composed by the rustling leaves. Amidst this tranquil moment, a faint sound emerged from the depths of the basement, a subtle whisper akin to the delicate crinkle of aged paper. Initially, I dismissed it as the usual settling of the house, the gentle murmurs every abode makes as it readies itself for the night's embrace. Intrigued rather than alarmed, I rose from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden halo as I treaded towards the basement door. The wooden steps yielded beneath my weight, their soft creaks akin to ancient whispers. With each step downward, the air grew cooler, carrying with it a hint of damp earth and the fragrance of forgotten books. In the basement, shadows pirouetted on the walls to the erratic beat of the flickering light bulb. It was a familiar sanctuary, filled with neatly arranged boxes and shrouded furniture resembling slumbering phantoms. Yet on that eve, an anomaly beckoned my attention. Nestled in the far corner, where light struggled to penetrate, stood a door. Simple in its design, crafted from dark wood with no embellishments to speak of. What struck me as odd was my lack of recollection regarding its existence, despite spending countless hours organizing my belongings in that very space. The brass handle gleamed as if recently polished, drawing me closer. Drawn like a moth to flame, I approached tentatively, the frigid floor pulsing beneath my feet as if possessed by a hidden pulse. The air surrounding the door seemed to exhale a chilling breath, sending shivers down my spine. My fingertips grazed the weathered wood, tracing its ancient, uneven surface. The door quivered under my touch, almost as if acknowledging my presence. Silence enveloped the basement, broken solely by the rhythmic thud of my heart reverberating in my ears. With a steady hand, I clasped the handle. Surprisingly warm against the frosty atmosphere, it yielded effortlessly to my touch. The door swung open soundlessly, revealing a sight beyond belief. Instead of a wall or another chamber of the house, a delicate silvery mist undulated before me, swaying gently as if guided by an unseen hand. Emitting a soft, hypnotic glow, the mist beckoned, not with fear, but with a tranquil allure, akin to a fading dream one desperately clings to upon waking. Within its ethereal embrace, a distant melody serenaded my senses, each note a whisper from a phantom pianist. The air carried a sweet, familiar scent, reminiscent of spring blooms or freshly brewed tea. Transfixed in the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I watched as the mist wove intricate shapes that dissolved before my eyes. Faces of the past flickered, landscapes unseen materialized and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was as if I peered through a veil, separating reality from a deeper, enigmatic realm. Stepping back, I gently shut the door. The click of the lock shattered the enchantment, ushering back the familiar sounds of the house. The clock's steady tick, the wind's gentle rustle, a dog's distant bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs, a sense of wonder lingered, a conviction that I had stumbled upon something extraordinary. In the days that ensued, I revisited the basement numerous times, yet the door eluded me. In its place stood an unyielding brick wall, devoid of any trace of its ethereal counterpart. However, on the stillest nights, when reality blurs with dreams, I catch whispers of that distant melody, pondering if the door still exists, concealed somewhere, awaiting its next discoverer. For some doors, it seems, unlock only at specific junctures, when time and space intertwine in unfathomable ways. Perhaps it is for the best, for the mystery of that basement door imparted a valuable lesson. Not all questions demand answers, and certain secrets are more exquisite when shrouded in mystery, akin to dreams brushing reality before dissolving into the silver mist of memory. Story 70. I awoke to the gentle, rhythmic ticking of a pendulum, its sound slicing through the darkness like a soft whisper. Each tick felt like a heartbeat, a mechanical pulse measuring the passing moments in this enigmatic place. Slowly, my heavy eyelids lifted, revealing a room bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Nothing seemed familiar. I found myself reclined on a vintage burgundy velvet couch, its once plush surface now weathered with time. The air carried a delicate fragrance, a mix of aged wood, dried flowers, and an elusive scent that eluded my senses. Through the heavy brocade curtains, faint light filtered into the room, painting intricate patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper. As my vision adjusted to the dimness, I began to discern the room's intricate details. Dark antique furniture stood like silent guardians in the shadows, while a towering bookshelf dominated one wall, its shelves laden with untouched leather-bound tomes from a bygone era. On a small table nearby, a delicate porcelain teacup held steaming liquid, wisps of steam curling into the air. Rising slowly, I felt the stiffness in my limbs as though I had slumbered for an eternity. Every step I took on the Persian rug produced a muted, almost reverential sound as I made my way to the window. Pulling back the curtains, I revealed a misty garden where ghostly shapes of trees and shrubs swayed in the evening breeze. My reflection in the glass presented a jarring sight. I was adorned in clothing that belonged to another time. A crisp linen shirt, a richly embroidered vest, and velvet trousers, all tailored to perfection in a style long forgotten. My fingers trembled as they grazed the fabric, marveling at its craftsmanship. A flicker of movement at the corner of my eye drew my attention back into the room, but all was still except for the ceaseless ticking of the pendulum. It seemed to govern the passage of time in this peculiar realm, each tick resonating with a mysterious rhythm. With a sense of curiosity mingled with trepidation, I resolved to venture beyond the confines of the room. The door groaned softly as it yielded to my touch, revealing a dimly lit corridor stretching into the distance. Portraits of unfamiliar faces adorned the walls, their gaze following my every step as I navigated the hallway with caution. The aged wooden floor protested beneath my weight, its creaks reverberating through the profound silence that enveloped me. Ascending a staircase, I felt a chill seeping into my bones, a sensation both eerie and oddly familiar. The brass nameplates on the closed doors lining the upper hallway bore inscriptions that eluded my comprehension in the dim light. It was then that I heard it, a delicate melody, faint and haunting, drifting through the air like a wistful memory. Following the ethereal music, I found myself standing before the last door at the end of the hallway. The notes seemed to emanate from within, beckoning me closer yet drifting further away with each step. With a steady hand, I pushed open the door. The room was vacant, save for a grand piano draped in a white sheet, its keys untouched by human hands. The melody lingered in the air, a spectral echo of the past. Drawing closer, I unveiled the piano, revealing an aged photograph resting on the ivory keys. In the sepia-toned image, I beheld a sight that sent shivers down my spine. It was me, seated at the piano, clad in the same antiquated attire I now wore. The photograph, though aged, depicted this very room in a time long past. Descending back to the lower level, a sense of eerie calm washed over me, tempered by a profound sense of déjà vu. The pendulum's ticking, once an ominous reminder of time's passage, now seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. Seating myself once more on the velvet couch, I noticed the teacup still emitting warmth, as if waiting for my return. Gazing into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. It was possible that I had never truly awakened, or perhaps I had stepped into a dream crafted by another soul in a distant era. The pendulum continued its relentless motion, counting the seconds of a time that may have never come to pass, within a house that seemed to hold more secrets than the mind could fathom. Taking a sip of the tea, its familiar taste grounding me in this surreal reality, I watched as the fog outside enveloped the garden, blurring the boundaries between the tangible and the intangible. In that moment, I understood. I was meant to remain here, in this enigmatic house that had been awaiting my arrival all along.